King Crimson is a band that I regard very fondly. I first got into their music around 4 to 5 years ago, at the end of my sophomore year in high school. I was a different person back then than I am right now, and not necessarily in a better way. But over that summer between my sophomore and junior years of high school, I improved on myself a lot, and I feel like King Crimson helped me a lot with that. It may sound cheesy, but listening to their music really helped me appreciate life and change myself for the better. Without them, I wouldn't be the person I am today. So when I saw this Iceberg chart floating around, I knew that I had to cover it. Not only would it make for an excellent video, it also gives me an opportunity to explore more about one of my favorite bands of all time. Before we start, we just have some housekeeping to get across. I know it's getting kind of redundant at this point, but just in case someone hasn't watched an Iceberg video before, a quick explanation is in point. An Iceberg chart is a chart about a general subject filled with different entries. The entries are sorted by layer, with the top layer being the most well-known information about the subject and the bottom layer of the iceberg holding the most obscure information about the subject. This ensures that an entire iceberg contains a pretty holistic view of a subject. So whether you know nothing about King Crimson, or if you've been a fan since 1969, you'll hopefully learn something new watching this series. I know I'm excited to learn while researching this video. Also, just keep in mind that while I'll try to be as objective as possible, I'll also include my personal thought on some songs, whether it be on how much I like them or my interpretation of what they mean. Obviously, we all have our own opinions on interpretations of art, so what I say isn't the only correct position, and it's totally okay if you disagree. And while I play instruments, I am no musical theorist or student, so apologies if I don't go into the technical impressiveness of many of their songs, even though it, in all honesty, shouldn't be understated. If I did, I'd at best be reciting words and phrases that I have little to no understanding of, and at worst I'd be misrepresenting information and just straight up saying wrong stuff. So please keep that in mind. With that being said, without further ado, this is the King Crimson Iceberg Explained. In the Court of the Crimson King. Our very first entry is fittingly the very first studio album by King Crimson. In the Court of the Crimson King was King Crimson's debut album, releasing on October 10th, 1969 by Island Records. The album is the band's most famous by far, with the painting of the schizoid man on the album art being one of the most iconic album covers in all of music, and one of the most influential albums in progressive rock. A little fun aside about the album art, it was painted by Barry Godber, one of the friends of Peter Sinfield, a band member. Godber was actually a computer programmer and not a professional artist, and the painting was a self-portrait. It was the only album cover that he made because he sadly passed away in 1970 at a young age, but it's still incredible that one of the most iconic album covers of all time had such humble beginnings. Back to the album, it consists of 5 songs: 21st Century Schizoid Man, I Talk to the Wind, Epitaph, Moonchild, and In the Court of the Crimson King. The album itself presents a very anti-war message and shows cynicism towards current state of affairs as well as the future. It was released to great success and was lauded for its very unique sound and composition, combining jazz, rock, and medieval music. 21st Century Schizoid Man, the first song in the album, paints a bleak picture of the future, the 21st century to be exact, and the downward spiral humanity will be in at that point. The first verse of the song talks about society sliding further into violence and paranoia, and how the rich will benefit from this. The second verse talks about how politicians will continue to wage war, killing many innocents, all to keep their own career alive, and avoid his own funeral pyre, so to speak. Obviously, this verse was inspired by the Vietnam War happening at the time, and sadly, it still is relevant to this day. The third verse talks about the destruction of culture and art in favor of commodities that only enrich corporations that don't really care about art, represented by the greedy blind man. So the poets starve and children bleed, while the general population is distracted by cheap entertainment and the newest product they don't really need. And then we have the titular 21st Century Schizoid Man. Schizoidism is a personality disorder where people actively avoid participating in society as well as interacting with others, showing little emotion. Well, if society has degraded to this point, I think everybody in the 21st century would be a schizoid man. I'm not going to go this in-depth on all their songs, but considering that 21st Century Schizoid Man is probably their most famous song, I thought it was worth fully explaining. The next song in the album is I Talk to the Wind. Right away, this is a superb follow-up to the album's opener, with that song's screaming lyrics, distorted guitar, and wailing saxophone being contrasted by iTalk's relaxing flute, laid-back bass, and soft lyrics. I Talk to the Wind seems like a direct follow-up to 21st Century Schizoid Man, with the song looking like it takes place from the perspective of the Schizoid Man. The lyrics are about a man drifting around aimlessly, speaking but not heard by the world around him. Third on the album is Epitaph. Another anti-war song, Epitaph is about a man who sees that the future of humanity will be dictated by war and suffering, and being unable to change it, this man accepts his fate and can do nothing but cry. I have some nostalgia for Epitaph, as it's the first song that I learned to play on the bass. It's not hard at all, but it was quite the confidence boost when I realized I could play a full song from one of my favorite bands. The next song on the album is Moonchild. Moonchild is the most abstract song on the album, both lyrically and musically. It's an incredibly peaceful and soothing song, and this is a controversial statement to make, but it's also probably my favorite song of the album. The lyrics are quite poetic in nature and seem to be set on describing a physical scene rather than stating a social message. The most commonly accepted interpretation of the lyrics are that it just describes the moonlight in various situations, and the actual child part is just metaphor. For example, dancing in the shallows of a river refers to moonlight reflecting off a river, and dreaming in the shadows of a willow is moonlight streaming through the branches of a willow tree. However, Moonchild is defined by its insanely long improvisation section, known as Part 2, The Illusion. This is over 9 minutes long after the lyrics end. The improvisation is very ambient and quiet, characterized by spaced out drum fills and guitar noodling. The improv section is pretty controversial among listeners, with many claiming it's just too random and empty to be interesting, and it is admittedly the worst improv of King Crimson across their albums. However, I do enjoy it, but I've always liked ambient tracks, so I must admit I do have a bias. But it is very peaceful, and if anything it lulls you into a calm state of being and cleanses your palate. It makes the final track of the album, The Court of the Crimson King, hit even harder once it begins. The lyrics of Court invoke a poetic yet chaotic description of a king's court, with many different characters like the Yellow Jester and the Black Queen. I'm gonna be honest, I can't even begin to decipher meaning from this. I understand that the song has various themes of control, as the Crimson King is controlling the members of his court like puppets. But anything further than that, I'm stumped. Peter Sinfield has a website called Song Soup on Sea, where he explains a lot of his thought process and inspirations behind the lyrics he writes, but even reading this, I'm still somewhat confused. The whole website is pretty wild. But from what I gleaned, it seems like Sinfield was inspired by the life of Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II. But ultimately, all that really matters is that the song sounds super good. The song itself sounds apocalyptic and larger than life, and even if the meaning of the lyrics eludes you, they do a great job at painting a vivid scene in your head. This is probably the only song to rival 21st Century Schizoid Man in its popularity, and for good reason. Robert Fripp. Robert Fripp is the lead guitarist and co-founder of King Crimson, and is notable for being the only member of King Crimson to be part of the band from its creation until the present day. I say the present day because the band never really officially ended, it's just that Fripp said that they were getting too old to tour. However, he did say that although unlikely, future tours were possible, so the band is still technically together. But anyways, Fripp was always interested in playing music, and was a part of various bands before forming King Crimson in 1968. Since then, he's been involved in various musical projects and bands, including multiple incarnations of King Crimson, until officially retiring from professional music in 2012. He also teaches guitar in various groups. Technically, he is known for popularizing cross-picking and developing the new standard tuning for the guitar, as well as Frippertronics, but we'll get into that later. About his personal life, he was born in 1946 in Dorset, England. He married singer and actress Toya Wilcox in 1986, whom he still lives with. Fripp has kind of created a persona of being no nonsense and a strict man due to his live performances, where he just plays and sits without much fanfare or emotion showing. However, we did get more insights into his personal life later on, and a lot of us fans realized he was quite the opposite of that, which I will talk about later. Progressive rock. Progressive rock, more commonly known as prog rock, is the musical genre King Crimson is a part of. Prog rock arose in the 1960s as a way to kind of elevate rock music to a more dignified and culturally appreciated status. While the genre itself is very loose in what it's defined by, there are some certain key features that differentiate it. First is that the songs are typically quite long in length. And by long, I mean longer than anything that could be really played on the radio in its entirety, with the typical range being from around 6 minutes to 30 minutes. The second aspect of prog is that the lyrics tend to be more poetic in nature. The music also ideally tries to innovate sound, using technically impressive techniques to create new soundscapes. A lot of times they will fuse different genres like jazz, electronic, rock, and ambient in their music. Often, due to the length of these songs, an individual song will cycle through these different styles, genres, and techniques, with the songs having different sections. Personally, I've also seen that a lot of progressive rock music has a more medieval tone, where the music just sounds stereotypically medieval-like and the lyrics are often fantasy-oriented. However, this isn't universal, as I can think of some bands that don't fall under this umbrella, including King Crimson's incarnations after the 70s, but it was something that I noticed that I wanted to share. Basically, while most professional music release is meant to be stuff that's danced to, prog rock is meant to be listened to and analyzed. It's because of this that prog rock has kind of a negative reputation amongst most music connoisseurs, with many believing that the genre is full of self-indulgent elitists. And don't get me wrong, we definitely have our fair share of those, but that's not all of us. Some examples of popular prog rock bands are, of course, King Crimson, Yes, Rush, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Caravan, Gentle Giant, Camel, and Genesis. Probably the most popular progressive rock band is Pink Floyd. Now, there are those who claim that Pink Floyd isn't progressive rock solely because they're too popular, but that's just complete nonsense. Pink Floyd's music checks off all the prog rock essentials, and the only reason why some people don't consider them prog is that they're so elitist and gatekeepy that they don't want one of the most popular bands of all time to be part of the genre they love so much. Well, too bad for them, because possibly the most popular prog rock song of all time is Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. Although on the shorter end for prog, it is a part of the genre. Some essential non-King Crimson progressive rock albums I enjoy are as follows: Close to the Edge by Yes, Fragile by Yes, In the Land of Grey and Pink by Caravan, Romantic Warrior by Return to Forever, Metal by Pink Floyd, Animals by Pink Floyd, Octopus by Gentle Giant, Tarkus by Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and Mirage by Camel. Starless. The final track of King Crimson's 1974 album Red, Starless is widely regarded as the best King Crimson song, just objectively. Musically, it is excellent. The song stirs a mix of emotions within you, mostly deep sadness and depression. The lyrics talk about how the brightness and happiness in one's life is drained out. Life is meaningless to you. You cannot see the beauty in a smile, you cannot find faith in worship, you cannot find any stars in the night sky. Your life is completely and utterly hopeless, and as you slip away into death, you reflect back and realize how futile your entire existence was. It's kind of fitting, because at the time of its release, Starless was the last ever studio song by King Crimson before they disbanded. But it's not just the lyrics themselves that portray this message. The instrumental of the song is excellent, especially in the long middle section without lyrics, where the soft instruments slowly linger and crescendo into an angry climax over the course of several minutes, perfectly portraying despair turning into anger and then finally acceptance without a single word spoken. Starless, in mine and many others' opinions, is not only the greatest King Crimson song, but perhaps one of the greatest songs ever made. It certainly has had a huge influence on prog rock, and music in general. I listen to the song quite frequently, and I would suggest that everybody give it a listen at least once. Power. Power is a song by Kanye West released in 2010 as part of his album My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. This is notable because the song prominently features a sample from 21st Century Schizoid Man, where the titular lyric is repeated throughout the song. In April 2022, Declan Colgan Music, the people who owned the rights to the song, 21st Century Schizoid Man, sued Universal Music as they were not paid sufficient royalties from Power's profits gained from streaming. Robert Fripp came out and said that this dispute has been going on longer than necessary, and that the details of the case would shock anyone who believes that one should be paid fairly for their work. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a manga series written by Toshiyuki Araki, better known by his pen name Hirohiko Araki. It has been in serialization since 1987 and is still being written to this day. It has also gotten a popular anime adaptation beginning in 2012 and also still continuing to this day. Araki is a fan of a lot of Western music, especially progressive rock and rock in general. Due to this, Araki names many of his characters and powers, known as stands, after musicians, bands, songs, and albums. Due to Japan's lax copyright laws, this is allowed. And as you might have guessed, King Crimson is also referenced within this manga. King Crimson is the name of the stand of the mafia boss Diavolo, the main antagonist of Golden Wind, the 5th part of the series. JoJo's musical references can range from a name randomly chosen that has nothing to do with the actual story, to a character whose personality, abilities, and story arc is directly inspired by the music it's referencing. King Crimson leans more towards the latter. Here are all the potential references that I found. First, the album art for In the Court of the Crimson King is reflected in the design of the stand itself, especially with its second, smaller face. Diavolo's character is noted for being extremely reclusive and secretive of his identity, and his final goal is to basically cut off all potential means of someone to find him. That sounds like a pretty cut and clear case of schizoidism to me. Diavolo has a split personality, one of the mob boss and another one of a weird yet innocent guy called Doppio. Often Doppio would hear Diavolo's voice in his head, and he would talk back by speaking out loud, seemingly to nobody from somebody watching from outside. He's talking to the wind. Also, you can interpret the two personalities as the straight man and the late man from the lyrics of I Talk to the Wind, with Doppio being the straight man who participates in society and Diavolo being the late man who isolates himself and simply watches everybody else. King Crimson has a sub-ability called Epitaph, which allows him to see the future but not change it, which is a major theme of the song Epitaph. Part 5 of JoJo revolves around the mafia that Diavolo leads and the various infighting amongst its members. It can be said that this mafia is the court of the Crimson King, and that these traitorous members killing each other are just puppets dancing. Finally, this one might be a stretch, but the song Fallen Angel is about a guy who joins a gang and ends up dying after being stabbed, which is basically what happens to Diavolo. That could just be coincidence and not a reference though. Another potential reference is that Doppio's character is based off the symbol in the Larks and 3 of a Perfect Pair album arts. Both of these symbols represent the merging of the masculine and feminine, which fits the whole Doppio-Diavolo dynamic. But once again, that could just be me stretching, as many other JoJo stans don't have ties this deep to their inspirations. Also, I'm adding this very recently, but in Chapter 2 of Part 9 of JoJo, we got introduced to the stand of the character Usagi, called Mate Kudasai. This is a very recent reveal, so we don't know everything about this reference. However, from what we've seen so far, its power is to recreate an object but with properties that somebody wishes for. For example, in the chapter it creates a new security camera that changes the faces of anybody filmed by it, as one of the characters wished for it. It fits with the song Mate Kudasai's themes of longing and want. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is relatively controversial amongst King Crimson listeners, as there's a lot of people who are mad that most of the online discussion about the band outside dedicated forums would often just become swamped with JoJo memes. For example, the comment section of songs like Schizoid Man, Epitaph, and Court are often dominated by obnoxious JoJo fans making jokes. But on the other hand, the series has got a lot of people listening to King Crimson, many of whom became genuine fans of the band afterwards. I myself am kind of like the opposite of these people. King Crimson is what got me into JoJo. But I will admit that JoJo did introduce me to a lot of music and got me into bands I probably would have otherwise ignored. The truth is, everybody is introduced to bands and songs differently. Nobody's born a music connoisseur. There have been lots of examples of people being introduced to music after learning about it from a movie or some other media. As long as everybody is open-minded and people aren't obnoxious, I think no matter how you got into a specific type of music, what matters is that you enjoy it. Greg Lake. Greg Lake was another founding member of King Crimson. He actually grew up in the same town as Robert Fripp, and at one point they both received guitar lessons from the same man, Don Strike. This shared history fostered a friendship in the 1960s, which resulted in him joining the original King Crimson lineup. He was to be the vocalist of the band, and despite being a guitarist, he would quickly learn to play bass, as Fripp didn't want to search for another bassist. He had some involvement in writing the song lyrics, and would actually produce Court himself after their contracted producer left the project. Lake stayed with King Crimson for their second album, after which he left to form Emerson, Lake & Palmer, for which he is most well known. After ELP, he worked on some solo projects and had a brief stint with the supergroup Asia, played in a reformed ELP, and would continue to tour musically well into the 2010s. In his personal life, he had a wife, Regina, and a daughter, Natasha. On December 7, 2016, he sadly passed away from cancer. His autobiography, Lucky Man, was released posthumously in June of 2017. Bill Bruford. Bill Bruford is another prominent member of King Crimson. He initially rose to prominence as the drummer for fellow prog rock band Yes, as he played for the first 5 albums of that band. However, he decided to join King Crimson in 1972 as he believed that it was a band which would challenge him more musically while still being sustainable. He was quoted as saying, "King Crimson was one of the only gigs for a rock drummer where he can play in 17/16 and still stay in decent hotels." He played for the rest of King Crimson's initial run until 1974, which is when they disbanded. However, he rejoined for the 1981 and 1994 iterations of King Crimson amidst several other obligations. He retired in 2009. Afterwards, he released his autobiography and earned a PhD in music at the University of Surrey. He was actually offered an honorary degree, but declined as he wanted to put in the work to get it, as he felt like he missed out on an upper education as a young man. In 2017, he was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a member of Yes. Peter Sinfield. The last of the King Crimson members from this layer, Peter Sinfield is a poet and songwriter who wrote for King Crimson songs in the early years of the band. He also did various other work for the band, such as their lighting at shows, advice for artwork on the album covers, and even sometimes playing the synthesizer. He notably was the guy who came up with the name King Crimson. However, as the time went on, Fripp and Sinfield's relationship soured, and in 1972, Fripp asked him to leave. While the exact reason is unknown, it is theorized that this was due to Sinfield's lyrical style, which may have conflicted with Fripp's vision for the band, something we will get to later. Afterwards, he worked with Emerson, Lake & Palmer before working on various other projects. Related bands. It's best to get these bands out of the way, as I've already mentioned them a lot. There are a lot of bands that consist of former King Crimson members, or would contribute members to King Crimson. First is Yes, which we already established that Bill Bruford was once a member of. Yes is notable for being another founder and huge name in the world of progressive rock, and was very much a contemporary to King Crimson, especially considering how both underwent a similar evolution from more psychedelic rock in the 60s and 70s to a more mainstream pop rock in the 80s. Emerson, Lake & Palmer is another influential prog rock band that of course featured Greg Lake of King Crimson. Asia is a progressive pop rock supergroup formed in 1982. Its initial lineup featured former King Crimson member John Wetton as bassist and vocalist, and Greg Lake also played the same part for some concerts for the group. Asia also featured several members from Yes, as well as Carl Palmer from Emerson, Lake & Palmer. So yeah, you can say that all these bands are pretty interconnected. Anti-war messages. As I mentioned before, King Crimson's debut album, In the Court of the Crimson King, had some heavy anti-war themes. This was of course a protest against the at the time ongoing Vietnam War, as well as the fear of a potential nuclear war. This is most prominently seen in the songs 21st Century Schizoid Man and Epitaph, with the former talking about the devastation caused by the Vietnam War, and the latter speaking to fears of world leaders causing devastation with nuclear war. Red. Red is the 7th studio album by King Crimson, releasing on October 6, 1974 through Island Records. It was also the last album released by the first iteration of King Crimson, as the band had actually disbanded a couple of weeks before the album's release. The band at this time only had 3 members, Fripp, Wetton, and Bruford, as seen on the album's cover. However, several guest musicians also contributed. The album consists of 5 tracks, and while there isn't an overarching theme or story to it, it can be said that the songs on the album deal with ideas surrounding death. The album opens with its title track, Red, which is an instrumental. It then fades into the second track, Fallen Angel, which tells the story of a man who lost his brother to gang violence in New York City. The intro is amazing, with the heavy distorted bass bleeding into the guitar, building up to the first lyrics. It's a very emotional song that can't do justice through words, with the grief really permeating through the instrumentals. The third song is One More Red Nightmare, which is a lighter song in tone than Fallen Angel. The lyrics seem to be John Wetton singing about a nightmare he had about his plane crashing. He sings about how he felt safe in the plane until it started dropping, at which point he started panicking and praying to be saved from death. And well, his prayers were answered because he woke up on his bus safe and sound. By far the most upbeat and energetic song on the album, injecting some dark humor into the lyrics. Next up, we have Providence, which is just 8 minutes of some excellent improv. It is a song that is admittedly difficult to get into, especially with the intro of the song sounding like the band just tuning their instruments, but once it gets going, it gets going. And finally, we have Starless. I've already sung the praises of this song previously, so I'll spare you from having to listen to it twice. Red is an absolutely amazing album that all of you should listen to at least once, regardless of whether you enjoyed the rest of King Crimson's discography. It is considered by many to be the best King Crimson album, and one of the greatest albums of all time. Even Kurt Cobain reportedly said that Red was one of his favorite albums of all time. Red is progressive rock at its best, perfecting Crimson's old sound, while forging new ones. Tony Levin. Tony Levin is a very talented bass player who is known for his session playing on many solo and group projects. He's worked with John Lennon, Pink Floyd, David Bowie, and Buddy Rich. However, he's also notable for being a King Crimson member who stuck around for multiple lineups from the 80s to the modern day, a very impressive feat. Levin was born in 1946 in Boston, Massachusetts, and started studying the bass at the young age of 10. He played with various bands starting from the late 60s, and he's kept himself busy with music since then. He's become famous for not only his incredible bass skills, but also his use and popularization of the Chapman stick. He also invented this technique called funk fingers, where you attached modified drumsticks to your fingers to get a funkier sound on the bass. I can't reasonably do justice to how accomplished Tony Levin is, and I'd suggest you go look into his works if you're interested. He's a huge inspiration to me and many other people across the world. Discipline. Discipline is the 8th studio album by King Crimson. It is notable because it's the first album in the second era of King Crimson, defined by their 3 albums in the 80s. Discipline marked a huge step forward in musical development for the band, with a more groovier and funkier tone, very similar to Talking Heads if you know them. In fact, Robert Fripp played the guitar for the Talking Heads album Fear of Music. That's one of my favorite albums of all time, and that was before I knew Fripp actually did some of the music on the album. I mean, knowing that now, it seems like Fripp took a lot of inspiration from Talking Heads when making Discipline, as the album sounds exactly like something Talking Heads would put out, as a lot of bands in the 80s would take leaps forward due to new technology as well as being inspired by music from other cultures. Discipline was originally not meant to be a King Crimson project. Fripp wanted it to be the debut album of a new band, also called Discipline. While the album was musically great, there was a fear that it wouldn't have a widespread appeal, so the obvious solution was to rebrand this new brand as the latest incarnation of King Crimson for the name recognition. Also, Fripp felt as if the new music was something that the old band would evolve to play, so he was fine renaming the band. Personally, I like 70s King Crimson and 70s prog as a whole better than the more pop turn it made in the 80s. I absolutely love the larger-than-life, medieval, and almost fantastical tones of a lot of 70s prog, but I guess it wouldn't be called progressive rock if it didn't progress. And every time I listen to Discipline or any of King Crimson's 80s songs, I'm taken back by how much I like it across the board. While I like the 70s albums more as a whole, I think some of the individual songs from King Crimson's 80s discography are their best. So with that history and personal aside out of the way, let's get to the album itself. The album released on September 22, 1981, and featured a new lineup containing previous members Robert Fripp and Bill Bruford on guitar and drums respectively, as well as newcomers Adrian Belew, who played the guitar and did the vocals, and bassist Tony Levin. The album has 7 songs. First is Elephant Talk. The song itself plays on the meaning of the phrase elephant talk, which is a type of speaking where you get your point across directly without using too many words or articulating much. As such, the lyrics of the song are incredibly straightforward, literally just synonyms of the word talk, grouped alphabetically, sometimes broken up by the repeated line, talk, it's only talk. The best part of the song is when Belew has to say, these are words with a D this time, in the middle of him listing words with a D. That and the guitar sounding like elephants trumpeting in the background. Very funny. Next up, we have Frame by Frame. The lyrics of this one are simple. It's about someone who's suffering from anxiety over an unspecified situation, and is analyzing and reflecting upon the events that happened to try and figure out what happened. However, more notable is the guitar work in the song by Fripp and Belew. You actually might have heard this through a copypasta that circulated around meme pages some time back without even knowing it was about the song, and since the copypasta explains the guitar work pretty well, I'll just recite it verbatim. So both guitars are playing the same riff, but one of them is playing it without the last note, so it's in 13/8 instead of 7/4, right? And every time they play the riff, the second guitar lags behind by an extra note, and they get more and more out of sync until eventually they're exactly 1 bar apart and they start playing at the same time again. It's crazy shit, bro, you gotta hear it. The song in this technique was inspired by the traditional Indonesian music of gamelan, which utilizes polyrhythms and drop notes to weave time signatures. Next up, we have the song Mate Kudasai, which is Japanese for Please Wait. It's very quiet, sad, but ultimately a calming song. The lyrics themselves tell a part of a story that we don't know the full context for. All we know that it's about a woman waiting and longing for something. There have been many theories proposed about the song's full story. Considering that the title is in Japanese, many people have thought that it's about a Japanese woman living in the United States, but unhappily, and she is waiting to return to her home of Japan. Others have said that it could be inspired by the opera Madame Butterfly, in which a Japanese woman waits for her American husband to return to her and her son as he left her shortly after their wedding. The next song in the album is called Indiscipline, and just like the name, the contents of the song are also quite undisciplined. Originally meant to be an instrumental, the band agreed that it needed vocals to feel complete. So Adrian Belew took a letter his wife wrote to him about a painting she had done, added his own little part, and there were the lyrics to the song. Honestly, a pretty amusing origin story. Moving on, we have Tela Hunjinjit, an anagram for heat in the jungle. This song is about a guy being attacked by thugs in the city. There's a really interesting backstory to the lyrics and production of the song, but that's in its own entry later down in the Iceberg, so I won't explain it here. Next up, we have The Sheltering Sky, a new age ambient instrumental notable for its use of synths and African drums. It's named after the 1949 novel The Sheltering Sky by Paul Bowles. Finally is the titular song Discipline, another instrumental. Like Frame by Frame, the song is inspired by gamelan, and it utilizes multiple guitars playing similar patterns, but some dropping notes, resulting in hectic time signatures. I mean, seriously, it's insane. Here are all the time signatures of the two guitars playing at the same time: 5/8 and 7/8, 5/8 and 4/4, 5/8 and 9/8, 15/16 and 15/16, 15/16 and 14/16, 10/8 and 20/16, 15/16 and 15/16, 15/16 and 14/16 again, 12/16 and 12/16, 12/16 and 11/16, 15/16 and 15/16, 15/16 and 14/16. The Fripp said that the song was called Discipline because it was an exercise in discipline for all band members. Nobody could really just play the same tabs or fills to accompany a lead singer or guitarist. Everybody had an equal part to playing the song, and each of them had to focus on their individual part while not getting ahead of the others. Truly some impressive stuff by everybody. Adrian Belew. So I just introduced him in the entry about discipline. Born in 1949, Belew was initially a drummer as a teenager before switching to guitar. Self-taught, he quickly became known for a unique style where he would often use his guitar to imitate noises made by animals or machines, such as the animal noises in Elephant Talk. He's worked with notable bands and artists like David Bowie, Frank Zappa, and Talking Heads, and has been a member of King Crimson from 1981 to 2009. The contrast between him and Robert Fripp is quite funny because even though both are excellent guitar players, Belew is much more of a charismatic performer. If you look at times where they performed together live, Fripp would be stoically sitting on a stool while Belew would be prancing and dancing across the stage. John Wetton. John Wetton was a member of the 70s King Crimson lineup. He was born in 1949 and as a child would play bass lines on the piano for classical music, which got him interested in playing the bass. After joining King Crimson in 1972, he became the band's vocalist and led them into a direction with a heavier, darker tone. After the dissolution of King Crimson in 1974, another notable band he joined was the prog supergroup Asia in the 80s, from which he has had great success. Unfortunately, he passed away from cancer in January of 2017, and leaves behind a wife and son. Larks, Tongues, and Aspic. The fifth studio album by King Crimson, Larks, Tongues, and Aspic is a landmark album for the band in terms of style. The album featured an almost completely new lineup with Robert Fripp, John Wetton on bass, David Cross on violin, and Jamie Muir on percussion, as well as Bill Bruford on drum set. This incarnation focused more on experimentation, not only with Muir's percussion, but also with the newly added violin, moving the band from a more traditional jazz and rock sound to a more fusion jazz and even metal sound. The first song in the album is Larks, Tongues, and Aspics Part 1, an instrumental starting off with this excellent percussion solo transitioning into this hard guitar riff representing the awakening of the consciousness. Afterwards, the track launches into a variety of acts with lots of contrasting textures. The song itself is a dance between Cross's sweeping, elegant violin and Fripp's grungy, aggressive guitar. The focus on the stark difference between loud and soft, intense and calm, can represent a recurring theme through the album, about the differences between an eventual reconciliation of the masculine and feminine energies. This theme is shown in the album art, with the fusion of the sun and moon representing the fusion of masculinity and femininity. The next song is Book of Saturday, a much simpler song compared to the one that precedes it, but a sweet one. The lyrics talk about a person who reminisces about the various memories he has about his loved one, and how they keep him tethered to her even when he tries to leave. The instrumental reflects the sweet yet somber nature of the lyrics. The speaker is clearly unhappy, but reflecting upon happier times. Next is Exiles, which starts with this long, brooding mellotron intro before launching into the lyrical part of the song. The song is about someone who moves to a new land to try and seize the opportunity for success and fame, but struggles with fitting in with his new home. He reflects on his past and wonders if a simple life at home would make him happier. Next up is Easy Money, a very sleazy song about our worship for money, shown through descriptions of gambling and a lust for a beautiful woman, and eventually uses the money gained from our unsavory lifestyle to fuel his own hedonism. After that, we have The Talking Drum, an instrumental which features some excellent percussion. It's notable to me because of how it builds up throughout the entire song, only to be paid off at the end by a couple of seconds of jarring, ear-piercing violin. You'll notice that King Crimson has a lot of these songs that are instrumentals that just build up for almost the whole duration of the song with very little to no drop, and this is an example of one of them. Finally, we have Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 2, another instrumental. This is just an epic 7 minutes of pure contained chaos, immediately starting with a powerful guitar riff leading into an ebbing melody for the first half of the song, while the second half just goes into full insanity, with the highlights being the violin maniacally screeching and the concluding cacophony of notes that lasts for almost a minute. After spending the entire album playing around each other, the masculine and feminine finally merge in one final glorious climax. Larks Part 2 is one of King Crimson's essential songs, as the album sound itself is a landmark for the band, and this song specifically has been frequently played by the band at most of their live shows, resulting in many different iterations of the song. In the Wake of Poseidon. In the Wake of Poseidon is the second studio album by the band, releasing in May of 1970. It's definitely the jazziest out of King Crimson's studio albums, which I respect, and I personally think that it's quite the underrated album in the discography of the band. I also really like the album art. It's called The 12 Faces of Humankind, which features 12 depictions of personalities which make up the human consciousness when combined, as well as the interplay between the elements of earth, water, fire, and air. It's also possible that the characters on the album art could be representative of some of the characters mentioned in the track In the Court of the Crimson King, which is one of many things that make it an unofficial sequel to the debut album, both thematically and musically. The album starts with a short song called Peace, A Beginning. As opposed to all the instrumentals we've been seeing lately, Peace completely consists of vocals. The lyrics are esoteric, but the overall tone is, well, peaceful. The album immediately launches into the energetic next song, Pictures of a City. This is the jazziest King Crimson ever gets in their studio albums musically. The lyrics are disconnected words, no full sentences to be found. Personally, I think the lyrics talk about a couple going out to enjoy the nightlife of downtown, getting drunk and unwisely deciding to go for a joyride afterwards. As a consequence, they crash their car and die. A dark interpretation, but hey, I just choose to enjoy the music. Next up, we have Cadence and Cascade, a very calming and soothing song. The song is sung by Fripp's old friend Gordon Haskell, making it the first song of King Crimson not to be sung by Greg Lake. The song also features soft piano, acoustic guitar, and a flute solo. Cadence is one of my favorite songs due to how relaxing it is, which made it even more shocking when I learned about the meaning of the lyrics. The song is about two groupies, Cadence and Cascade, spending the night with a singer named Jade. Keeping that in mind, the rest of the song is pretty raunchy, filled with innuendo. I never really paid attention to the lyrics because I was appreciating the instrumentals, but now I'll never be able to listen to the song in the same way. Afterwards is the titular song of the album, In the Wake of Poseidon. The lyrics explain a world on the verge of destruction, as well as what the inhabitants of this world do to cope. They either foresee the destruction stoically, grieve the upcoming loss, pray for salvation, try to consolidate what power they have left, or in the case of the madman, simply don't care. All the while, the world lies delicately in balance. Like The Court of the Crimson King, this song deals heavily with themes of war and how people react to it. Next, we've got a short interlude in Peace, a Theme, the second part to Peace, a Beginning. This part is completely instrumental, only featuring acoustic guitar. Next is one of the fan favorites of the band, Cat Food. I'm not going to explain it here since it gets its own entry later down the layer. After Cat Food, we have the Devil's Triangle. This song is a remix of sort of Gustav Holst's Mars, with a highlight being a sample from In the Court of the Crimson King peeking through at the end amid chaotic instrumental. Finally, we have Peace and End. A sort of combination of the two previous incarnations of Peace, it combines the two, having both vocals and instrumentals. A nice palate-cleansing way to end the album. RadCrim. RadCrim is the name used to refer to the latest era and lineup of King Crimson from 2013 to the present. This era is characterized by a return to the sound of 70s King Crimson. While there haven't actually been any studio albums released during this time period, the era is defined by reimagined covers of older King Crimson songs, some covers of non-King Crimson songs, and some live performance-only songs. The name is derived from the live album Radical Action to Unseat the Hold of Monkey Mind. Released in 2016, this live album is arguably the greatest landmark of this modern era of King Crimson, acting as a great recap to not only the tour which the songs come from, but also to King Crimson as a whole, as the album contains covers of many of King Crimson's most iconic songs. Islands. Islands is the fourth studio album of King Crimson, released in December of 1971. It is generally considered the weakest album of 70s era King Crimson, with many people saying that while the technical aspects of the album are good, they're essentially just good performances on conceptually bad songs. However, the harsh criticism is because many were comparing Islands to the previous albums of King Crimson, which is a pretty high standard. In my opinion, it's still a great album. The album's cover is an image of the Trifid Nebula. I love this album cover, and not only just because I love images of space, but also because I feel like it encapsulates the feel of the music itself a lot better than the other album art. The album has themes of journey and searching, with different points of your life acting as islands to stop at during your journey. The album art invokes that in a roundabout way, with the stars acting as islands. Also, Islands is very orchestral and instrumental heavy, and the standout tracks like Formentera Lady and the titular track let the vocals take a backseat to the soothing music. Listening to the album definitely invokes the feeling of getting lost in the grandiosity of space, at least for me. Islands may be considered the worst of 70s King Crimson, but the fact that it's still so unique and beautiful just goes to show how excellent the band is. The album starts off with the song Formentera Lady. The lyrics describe the location where the singer meets the Formentera Lady, a woman whom he falls in love with. The title of the song implies that the location is the Spanish island of Formentera. The song talks about wandering with her during the day, walking through the streets of a town in Formentera. And at night, they both attend a party together, listening to the music before spending the night together. The song is about love, which will be a recurring theme in this album. All the songs with lyrics are about different types of love and relationships. Formentera Lady is a typical love story, memories of meeting a lover in a beautiful setting. The song's peaceful instruments and quietly sung lyrics help to create this sense of innocent, pure love. The next song is Sailor's Tale, an instrumental. I've already established that several of King Crimson's instrumental songs share the same structure. Like the Devil's Triangle and Talking Drum, Sailor's Tale starts off soft and quiet, before slowly building up to an intense and loud finale. However, I will say that Sailor's Tale definitely has a stronger jazz fusion influence than the other instrumentals that I've spoken about, making it stand out. After this, we have The Letters. The lyrics tell a clear story. A woman, upon finding out that her lover is actually married to someone else, writes a letter to the wife of his lover, informing her that he is cheating on her. I often interpreted this to be as her helping the other woman to realize that she's married to a bad person, but other people have said that the term poison pen in the song means that this is a lover bragging to the wife, gloating that the husband prefers her. The wife reads this and understandably feels shocked and betrayed. In the state of high emotion, she writes a letter back. I need no life, to serve on boys and men. What's mine was yours is dead, I take my leave of mortal flesh. Once again, there are several interpretations of this. Almost everybody agrees that the wife ended her own life. The last line makes that pretty clear. It's the line, what's mine was yours is dead, that causes confusion. You can say that this means the wife is talking about the love for her husband. Her love is dead, but now that love has been given to the lover who the husband is cheating with. However, some others say that this actually refers to the husband. The husband was both the wife and the lover's, and now he's dead, implying the wife killed him before writing the letter. Either way, it's a highly emotional song, and the instrumental jarringly switches between quiet, almost ambient backing and loud parts with screeching saxophone, booming drums, and guitar performances that would make a metal band blush. The next song in the album is Ladies of the Road, a quite controversial song, probably the most controversial King Crimson song. Once again, the lyrics are straightforward. The song is about various women the band met on their travels across the world. As the verses go on, the lyrics become more and more sexually explicit. Of course, it's all draped in metaphor, but the true meaning is obvious to anybody with basic media literacy. For example, when one of the girls they meet asks to feel the singer's Fender, I don't think she's talking about his guitar. The song also has some bizarre choices that some consider problematic, such as the singer seemingly ignoring a woman, like saying no to him and continuing to address her. Also, the Chinese girl speaks in stereotypical broken English, which is kind of a yikes. And the entire chorus of the song compares women to apples you steal, which is a very objectifying view of women and sex. Yes, there have been many other artists who've made songs much more explicit and objectifying, but a lot of King Crimson fans wouldn't expect something like this from King Crimson. What makes Ladies of the Road so frustrating is that despite the lyrics, the song's sound itself is excellent. The slow, driving bass accentuated by the sultry saxophone offers a deep backing to the verses, and the chorus is backed by a light, cascading instrumental. It really does sound beautiful. The next song is another instrumental, Prelude, Song of the Gulls. Not much to say here except that it's quite unique even amongst other King Crimson instrumentals. It's basically just a classical piece with almost no rock elements whatsoever. It's characterized by plucky strings behind a soft woodwind melody. In fact, I'm pretty sure this song just uses an orchestra, not the actual band. Song of the Gulls is recycled from the band Giles and Fripp, which I will talk about in the next layer. It's likely that they just needed more material to pad the runtime of Islands, which is why they threw this in, but I'm not complaining. Finally, we have the titular track of the album, Islands. Personally, this is one of the most underrated songs from King Crimson. The energy and feelings this invokes is just so cozy, warm, and perfect. The soft mellotron, laid-back drums, piano that is just energetic enough, and the excellent cornet solo makes for a very pleasant listen. When listening to the song, I imagine myself at a beach on a warm night, the waves softly crashing as I huddle next to a fire just to get even warmer while looking up at the stars. This song is Peter Sinfield's last official contribution to the band, and talk about ending off with a bang. The themes of the album are made apparent, with the lyrics describing individuals as islands seemingly separated by a dark sea, but all connected to each other through love and peace. Seems cheesy now that I'm describing it, but it's warming when listening to it. Many Crimson fans criticize Sinfield's lyrics for being too poetic and not suitable for music, but Islands is an example of this style working. This album is less about showing off musical progression, but rather invoking vivid feeling and imagery within the listener, in which case poetic lyrics are welcome. There are these things called pitch-black playback events, which basically involve you sitting down in a pitch-black theater with no distractions, putting on a mask to block even more light, and listening to an album played from a state-of-the-art sound system. There have been such events for a court, but I think Islands, with its rich and varied instrumentals and emphasis on feeling, would be perfect for such an event. So yeah, if you didn't get it by now, I absolutely love Islands, even with its flaws, and this isn't the last you'll see of it on this iceberg. 3 of a Perfect Pair. 3 of a Perfect Pair is King Crimson's 10th studio album, released on March 27, 1984. While I used to think of it as just one of the band's 80s albums that had some good songs but was no discipline, learning about the thematic ties of the album made it much more interesting to me. There's a lot of cool ideas at play here. So the name 3 of a Perfect Pair shows how 2 people always have 3 sides to a story, one person's truth, the other person's truth, and an amalgamation of both, the objective truth. The album art also represents this. It is another example of the melding between the masculine and the feminine energy, with the phallic male symbol penetrating the feminine crescent symbol from beneath, forming a new combined symbol. The music also plays with this idea of reconciling dichotomy, as it is a self-referential jab to how the band at the time was struggling between making more accessible pop rock and making more progressive experimental music, so they decided to put both in the album. On the vinyl, side 1, called The Left Side by Fripp, is the accessible side, containing the more pop-oriented songs. These songs were 3 of a Perfect Pair, Model Man, Sleepless, Man with an Open Heart, and Nuages. On the other hand, side 2, or the right side, is Excessive, containing the more classical progressive song. These songs were Industry, Dig Me, No Warning, and Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 3. Of course, these two different sides of the album, representing the different sides of King Crimson, come together to form the complete album, the true King Crimson, 3 of a perfect pair. It all fits together. Additionally, in future deluxe releases of the album, more tracks were added, with these being called The Other Side, further pushing the themes of 3. The Other Side contains the King Crimson Barbershop, Industrial Zones A and B, and various remixes of Sleepless. With that out of the way, let's get into the songs themselves. We start with the titular track, 3 of a Perfect Pair. The song details the story of a couple. This does not seem to be a happy couple at all, as both of them seem to argue a lot and have their own mental issues. Personally, I think the song is about the nature of relationships. At its core, a relationship is between 2 individual people, but the relationship itself also becomes its own entity, acting as a third force. There are 3 sides to the relationship in the song: the man's truth, the woman's truth, and the relationship's truth. A perfect mess of 3 sides. This relationship forces the problems and attributes of the individual onto the other person, meaning that everybody must work together to ensure the health of the 2 individuals and the relationship. This is how I interpreted the song. However, some fans have also proposed another theory. This stems from the line in the first verse that they have the cross to share. This theory suggests that the cross represents the Christian God, and that the 3 of a perfect pair are the man, woman, and God. Many devout Christians have the belief that marriage is not just between a husband and wife, but rather between a wife, husband, and God. This song could be a cynical jab at that belief, as there are only 2 people in the relationship, but there are actually 3 of them, as both believe God is a part of their relationship. And the repeating lines about schizophrenic tendencies making the relationship complicated may be talking about how the couple's insistence to satisfy God, who has no actual physical presence in the relationship, is causing rough patches in the relationship. These darkly humorous lyrics are accompanied by surprisingly upbeat instrumental and catchy vocals. This is a song that can get stuck in your head much easier than other Crimson songs, due to it being more formatted like a mainstream pop song than the other more progressive Crimson songs. Next up, we have Model Man. Once again, a song with a repeating catchy chorus. This seems to be your typical love song. The protagonist talks about how he's not perfect at all, but will still do the best he can to be a good lover. Next up, we have Sleepless. This is one of my favorites on the album, mostly because of the amazing bass line it begins with, but the catchy chorus doesn't hurt it. The lyrics are inspired by Adrian Belew's experiences with not being able to fall asleep during a stay at a flat. However, the lyrics are also a quite accurate description of sleep paralysis. Many people describe feeling fear as they almost think that they're underwater while in bed, unable to move as shadowy figures surround them. That's exactly what the song's lyrics are about. After Sleepless, we have Man with an Open Heart. Another love song, this song almost tells the opposite story to Model Man. Man with an Open Heart talks about how even though a girl is not perfect and sometimes moody, angry, and illogical, a man should keep an open heart and still love her all the time. Of course, this is an obvious message, but still a nice one. Finally, we have Nuages. I'm honestly not really sure why this is on the left side, because this is definitely more of a slow burn instrumental that's almost the polar opposite of the other more pop-like songs. The irregular percussion behind the distorted guitar definitely gives the song a unique feel. Now we move on to side 2, the right side. First on the side is Industry. Another instrumental, Industry lives up to its name, with its distorted bass and methodical drums giving the imagery of a grey factory, and as the song progresses, wailing guitar, slap bass, and what I think is a mellotron entered to add more of an ethereal feel to the song. The song is an absolute delight and an excellent start to the side. Next up, we have Dig Me, which I personally think is the weakest song in the album. It tries again to create that industrial vibe of the previous song in the intro, but it just sounds messy here. However, the singing really kicks in around a minute 20 in, and the song gets better, until the singing ends like 25 seconds later. I appreciate that they were trying to do something more experimental here, but it falls flat and isn't that pleasant to listen to. After that, we have No Warning. This seems like it was an improvisation that made it into the album, but it's pretty fun. There's not a lot I can say about this other than that Fripp and Belew's guitars playing off each other sounds cool. The final song on the side is Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 3. Yeah, a title that you didn't really expect to see in an 80s King Crimson album. I bet that the fans of classic King Crimson in 1984 lost their minds when they saw this title. Joking aside, why even make a third part to Larks, Tongues, and Aspic a decade after the first 2 released? Well, just because they could. This song was probably specifically made to answer the question of how would this new iteration of King Crimson compose and play Larks, Tongues, and Aspic. We see some similarities melody-wise near the beginning, but the song later diverges from the classic Larks sound, instead opting for the sound of the 80s band. However, one issue with the song that I don't like is that it fades out. I never like when songs decide to end by just fading out, but it's especially egregious here. It just feels like the song doesn't finish and just ends in the middle, like somebody turning down the volume on the radio in the middle of the song. This isn't really mitigated to the live version of the song I listen to, as they just decide to immediately transition into the next song. It really brings down the whole thing. This isn't the last we'll see of the Larks Tongue series, as there will be more additions in the 90s iteration of the band. However, that is it for the album. I know that I'm missing the bonus tracks that some of you may be eager to hear about, but you'll need to wait a bit for those. Jakko Jakszyk. Michael Jakszyk, better known by the nickname of Jakko, is the lead singer and a guitarist of King Crimson's most recent iteration. He was born on June 8, 1958 in London, and was later adopted by his parents less than 2 years after his birth. From a young age, he wanted to be an actor and a musician. After a troubled home life, he was kicked out of his home at 16, after which he pursued his acting and music career, while also working other jobs to stay afloat. Between the 70s and 2000, he was a member of many different bands, such as Rapid Eye Movement, no, not that one, the Kings of Oblivion, and the Kinks. He also had some solo projects. However, he becomes relevant to the subject of this video around 2002, where he became a member of the 21st Century Schizoid Band, a group that played many of the classic King Crimson songs featuring many former King Crimson members. By 2010, his involvement with this group led to him getting close to King Crimson itself, and he struck up a friendship with Robert Fripp, playing with him and even working on some King Crimson projects. When the new King Crimson lineup was announced in 2013, Jakko was a part of it as a guitarist and singer, and he is still technically a member to this day. He's known for blending musical styles from various cultures and genres in his playing. Other genre classifications. Of course, we've already gone over the fact that King Crimson is a progressive rock band. However, there are some other classifications that they can fall under, or at least some of their eras could fall under. For example, I talked about how they leaned more into a prog pop genre in the 80s. Additionally, in the 90s and 2000s, some of their songs, especially those in the album The Power to Believe, can fall under a metal category. Also, a lot of King Crimson songs fall under jazz fusion. There are a lot of other genres that can fall under, like psychedelic rock, art rock, and new wave, and while there are distinctions between the genre, once you get super specific, there's a lot of overlap, and trying to categorize music by putting it into a box specifically defined arguably goes against the whole point of constantly innovating your technique and sound. Lizard. Lizard is the third studio album by King Crimson, released on December 10th, 1970. This album took place in the same transitory period as their second album, with bassist and singer Gordon Haskell and drummer Andy McCullough joining the band mostly just for this album. As such, this album stands out even amongst Crimson's varied album sounds, having a more jazzy and almost medieval sound in some of their songs. However, despite the more unique and experimental sound of the album comes from a time when the band was not in a good place, and some of it is still considered controversial by fans. The band members themselves were miserable. For example, Haskell only joined the band for money, not necessarily for creative reasons, and really did not like the music he was playing. Of course, Fripp was always harsh on the players, which resulted in Andy McCullough often breaking down in tears. However, Fripp himself hated working on this album. In fact, he referred to the album as unlistenable. While I think this is a bit harsh, I do have to agree with this assessment that the album tries to cram in too many ideas and lacks a unifying theme. It would be cool if they went all in on the medieval, flowery feel a lot of the album has, but there are a couple of songs that take you out of that. This medieval feel that the album has is helped by the album art, which was a commissioned piece by Jeannie Barris. It looks like a medieval tapestry, with the words King Crimson being painted in ornate fonts, with King on the back cover and Crimson on the front cover. The letters have their own little diorama in them. The letters of King depict the final song of the album, the titular Lizard. Meanwhile, the Crimson side depicts all the other songs in the album. So is Lizard really as bad as some people say? Let's take a look at the songs. Lizard starts with the song Circus. This song is a pretty clear metaphor for the perceived debauchery of society at large, comparing it to a circus. I think the song's first verse represents birth and growing up, before setting out into the adult world. Our protagonist enters the circus, where the ringleader urges him to join the parade. He sees various members of society, from policemen to politicians, parading along at the behest of the ringleader. Eventually, it all falls apart and the circus devolves into chaos, but the ringleader doesn't seem to care because he profits. A very cut and dry story about how societies tend to work towards their own destruction just for the benefit of the few at the top. Next up, we have Indoor Games. Playing off similar themes of the previous song, Indoor Games is basically a comedic roast of a rich man. The song is about this rich man who thinks that he's well respected, but unbeknownst to him, his coworkers laugh at how pathetic he is behind his back, while his seventh wife hopes for him to die so she can collect the money she married him for, and his friends only pretend to like him because they don't want to offend him and get him mad at them. His entire lifestyle is nothing more than indoor games. A fun fact about this song, it ends with a fit of laughter. This was not actually planned. Apparently Haskell just started laughing after they rehearsed the song, thinking that they sounded terrible and that the lyrics themselves were just awful. This laugh was kept and mixed into the final song. Third, we have Happy Family. Tonally, it's very similar to the previous song in that it's more lighthearted. The song unexpectedly tells the story of the breakup of the Beatles. They don't use the actual names, but rather substitute names. Judas is Paul McCartney, Jonah is John Lennon, Silas is George Harrison, and Rufus is Ringo Starr. It simply tells the tale of how they rose to their insane fame before each going their own ways. One particularly funny line is Nasty Jonah grew a wife, Judas draws his pruning knife. This of course refers to John Lennon marrying Yoko Ono, and how Paul McCartney often implies that Ono was a huge part of the band splitting up. The breakup of the Beatles happened in the spring of 1979 and was a huge topic of discussion, so it makes sense why King Crimson would make a song about it that same year. Next up, we've got a tonal shift in the album with Lady of the Dancing Water. We start to get into the more calm, romantic, and atmospheric songs that we see in Islands. It makes sense that some of that style would be present near the end of Lizard. After all, Islands came right after Lizard. Lady of the Dancing Water is a romantic song about the narrator reminiscing about the titular lady, how he'd get lost in her glowing eyes and crave the soft touch of her fingers. However, that was in the past, and they are no longer together. The definition of short and sweet. Fripp did say he enjoyed playing on the song, and the flute in the song is pretty notably great. Finally, we have the titular Lizard. This is an absolute monster of a song, coming in at a whopping total of 23 minutes and 20 seconds, making it the longest song on a King Crimson studio album. Truth be told, it's more like 4 songs just combined into one: Prince Rupert Awakes, Bolero, The Battle of Glass Tears, and Big Top. The lyrics are very flowery, but the basic gist of it is a revolution is happening in some medieval kingdom. However, the story isn't really the point of the song here, but rather the almost 20 minutes of instrumental. I can't do it all justice by just describing it here, as there is a variety of sounds and melodies packed into Lizard. I said near the beginning of the video that I like the more psychedelic medieval feel of 70s prog rock, and this track perfectly encapsulates that. Album-related box sets. Box sets are these massive, expensive collections of music, each covering an era of King Crimson. These box sets typically contain vinyls, multiple CDs with several live and alternate versions of studio tracks, as well as projects and some improv. They also include guidebooks and physical memorabilia. Of course, many of these box sets are divided by album eras. There's one for Court sharing the same title, Islands called Sailor's Tales, which covers Wake, Lizard, and Islands, Larks, Starless, and one for Red called The Road to Red. The 80s trilogy only ever got one box set called On and Off the Road. The final album connected box set was for Thrak. There are other box sets but not connected to albums, and we'll probably talk about them later. Major live albums. Live albums are compilations of performances of live shows. There are many of them from across the years, but here are some that I think are notable, and I won't go into further detail about elsewhere on the Iceberg. These live albums include Heavy Construction, Ladies of the Road, Live in Toronto, Epitaph, Absent Lovers, The Night Watch, Vroom Vroom, and The Great Deceiver Parts 1 and 2. Cat Food. As you already know, Cat Food is a song on the album In the Wake of Poseidon. This song is unique because before it was released as part of the album, it was released as a single. This was King Crimson's first attempt at making a pop single, a song that was more conventional for the time. Of course, the song was still quite unique, with its acoustic guitar, discordant piano, and funny lyrics providing a whimsical tone. Overall, the song is about how the consumption of processed food bought from places like supermarkets is not healthy for you, comparing it to cat food. Cat food is a fan favorite of King Crimson's, and a must-listen for anybody into the band. There's also more fun facts about the song that I will get into in later entries. I'm Wheels. I'm Wheels. This is referring to a lyric from the song Neil and Jack and Me. Adrian Belew starts the song with the line, I'm Wheels, I'm moving wheels, I'm a 1952 Studebaker coupe. The absurd nature of these lyrics, as well as the comedic way it is delivered in the song, made this phrase into a meme in the King Crimson community. That's really all there is to say about this. DGM. DGM, or Discipline Global Mobile, is a record label founded by Fripp and David Singleton in 1992. After 2 decades of professionally recording music, Fripp found himself frustrated with the state of record labels in the industry, so he decided to take control by making his own, as well as providing a more ethical alternative for other artists. So working together with his acquaintance David Singleton, they founded DGM with the following 5 business aims. 1. To help bring music into the world which would otherwise be unlikely to do so, or under conditions prejudicial to music or musicians. 2. To operate in the marketplace while being free of the values of the marketplace. 3. To help the artists and staff of DGM achieve what they wish for themselves. 4. To find its audience. And 5. To be a model of ethical business in an industry founded on exploitation, oiled by deceit, riven with theft, and fueled by greed. The main point to take away from this is that it allowed artists to retain all copyright to their work, which stood out amongst all the other record labels which require artists to sign over copyright to basically anything, including music and art. And they walk the walk. For example, the DGM logo is not actually owned by DGM, but rather the artist they commissioned to make it. No written contracts are signed, but agreements are rather made on some sort of a trust honor system, which admittedly does make it kind of risky. However, DGM has had a positive impact on the music industry, allowing for more experimental music that other labels wouldn't take to be produced. Alongside King Crimson and several solo projects of its various members, DGM also has artists in many different experimental and alternate genres. Robert and Toya Sunday Lunch. Robert and Toya Sunday Lunch is a series on Toya's official YouTube channel where the two would do an activity together, mostly playing music, and upload it to YouTube. This was supposed to be a way for the two to stay active and interact with fans during the lockdowns of 2020. The series technically started on May 1st, 2020 with a video called Toya and Fripp Swan Lake Sunday Lockdown Lunch. It featured the two dressed up as ballets dancing to Swan Lake. We're already off to a strong start here, as for many King Crimson fans, seeing a typically serious Fripp wear a tutu and frolic across the field was a huge shock. I believe that Toya started the series because she wanted the world to see this side of Fripp. Before, many people knew him as a brilliant musician, but a serious, no-nonsense one who would sit motionlessly while performing and rule over the other members of his bands with an iron fist. So telling King Crimson fans of even 5 years ago that one day we would see with our very 2 eyes Fripp dress up as a bee being chased by Toya in a dinosaur suit, and we would call you insane. The series really did a lot to change the public perception of Robert Fripp, and has been super successful as well. The most popular videos on Toya's channel are the Robert and Toya Sunday Lunches. While they did start with shorter skits, they would later transition to covers of popular songs. They'd even started some other series like The Objects of Desire and Upbeat Moments, which were more discussion-based. The Sunday Lunch series still continues to this day. The Condensed 21st Century Guide to King Crimson. The Condensed 21st Century Guide to King Crimson is a compilation of some of the band's best songs from across all their eras, and had a physical release in 2006 as a set of 2 CDs, with the first CD focusing on the band's late 60s-70s era, and the second CDs focusing on the 80s and post-90s era. It contains songs from every studio album except for Lizard and The Construction of Light. The fall album is available to listen to on YouTube, so if you want to get a gist of the various eras and sounds of the band quickly, this is a good way to do so. However, keep in mind that a lot of great stuff has been missing and some of the tracks, like Starless, are abridged, so you're not listening to the full thing. Fripp's solo career. Alongside his work with King Crimson and various other groups, Fripp has created many solo albums and projects. The first of these was released in 1979 and was called Exposure. Interestingly, this was more of a pop album than prog. Next up was the album God Save the Queen, or Under Heavy Manners, released in 1980. This was a more experimental ambient album, mostly focused on improvisation and a technique called Frippatronics, which will be explained in greater depth in the next layer. Immediately after came Let the Power Fall, which was more Frippatronics. Then there's an almost 20-year gap to The Gates of Paradise, released in 1998. This was once again more ambient work. He also has a project called Music for Quiet Moments, which is a collection of over 50 ambient soundscapes. If you're wondering why a lot of Fripp's solo career focuses on ambient music, this is probably because Fripp collaborated with Brian Eno in the early 70s. Brian Eno is credited as the guy who created the ambient music genre. It's not like other genres where it was an evolution of previously existing genres. No, he literally created it. Fripp worked with him on 2 new studio albums called No Pussyfooting and Evening Star, both of which are ambient. Working with Eno must have definitely gotten him interested in ambient soundscapes, and we're lucky for that. Court-Wake similarities. One of the biggest criticisms of In the Wake of Poseidon is that it was too similar to the previous album In the Court of the Crimson King, almost to the point of being self-plagiarism. I mean, just look at their names. Furthermore, the structure of the album and the songs on them are also quite similar, so let's go through them. If we ignore Piece of Beginning, which doesn't even last more than a minute, the album begins with Pictures of a City, which is definitely similar to 21st Century Schizoid Man. In fact, if you want to stretch it, you can say that Piece of Beginning, leading into the loud opening notes of Pictures of a City, mimics the near silence of the opening of 21st Century Schizoid Man, leading into the loud jump scare riff around 30 seconds in. Looking at the songs themselves, the case against Wake gets stronger. We have loud ascending notes repeated several times, like the Schizoid Man. This is followed by vocals. These previous 2 steps are both repeated until the middle section of the song, characterized by fast-paced, loud instrumentals. Hell, the wailing saxophone sound is almost identical between the 2, and the bass line here is very similar to Schizoid Man's. However, to the credit of Pictures of a City, the instrumental here does have a calmer section, which Schizoid Man lacks. The instrumental section then climactically leads to the last part of the song, where the lyrical structure of the beginning is repeated before escalating into a loud and chaotic end. So far, Pictures of a City does seem heavily inspired by Schizoid Man. The next songs of the album respectively are I Talk to the Wind and Cadence and Cascade. Both of these are calm, slow-paced songs to provide you with a breather after the chaos of the previous songs. Both of them also prominently feature the flute. Well, we're 2 for 2 here, and soon to be 3 for 3. Although In the Wake of Poseidon is the album's titular track, it doesn't compare to Court's titular track, but rather Epitaph. Both of them are mellotron heavy, have somber vocals, have a prominent drum sound, and have a middle instrumental section that led into the final lyrical verse with soaring mellotron. Furthermore, the songs are also about the exact same thing. Both of them talk about people's sombering reactions to seeing that the future only holds the destruction of the world. This is probably the best example of self-plagiarism on the album. Wake is literally just Epitaph at home. However, the next pair of songs on the albums, ignoring Piece of Theme, are quite different from each other. While Moonchild is a laid-back, quiet, and somber peaceful song with a long stretch of ambient, sparse improvisation, Cat Food is an upbeat, short, and silly pop song. These 2 songs are like night and day, so let's move on. The final songs of their respective albums, once again ignoring Peace and End, are In the Court of the Crimson King and The Devil's Triangle. Now, there are people who say that these 2 are similar, but I disagree. Devil's Triangle is obviously inspired by Gustav Holst's Mars, not Court's. And unlike Court, which starts off loud and carries the energy throughout most of the song, Devil's Triangle starts off soft and slowly builds up to its loud climax over the course of several minutes. However, the choice to end off both albums in these larger-than-life, apocalyptic songs is a thematic relationship, and I can't ignore the fact that Devil's Triangle literally samples In the Court of the Crimson King around 10 minutes and 45 seconds into the song. So what's the verdict here? Well, while there are differences, a lot of In the Wake of Poseidon was inspired by In the Court of the Crimson King. I think that this was due to circumstance at the time. While Wake was being created, it was a chaotic transitory period for King Crimson, so the band likely saw that their previous album was a hit and worked, so they decided to fall back on that same reliable sound for Wake. It's a shame because all of King Crimson's studio albums, especially during that run in the 70s, were known for their unique sound compared to the others, except for Wake. However, being inspired by one of the greatest prog rock albums of all time is hardly a serious negative. The Stones in the Park. This refers to the festival that happened in July of 1969. While the headliner band was the Rolling Stones, the festival also featured a new up-and-coming band called King Crimson as an opening act. King Crimson hadn't even released a studio album at this point, and were only invited to play because people were saying good things about their previous, more local live performances. Their set list consisted of 21st Century Schizoid Man, In the Court of the Crimson King, Get Thy Bearings, Epitaph, Travel-Weary Capricorn Man, and Mars. The crowd in the attendance numbered at over 600,000, making it the largest live audience King Crimson has ever played to. Needless to say, the crowd loved their performance, and it helped increase the rate of King Crimson's rising popularity. Their shows afterwards was packed. I repeat myself when under stress. This is referring to a repeated line from the song Indiscipline. Like I'm Wheels, this has become a meme in the King Crimson community, with many people referencing it or parodying it as a joke. That's really all there is to this. Fracture is hard. Fracture is a song on the album Starless and Bible Black. I'll go into the specifics of the song when I get to the album's entry on the Iceberg. Here I'll just talk about the song's notorious difficulty, specifically the guitar part. I'm no guitar player, so I don't know the full technical aspects of it, but the rhythm, tempo, and actual frets and guitar pickings you need to play are super difficult. While a decent guitar player could probably play some individual parts with some practice, the difficult part comes with playing it all at once. Fripp himself said that Fracture is impossible to play. One thing I can't ignore here is the Failure to Fracture series by YouTuber Make Weird Music. In this series, he documents his story about how he learned to play the song over the course of 22 years. However, I will say that he goes way deeper into it than most, and he truly tried to understand and master the song, which is a commendable effort. However, it's possible to actually learn the song in a much shorter time, as shown by the various covers people have made. One example of this is this cover by Maria Barbieri, which was so impressive that Fripp himself shared this on his Facebook. I also feel like I have to talk about the song Fractured here. It's basically a sequel from the album The Construction of Light. The guitar part in this song is just as complex. When listening to it, many people assume that it's two guitars playing for most of the song, but it's not. Fripp is playing all that on his own. Fracture is a testament to the insane guitar skills of Robert Fripp. He not only developed the technique to play it first, but he also practiced it enough to consistently play it over and over again during recordings and live shows. That is truly commendable, and why Fripp is considered to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest guitar player. Beat. Beat is the 9th studio album by King Crimson, released in 1982. It's the second of the 80s trilogy and is notable for being the first King Crimson studio album to have the same lineup as the previous album. The album is basically a homage to the Beat generation of the 1950s. These guys were basically hippies before hippies became a thing. They rejected the American Christian culture of the 50s and encouraged exploring different religious and spiritual ideals, taking drugs, sexual experimentation, and turning your back on consumerism. The movement was mostly literary, being spearheaded by authors who encouraged these ideals. With this in mind, let's get back to the album. Often considered the overlooked middle child of the 80s trilogy, does it stand up to the other two? Let's find out. The first song on the album is the famous Neil and Jack and Me, better known as the I'm Wheels song. The song references two Beat Generation writers, Neil Cassidy and Jack Kerouac. It's funny, I'm actually in the middle of reading a book by him, Dharma Bums, when I started writing this entry. The song is Adrian Belew fantasizing about being able to travel with the two authors around the United States and Paris, specifically riding around in the 1952 Studebaker coupe. Supposedly, the idea for this song came about when Fripp saw Belew reading a Kerouac novel. He then left Belew a note saying, "I'm Wheels, I'm moving wheels," and told him that the Beat Generation should be the inspiration for the next album. Neil and Jack and Me is interesting because it basically picks up right where Discipline left off. Remember in the previous layer when I talked about Belew and Fripp weaving time signatures in their guitar parts during the song Discipline, the last song of the Discipline album? Well, Neil and Jack and Me starts with the two guitarists playing the same time signatures, so it's like a proper continuation. The next song on Beat is Heartbeat. This song is named after a book the wife of Neil Cassidy wrote about their involvement in the Beat Generation. The song is a typical love song, with the narrator talking about missing his lovers, Heartbeat, her soft hair, and the rhythm they made together. After that, we have Satori and Tangier. The name was inspired by Satori in Paris, a book by Jack Kerouac, as well as the city of Tangier, a city in Morocco where many Beat Generation authors lived and set their novels in. Satori and Tangier is a short but pretty funky instrumental, with a notable introduction by Tony Levin on the Chapman stick. Next up is Waiting Man. This is another typical love song, with the lyrics depicting exactly what the title says, a waiting man. It's about a man waiting to go home to see someone he loves, and this guy's pretty emotional about it, being driven to tears. Of course, beyond this, there are many interpretations of what exactly is going on. It could be a couple finally meeting after doing long distance, or a darker interpretation is that it's a man returning home from his lover's funeral, and is waiting for himself to come home, aka die, to finally be with his lover again. Regardless, the song is memorable for its groovy beat. Moving on to the next side, we have Neurotica. Neurotica is named after a popular magazine within the beat community. The song starts off with howling guitar and launches into what I can only describe as a fast-paced news broadcast, describing various animals going about their daily life in a chaotic manner. It then calms down a bit for the chorus, describing the speaker lost in this commotion with nothing to guide him, before launching back into the news reporting style lyrics. And I think the chorus does a pretty straightforward job of describing what the song is about. It's about feeling like you don't have the capability or tools to thrive in society like the others. Because the song talks about the society of animals going about their life, but the main character says they have no fin, no wing, no stinger, no claw, no camouflage, basically no attributes to help him survive. Two Hands is yet another love song. Man, I guess I never thought about it before, but King Crimson has a lot of songs about romance. I never really expected that. I guess my favorite songs of theirs aren't the romantic ones, so I just never realized how many there were. The first part of the song has pretty straightforward and explicit lyrics. It's about a couple touching and embracing each other, fitting together like two hands. The interesting part of the song comes from the perspective of the singer, who describes himself as just a painting on the wall, watching from the foot of the bed. The wind is blowing his hair towards the couple, but there are no open windows in the painting. So yeah, there are two common interpretations of the song. One is that this is a guy jealous of the couple's love, and the other is that the guy is one of the two hands, but he doesn't feel anything beyond physical connection. Emotionally, he's just watching. I'm going to be honest, I have no clue what the no open windows lyrics is supposed to mean. The penultimate song of the album is The Howler. It opens up with a pretty loud and unique instrumental, living up to the howling mentioned in the name. The lyrics of the song are a reference to the 1954 poem Howl by Allen Ginsberg, which was very controversial and even banned in some places due to its explicit drug and sexual content, which of course would be viewed as obscene in the 50s, but that was par for the course for the Beat Generation writers. The general gist of the poem is that free-spirited people are outcast by monstrous industrial society. If you look at the lyrics of The Howler, it basically says that in an extremely summarized manner, describing the angel of desire and sacred face of rendezvous being forced to live on the fringes of the world, in dark alleyways and the minds of those viewed as lunatics. And we have the final song of the album, Requiem. This is an instrumental which consists of improvisation over a Frippertronics loop. It's definitely my favorite track of the album. The contrast between the ambient loop of the players themselves going wild with their instruments is a treat to listen to. The extended version, where it's just like 5 minutes of the ambient loop before anyone starts playing, is even better in my opinion. But honestly, it's not for everyone. I know some people who don't like the more ambient side of King Crimson's work. Requiem's controversial status isn't just relegated to the fans, however. It actually almost broke up the band. According to content from the On and Off the Road box set, Adrian Belew and Robert Fripp had a huge argument over the direction of the song, which led to Belew telling Fripp to get out of the studio and Fripp actually leaving, not showing himself to the rest of the group for around 3 days. While there was eventual reconciliation, there were worries that the whole situation would lead to the breakup of the band. The two definitely remained friends afterwards, as Belew was part of basically every subsequent King Crimson lineup except for the most recent one. Also, Beat gained them a Grammy nomination for Best Rock Instrumental, so its tumultuous production did end up paying off. Boz Burrell, Raymond Burrell, better known by the name of Boz Burrell, was King Crimson's bassist and vocalist for their Islands era. Prior to King Crimson, Burrell was a guitarist who played jazz and met Fripp as part of the big band Centipede. However, in 1971, King Crimson was in desperate need of a new bassist, and Burrell was brought on despite little bass experience. He stayed with the band for the recording of Islands as well as live tours in 1972. After King Crimson, he's most notable for being part of the initial lineup of Bad Company. He continued playing in several other gigs all the way up to his death at the age of 60 in 2006, where he tragically died of a heart attack during rehearsal. Despite being such a brief part of King Crimson history, he is more notable compared to the other Islands-only band members because of how crucial he was in keeping the band together. Another member of the island's lineup, drummer Ian Wallace, said that if Boz never had agreed to be the bassist for the band at the time, Fripp would have likely called it quits, and King Crimson as we knew it would have been done before some of their best work. David Cross. David Cross is one of the more interesting musicians to join King Crimson, given that he joined as a violinist. His most notable contributions to the band were with the album Larks, Tongues, and Aspic and Starless and Bible Black, although he does appear on Red as well. While I'm not the biggest fan of Starless and Bible Black, Larks, Tongues, and Aspic is one of my favorites from the band's discography, and part of what made it stand out so much to me was their use of the violin. Cross really did add a lot of unique flair to that era of the band. After King Crimson, his time was spent between traveling, theater, and playing with various groups. In 1988, he created his own prog rock band called the David Cross Band, which is still active to this day, with their most recent studio album, Ice Blue Silver Sky, being released in November of 2023. He's also done collaborations with other King Crimson members in the 2010s, including Robert Fripp. Gordon Haskell. Born in 1946, Gordon Haskell was the vocalist and bassist for King Crimson during the In the Wake of Poseidon and Lizard eras. However, for the former, he was only the vocalist for Cadence and Cascade. For Lizard, he did play bass and sing all the songs. However, Haskell was more interested in traditional blues music and didn't really like the musical approach of King Crimson, especially despising the fact that they distort his voice post-recording, seeing that as insulting to his talent. So he left the band after Lizard and spent the next couple decades honestly kind of struggling with his music career. Unfortunately, Gordon Haskell absolutely hated his time with King Crimson and was very vocal about this, not only because of how stressed he was, but also because he thought he wasn't being paid fairly. So yeah, dude was struggling for a bit. However, in 2001, he released a ballad called How Wonderful You Are as part of the album Look Out. This song was a huge hit and propelled his career to new heights, releasing more albums in the subsequent years, as well as an autobiography in 2006. Haskell sadly passed away in 2020, despite his brief stint with King Crimson that he didn't particularly enjoy. Haskell's work with the band is appreciated, as Cadence and Cascade is a fan favorite, in large part due to the singing. The Power to Believe. The Power to Believe is the final studio album of King Crimson, releasing in March of 2003. The album is a culmination of the heavy metal and industrial sound the band had been experimenting with since the 90s. The album starts off with the Power to Believe 1, the first out of 4 parts. The song is short at only 44 seconds and only features vocals. They say, "She carries me through days of apathy. She washes over me. She saved my life in a manner of speaking when she gave me back the power to believe." These same lyrics are used again for all 4 parts of the Power to Believe suite. The voice sings them with this cool electronic filter. As for what I think the lyrics mean, I'm honestly not too sure. The lyrics were actually copied verbatim from one of Adrian Belew's solo songs called All Her Love Is Mine. It could be a metaphor for just how having faith in something, believing in something, can give purpose to one's life. The calm opener abruptly cuts to the second song, Level 5, an instrumental. In my opinion, one of King Crimson's best songs. They've always done heavy stuff since the very beginning, but they really nailed it with this one. You can almost feel the weight bearing down on you. It's very energetic and keeps the momentum going forward through its 7-minute runtime. There's this one part that's super satisfying to listen to. I can't really describe it in words, but the guitar goes like dun, 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 and it's just great. There is one aspect of the song that I'm leaving out, but that's because it'll be covered in a later entry. After this heavy piece, we go into a calm song with eyes wide open. In terms of the instrumental, the guitar plays a soft, mild-paced riff, with the drums often taking attention over the melody, as there is a good variety of percussion. All the while, the war guitar is giving the track the weight it needs in the back, sometimes spicing things up with some extra licks. The lyrics seem to be slightly sad, talking about how someone goes through a day anxiously approaching decisions and opportunities, but sometimes misses them, letting the day go by. But they still keep their eyes wide open, hoping to make memories of the next day. Next up on the album is Electric, which is another instrumental, but nowhere near as loud as Level 5. While it is a milder song, it does retain some heaviness through its fast-paced drums and gritty industrial war guitar playing under the dainty regular guitar. The song feels like a balloon, with a thin surface of calmness just barely stopping the heavy metal underneath from popping out, with holes sometimes appearing, resulting in heavy sections. However, it does end meekly, avoiding popping. Next up, we have Facts of Life intro and Facts of Life itself. Facts of Life intro is just around 1 minute 20 seconds of ambient strings before abruptly being cut off by staccato drums and guitar, leading into Facts of Life itself. This is another properly heavy song, very industrial. Sorry if I'm repeating myself with the descriptors here. The lyrics are pretty straightforward, laying out the harsh facts of life. The first verse talks about 6 billion ants crawling on a plate, where none of them give back as much as they take. Interestingly, when I first listened to this song, I thought it said the lyrics were 6 billionaires crawling on a plane, and looking online, others also thought this. Maybe it was implied through clever wordplay, and honestly that interpretation makes sense with the following lyrics about how they don't give as much as they take. The next fact is that just because you can doesn't mean you should. It then launches into the chorus, which is the line, "That is a fact of life," repeated. The next facts are that some of us build, some of us teach, some of us kill, while some of us eat. After repeating the chorus again, the final fact is that nobody knows what happens when you die. The song ends after repeating the chorus one last time. The next song is The Power to Believe 2, which is actually quite unique for the album as it's very inspired New Age music. The first couple of minutes are New Age ambience before some drawn-out guitar and bouncy bass tone enter the song. This is followed by a suite of exotic percussion, and the previous components of the song all merge for the final few minutes. Of course, in the middle, the lyrics from the first part of the Power to Believe song are sung, albeit a bit slower this time. The next song is Dangerous Curves, which is an instrumental like Devil's Triangle or Sailor's Tale. It starts off soft and basically repeats the same musical phrase for the duration of the song, while slowly building up to the intensity and adding a couple things, until becoming very intense by the end and abruptly ending. Although the ending part is not quite the case for the song, while it abruptly ends on an intense part, there is a payoff with a loud final note being played after it and slowly trailing off. The next song is Happy With What You Have to Be Happy With, which instrumentally sounds like your typical thrash metal song. However, the lyrics are pretty clever, as the song is a comedy of sorts, with the lyrics singing about what that part of the song is in. For example, the first verse literally is, "And when I have some words, this is the way I'll sing, through a distortion box to make them menacing." This is followed by the chorus, which has the lyrics that I'm going to have to write a chorus, we're going to need to have a chorus. Of course, the second verse has similar meta lyrics, followed by another chorus. However, we're introduced to the true lyrics of the song, saying that we have to be happy with what we have to be happy with, obviously parodying the repetition and mundanity of most popular songs that the general population seems to be happy with. A pretty funny song that's always a treat to listen to. Next up, we have The Power to Believe 3, which starts off with some ambiance occasionally interrupted by distorted bass, before repeating the first two lines of the Power to Believe lyrics. It then launches into a slow-paced but loud instrumental, featuring screeching guitar, piercing drums, and heavy bass, before slowing down at the end. The final part is The Power to Believe 4, which is a 2-minute song completely consisting of soft, drawn-out synths, and of course, the lyrics we've grown all too accustomed to are sung at the end of the song, finishing the album the same way it started. For King Crimson's final studio album, I think it's a great cap. While the highlights of the album are the heavier metal parts, there's a lot of slower, softer ambience to balance it out. A lot of King Crimson albums play with this balance between heavy and soft, and we see with The Power to Believe that theme brought to its extreme, metal balanced with new age ambiance. It shows the evolution of the band really well, comparing it to the debut album released around 30 years earlier. Groon. Groon was a free jazz improv song initially released on the B-side of the Cat Food single. It's a fun piece, sharing the same whimsical tone as Cat Food. It's also quite dynamic, changing tempos and volumes, and it also has those intentionally out-of-tune notes thrown in to occasionally add a bit of flair. However, the more notable version of Groon is the live recording found in the Earthbound album. It starts off similar to the version on the single, but it ends up devolving into something a lot more experimental, to say. The live track is around 14 minutes long, compared to the single's 3 minutes. The first 6 minutes or so is basically the same improv as the single version, but then it goes quiet, with drummer Ian Wallace slowly building up an insane, almost 8-minute long drum solo. While starting off slow, the drumming quickly picks up the pace, soon becoming maniacal. And then around 10 minutes in, I'm not really sure how they even made this sound, but some weird howling and screeching was introduced, which also builds up over the course of the next few minutes to this ear-piercing level. You can't really distinguish anything anymore, it's just a wall of complete noise. The group does wrap it up nicely, but man, that was a whole ride. Of course, this is a very hit-or-miss track, with some people loving the free improvisation and creativity, while others just thinking that it's pointless noise. I personally stand somewhere in the middle. I can appreciate it, but I don't enjoy it at all. Due to the song's reputation, its silly sound, as well as the name itself sounding funny, Groon has become a meme in the King Crimson community, with people invoking it kind of like how the wider internet will meme on Morbius. P.J. Crook. P.J. Crook, full name Pamela June Crook, is a painter and sculptor. She pursued art since a young age, graduating from the Gloucestershire College of Art at the age of 20. She seems to enjoy painting interactions between people as her subjects, especially crowds. However, she does sometimes dip into more fantastical scenes. Despite these mostly grounded subjects, she has a distorted, surreal style of painting. This surreal style, combined with some unique composition, turn what would be a boring scene, like a bunch of people reading newspapers, into a visually interesting piece. Skipping through her life to the part relevant to this video, in 1996 she was a part of a drama/documentary called Rolinda Sharples, Painted Out of History. This was a short film which aired on this British TV network that only broadcasted to a small portion of the country, so it's safe to say that it's a bit obscure. There's certainly people out there who own a copy of the film, but information about it is hard to come across on the internet. The film was about British artist Rolinda Sharples, and it likely consisted of dramatic recreations of some of her life events, interjected with documentary segments featuring P.J. Crook, who would explain the historical context and importance of these events. Well, the actress who played Rolinda Sharples in this film is Toya Wilcox, wife of Robert Fripp. Toya and Crook both struck up a friendship after their time filming together, and eventually Fripp himself became friends with Crook, enjoying her paintings enough to purchase a few himself. However, Crook's paintings would also feature heavily on many of King Crimson's album covers going forward. The only studio album to feature her work is The Power to Believe, but most of her work adorned the covers of many live albums and projects. Honestly, I do feel like the art fits the music, with both being sophisticated cores covered by a layer of oddity. If you listen to King Crimson's live stuff, you'll definitely be seeing her work a lot. Court Red similarities. Previous layer, we talked about how In the Court of the Crimson King and In the Wake of Poseidon were similar in composition and themes. While that is the most common comparison being made, there are similarities to be analyzed between other albums. Here, let's take a look at the similarities between Court and Red. Both albums have 5 songs, so it's easy to make a one-to-one comparison between them. The albums start off with 21st Century Schizoid Man and Red, respectively. The former contains lyrics while the latter doesn't, so there's really not a lot to compare there. However, both are fast-paced, loud, energetic starts to the album. Next up, we have I Talk to the Wind and Fallen Angel. These are both slower-paced songs with more depressive lyrics, with I Talk to the Wind talking about the singer's loneliness, and Fallen Angel talking about the singer's lost brother. Next is Epitaph and One More Red Nightmare. These are both longer songs, both between 7 and 9 minutes long. At first, it seems like the two aren't related thematically, with Epitaph being a brooding, depressing song, and One More Red Nightmare being more upbeat and comedic. However, the lyrics do provide a similarity. In both, the singers are having dreams of their demise. Of course, in Epitaph, the singer sees an unavoidable future of destruction, while in One More Red Nightmare, the singer is having a bad dream about dying in a plane crash, which he thankfully wakes up from. The similarity is there. The next songs in the album are Moonchild and Providence, both of which are long improvisations. And finally, we have In the Court of the Crimson King and Starless, both of which are mellotron-heavy, long, epic songs with depressing lyrics. All in all, I can see the similarities between the two. Projects. In the late 90s, the members of King Crimson decided to split up into various smaller subgroups to do some improv shows, a process Fripp called fractals. The purpose was to get the band's creative juices flowing, to hopefully come up with something through improv that they could then use for future studio albums. This didn't end up happening, as some of the improv in the first couple of projects led to concepts that would appear in King Crimson's final 2 studio albums. Each different lineup was given its own project title, with there being 8 of them. However, the definition of project is informal, so this number can vary based on who you ask. So, going in chronological order, we have the first project, Project 1 from 1997, consisting of Robert Fripp, Trey Gunn, Tony Levin, and Bill Bruford. Next is Project 2 from 1998, consisting of the same lineup sans Bruford. The next lineup is Project 4, weirdly enough, also from 1998, It's the same lineup as Project 1, except with Bruford replaced by Pat Mastelotto. Next up, we have Project X, also titled Heaven and Earth, from 2000, with the lineup being Fripp, Belew, Gunn, and Mastelotto. While titled a project, it's technically not like the others, as the project was recorded in the studio by the 4 members, while the full band was recording the studio album, The Construction of Light. We finally get to Project 3 in 2003, with the lineup being Fripp, Gunn, and Mastelotto. Technically, this project first started in 1999, still after Project 4. However, the group had to unexpectedly play again in 2003, since while the whole band was on tour, Adrian Belew got sick and had to sit out a show, meaning that the 3 of them had to improvise for the night. Next up, we have Project 6 from 2006, with just Fripp and Belew. While there were plans for a Project 5, they never ended up materializing. Then we have the next project, which you may think would be called Project 7, and you would be right except for the fact that it was just strangely renamed to Jakszyk, Fripp, and Collins, the 3 band members who were a part of the project. This got its own proper album titled Jakszyk, Fripp, and Collins, A Scarcity of Miracles, a King Crimson project. While the album started off as improvs from the project, they were refined later, with other members like Tony Levin and Gavin Harrison contributing. Honestly, if you're going to be listening to one of the projects, listen to A Scarcity of Miracles, as I personally think is the closest thing we're going to get to a post-Power to Believe studio album from King Crimson. I find it a lot more laid back than most of King Crimson's stuff. It's a fun change of pace. And then the final project is known as the Crimson Project, featuring Levin, Mastelotto, and Belew, as well as some other non-King Crimson members, being the only project not to have Robert Fripp. Calling this a project is contested, as it's more of a cover band for King Crimson rather than an improvisational exercise. However, it has project in the name, so I guess it's included. Despite their convoluted history, the projects are worth a listen if you've already listened to King Crimson's studio and live works, and want to hear more of that same sound. r/King Crimson Circle Jerk. As with basically every community, the King Crimson community has their own subreddits. Of course, the main subreddit is r/King Crimson, which is just a place for a more serious discussion of the band, including questions and posts about merch you got. The more interesting subreddit, however, is r/King Crimson Circle Jerk, which is a subreddit for memes regarding the band. This is actually a quite active subreddit, and the memes are pretty fire if I do say so myself. Despite the name, there's not really a lot of repetitive jokes, and they cover basically the entirety of King Crimson history. It's a fun subreddit, and you should definitely check it out if you're a fan of the band. Thela Hunjinjit Origin. I briefly mentioned this when talking about the Discipline album, but the song Thela Hunjinjit has a fairly interesting backstory. So the song itself is about gang violence in the city. As part of the lyrics, Adrian Belew had to play the part of a person getting mugged, so he said into the mic, "He held a gun against my head. This is a dangerous place. I wouldn't like to live here." However, the performance wasn't satisfactory, and Adrian Belew was suggested to walk around their studio in London to get inspired by their urban surroundings. So he obliged, and while he was walking around, he repeated those words into a cassette he was holding. However, he was immediately apprehended by an actual street gang, who surrounded him and interrogated him on what he was doing there and what he was holding. They took the cassette from him and replayed him talking about guns in dangerous places, and immediately assumed he was an undercover cop or something. Adrian was terrified, but eventually he was able to explain what he was doing and they let him go. After this, Adrian came across some actual cops who also stopped him and questioned him, as they thought he was a drug dealer. But he was able to get back to the studio without further incidents, and he told everybody else what happened. This explanation was recorded and was actually mixed into the final song. So yeah, in the process of making a song about being harassed by fictional gangsters, Adrian Belew was actually harassed by real gangsters, and the fictional lyrics and real recordings were put together in the final song. A pretty intriguing story. The Great Deceiver is about Satan. The Great Deceiver is the opening track for the album Starless and Bible Black. It's a bit awkward talking about the song before the album explanation entry, but there are multiple entries about this specific song's meaning scattered throughout the Iceberg, so I can't really do anything about it. The most prominent theory about The Great Deceiver is that the song is about Satan. The biggest piece of evidence here is the name. Great Deceiver is a title often attributed to Satan, as it's believed he deceives people into committing sin. The lyrics may also support this upon closer look. It's undeniable they have some religious connotations. A couple of the verses can be said to be describing Satan. Take a listen. In the night, he's a star in the Milky Way. He's a man of the world in the light of day. a golden smile and a proposition, and the breath of God smells of sweet sedition. Breaking it down, the first line refers to him as a star. In the Bible, Lucifer is referred to as the morning star, which is actually the planet Venus, but it can be perceived as a star in the night sky. And in the day, he disguises himself as a normal human. He tricks people with a golden smile and offers a proposition. The breath of God smells of sweet sedition. He wants to betray you, but hides it under a sweet coating to lull you into safety. Now, there are a couple parts of this verse that are off. If you know your Bible well, you'll know that Satan isn't the only biblical figure referred to as the morning star. We'll talk about that in a later entry. Also, the breath is said to be specifically of God, not Satan. But we'll put that aside for now. Let's take a look at another verse. Sing hymns, make love, get high, fall dead. He'll bring his perfume to your bed. He'll charm your life till the cold wind blows. Then he'll sell your dreams to a picture show. This is pretty straightforward. Satan will seduce you and charm you, only to destroy your dreams and drag you down to hell with him. It's an interesting theory, but we'll talk about other theories about the song in the future. The King Crimson Barbershop. The King Crimson Barbershop can be listened to as a bonus track on the Three of a Perfect Pair album. It's a short, comedic, and self-referential song at just over 1 minute, meant to be a joke during live tourings. The song introduces the member of the 80s lineup as members of King Crimson and asks the audience to lay back and enjoy the music. The song ends with 3 semi-serious jokes, mentioning that they don't do encores, they don't allow photos, and that they won't play 21st Century Schizoid Man. The song is set up as an a cappella, sounding like the 4 members of the band are just singing this jolly tune. However, it's just Tony Levin singing it all. Of course, the song is popular as a meme in the community. I mean, it's literally just a parody song they made of themselves, basically. It also obviously shows that King Crimson isn't just an elitist, stuck-up prog band. They have a fun streak to them. Jakko Indiscipline. We've got a controversial entry here. If you remember, Indiscipline is a song on the Discipline album, and the original lyrics were just copied over from a letter. And Adrian Belew doesn't really sing the lyrics in the original song, but rather just speaks them a bit dramatically. People like this original version. However, with the most recent RadCrim iteration of the band, Belew is no longer the singer, but Jakko is. And Jakko doesn't speak the lyrics like Belew did, rather he sings them, with a melody and all. While this may not seem like that big of a deal, this caused a huge controversy in the King Crimson community. Many people really did not like this change of the original song, saying that the melody of the words doesn't fit with the rest of the song. In fact, this version of Indiscipline is a common answer to the question of what is the worst King Crimson song ever. With Adrian Belew being as beloved as he is in the community, people thought that Jakko's version was disgraceful and disrespectful to him. Other factors also fueled the flames, such as the already existing feud between Belew and Fripp. It also didn't help that Jakko himself isn't really the most respected member of the band, with a lot of people calling him the worst member ever, and this performance only gave people who already disliked him another reason to continue disliking him. On the other hand, there are people who enjoy, or at the very least, defend this version of the song. After all, it was Robert Fripp himself who suggested Jakko change the original to fit his style better, and the whole point of the RadCrim lineup was to reinvent how the older songs sounded. And Jakko changed it to make his own because he knew he isn't Belew, and he could never do Belew's singing style. It's not worse, it's just different. Still though, most of the community believes that the Jakko Indiscipline is awful. I personally do think that this version is vastly inferior to Belew's version, but I also do think the hate Jakko gets is way overblown. Frippertronics. I have mentioned this term before, but let's actually go in depth on what it means. Frippertronics is an analog looping system developed in collaboration between Robert Fripp and Brian Eno in the early 1970s. While it's likely they weren't actually the first to do this, this method was so uncommon that they were basically the first to popularize it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even know of the others who did it and just developed it independently. The method to Frippertronics is to physically connect 2 tape loops in between 2 machines, making only 1 tape loop shared by both machines. The first machine records the sound it hears onto the tape, while the second loop plays the tape, producing the sound recorded. Since both machines are using the same tape, this results in what is basically a decaying loop. Since the first machine will just record what the second machine plays, and it will put that sound on the tape, then the second machine will play that stacked sound, meaning that the first machine will record that stacked sound on top, and this process is just repeated. This results in an ambient-sounding, echoey tone. This is essentially the basis for a lot of ambient tracks and soundscapes, repeating loops of drawn-out tones that get distorted over time. Of course, Fripp used this a lot going forward, in individual projects, group projects, and even in King Crimson, such as in the song Requiem. Often the loop would be played as a bass to add improvisational music on top. Held food. We've got another entry about the Great Deceiver, although this isn't about the meaning of the song. This entry is about the very first line of the song, beginning with held food. However, it's not these two words that are the subject of the entry, but rather the word that comes afterwards. This word is a very offensive slur that I can't say on YouTube, but it rhymes with maggot. Now, when the band was initially writing this song back in the 70s, it's highly likely that they did not mean any offense with this word. The word didn't even have the same stigma back then as it does now, and more importantly, it doesn't even have the same meaning in British English as it does in American English. While this word is a slur in America, in the UK it typically refers to a specific type of meatball dish, and considering that this word is preceded by held food, it's very obvious that the song is using this meaning of the word. However, it doesn't change the connotation the word has in the modern day, and while there's no controversy surrounding it, it has become an edgy joke in the King Crimson Circle Jerk community to refer to the lyric. While people used to just quote it outright, the mods of the community have since advised users to not use the word anymore, in a post that is still pinned to this day. Yet, a lot of people will just use the two words held food as a community inside joke, just hinting at that unintentionally offensive third lyric. Larks Tongues Part 5. We've already talked about Larks Tongues and Aspic Parts 1, 2, 3, and Part 4 will officially come as part of an album later down in this layer. However, did you know that there is a Part 5 to the suite? Well, the song Fractured from the Construction of Light album was initially supposed to be the fifth part of the series, but was renamed because the band thought it sounded more like a sequel to Fracture. However, Part 5 would finally release in the album after that. Level 5 from the album The Power to Believe is just Larks Tongues and Aspic Part 5 with a different name. It was initially going to be named like the other four songs, but I think they just decided that Level 5 was a better title. However, the song has been referred to as Larks Tongues Part 5 by the band. It makes sense. Level 5 does play with a lot of the same musical ideas of the other Larks, and like Parts 3 and 4, it shows how this iteration of the band applies those musical ideas to create a unique sound. I already liked Level 5 a lot, and learning that it was officially part of the Larks Tongues and Aspic suite made me like it that much more. Giles, Giles, and Fripp. Giles, Giles, and Fripp is a band formed in 1967. While initially just Michael Giles on drums and Peter Giles on vocals, they were later joined by Robert Fripp on guitar, making the three founding members of the band. They were temporarily joined by Doug Ward, who played accordion, and vocalist Judy Dibble, as well as permanently joined by Ian MacDonald, who played woodwind instruments. The band released quite a few projects, most notably the album The Cheerful Insanity of Giles, Giles, and Fripp. However, their music completely flopped. Peter Giles ended up dropping the band, but Michael Giles, Fripp, and MacDonald kept going on. They brought on bassist Greg Lake to replace Michael, as well as Peter Sinfield. However, with one of the Giles brothers gone, the name Giles, Giles, and Fripp no longer made any sense. And they also probably wanted to leave the band's failures behind them with this new lineup. So the name Giles, Giles, and Fripp was ditched for the new name of the band, King Crimson. Of course, the band would sometimes reuse their stuff from the Giles, Giles, and Fripp days for King Crimson, with the most prominent example being its own entry later down in the Iceberg. With the success of King Crimson, people interested in the band's history started expressing interest in hearing stuff from Giles, Giles, and Fripp. So their work would be re-released, and what would have been obscure music lost to history is now enjoyed by many people years later. KC50. In 2019, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of King Crimson, 50 singles were released, one per week. These singles showcased alternate versions of various tracks from the King Crimson discography, both studio and live. These can range from edits, different mixes, or just some of their more obscure live stuff. Each single was accompanied by a short intro from David Singleton, DGM co-founder and producer for King Crimson. I would highly recommend listening through these singles for anyone. I think they're all available on YouTube at this point, and it provides easy access for some great work that would otherwise fade into obscurity. There are a lot of song versions that I discovered from the series that I just straight up like more than the original version. Also, the David Singleton commentaries are some fascinating insights, and I personally enjoyed listening to them. John Anderson. John Anderson is a legendary lead singer of the prog band Yes. However, did you know that he worked with King Crimson too? For the titular track of Lizard, he is the singer that can be heard in the first part of the song, Prince Rupert Awakes. The reason for this was likely due to the high notes the vocals required, which would be tough for Gordon Haskell. If you listen to some Yes songs, you would know that John Anderson has quite the vocal range, and sings high notes quite often. Honestly, listening to Lizard now knowing this, it's pretty obvious that it's John Anderson, but before I guess I didn't know enough about Gordon Haskell, so I just assumed it was him. But yeah, this is another win for Lizard enjoyers. Improvs. Yeah, I'm not really sure why this is its own entry, but King Crimson is known for improvising quite a bit, as I've mentioned before. While they do this a lot live, or with the projects, they also do quite a lot of improv in studio, with some improvisations becoming songs on studio albums. Fracture, Woo. At 8 minutes 26 seconds of the Fracture, if you listen closely, you can hear someone shouting Woo. The culprit is Bill Bruford, who is known to shout like this sometimes during recordings when he gets excited. This is acknowledged by the band itself, as DGM's website has an article about this specific whoop, and even offers an isolated drum track to hear the whooping more clearly. If, for some reason, if you want to hear more of these whoops, you're in luck, because believe it or not, there's an entire subreddit dedicated to it, r/Bruf's Whoops. Never change, internet. Fripp is a control freak. So if you haven't already gleaned this from the various stories I've recounted on this Iceberg, Robert Fripp is a bit of a control freak. This is because he's very much a perfectionist when it comes to his music and performances, wanting basically everything to go his way. I mean, I've already told a bunch of stories about how he got into feuds with his bandmates, pushed them to the limit, and fired some of them to fulfill his vision. There's a reason why the lineups change so frequently. Now, I don't think he's a psychopath or something, but he very much values the music over his personal relationships when it comes to his profession, and his very straightforward, no-nonsense style of communication makes him look like a cold tyrant when he's being brutal with his bandmates. There are so many stories of former and even current King Crimson members talking about how much of a bully Fripp can be. And as we know with albums like Lizard, he will sometimes call his own band's music subpar if there are aspects contributed from others that he doesn't like. This attitude also bleeds over to Fripp's interactions with the community. There is a strict no-photograph policy that is implemented at each of their shows, and Fripp has been known for just straight-up stopping shows if he notices someone taking a photo. Yes, I understand the logic of not distracting the artists and just enjoying the moment, and the people taking the photos did break the rules, but punishing an entire audience by cutting a show just because one dude took a photo, ruining the perfection of the performance, is insane. Also, until just a few years ago, Fripp was stopping the music from being available on music streaming services or YouTube, wanting people to basically only listen to physical copies of King Crimson's work. Once again, he does have valid reasons for wanting this, but it still shows how much control he wants over the band and its work, considering that he didn't allow music to go on streaming when basically every other band has done that decades ago. Once again, in the past few years, we started to learn more about Fripp's personal life and attitudes, showing that he isn't really stuck up all the time, but he certainly is when it comes to his profession. I guess this is because he isn't really a rock star in the traditional sense. Ironically, despite being a prog musician, his attitude towards music performance is much more rooted in classical music, Similar to a professional orchestra, he wants everything to be perfect, and for the audience to just quietly sit down and pay attention to the players who remain stationary and focused. Compare this to the more typical rock stars or singers, whose concerts are more about the energy and the party, with the audience cheering as the artists dance around on stage. Looking at it from this lens, it makes sense as to why Fripp takes the music so seriously, and it's honestly quite admirable in a way, although he definitely could be a bit nicer to the people around him. Mars. Mars, the Bringer of War, is a song that is part of Gustav Holst's suite's The Planets. In 1969, King Crimson would cover Mars during their live shows. However, they would stop playing it, likely due to some copyright issues. I was initially confused about this since Mars is a classical piece, but it's actually more recent than one might expect, with the Planet Suite being released in the late 1910s. This means that King Crimson was playing the song only 50 years after it was written, which would be like a new band playing 21st Century Schizoid Man today as a part of their shows. Typically, covering a song live would be legal as long as either you or the venue you're playing at have a blanket license. And even then, a lot of people just don't really care if you don't. But I'm not too familiar with the legal intricacies, and I'm completely clueless on how England in 1969 would approach this situation, but I guess there could have been some sort of legal issues there, which is a bit ironic considering the band's incredibly protective attitude towards their music today. However, it's entirely possible that there was no legal issues and that the band just moved on from the song. I'd assume they only covered Mars because of lack of original material at the time, and once they started building up their roster of songs and getting more comfortable playing them live, they didn't really have a need to play Mars anymore. Even listening to the live 1969 versions, it wasn't an exact one-to-one transcription of the original orchestral version, and they definitely added their own flair to it. This would culminate in the song The Devil's Triangle on the studio album In the Wake of Poseidon, which is clearly inspired by Mars but does justify being its own separate song. I guess the band's reliance on Mars in the early days resulted in all the slowly building repetitive instrumentals in future albums, so we have it to thank for those great pieces. Heroes. Heroes is a famous 1977 song from David Bowie. The song is about two lovers, one from East Germany and the other from West Germany, with the speaker expressing desire to be with the other, even though the heavily guarded Berlin Wall separates the two. However, it doesn't stop them from fantasizing about meeting each other, even just briefly. It's about the persistence of love, even in the face of overwhelming odds. However, the real story the song was inspired by was not as sweet as two young lovers surpassing borders to be with each other, but rather a married man who wants to be with his mistress. This is why the song's title is in quotations, as they're brave for expressing their love, but they're really not good people, as both of them are knowingly engaging in infidelity. But regardless of what meaning the song was written with, it has basically become an anthem for forbidden love in every form. To tie it to King Crimson, the iconic guitar in the song was played by none other than Robert Fripp, as the song was a result of a collaboration between him, Brian Eno, and David Bowie. Later, King Crimson would cover the song live several times in 2000. However, their most famous cover of the song would be the RadCrim lineup playing it in 2016. This performance was a tribute and celebration of David Bowie, who had, at the time of the performance, just recently passed away. This is an absolutely legendary cover of the song. It's just so tight and well put together, the sound will just envelop you as you listen to it. I know that we recently had an entry that painted Jakko in a bad light, but his singing performance here is excellent. The emotion really comes through like the original. It is, in my opinion, the best performance to come out of RadCrim. And to make it even better, it was performed in Berlin, the same city the original song was recorded in almost 40 years prior. And unlike then, the wall separating the city was now gone. In the end, unity did really prevail. Flying Brick Wall. Flying Brick Wall is a phrase Robert Fripp used to describe the rhythm section of Wetton and Bruford. This is due to their heavy, impactful, and energetic playing, being the musical version of a brick wall flying into your face. This is evident listening to albums like Starless and Bible Black and Red, where more often than not the rhythm section is dominating the rest of the band. The true impressiveness of their playing comes to light if you take a listen at some of the isolated drum and bass tracks from these songs. No wonder Fripp referred to these two as a flying brick wall, and this phrase has been used for them since. Bent Trash Cymbal. In the album Red, the cymbal has an interesting sound to it. This can most prominently be heard in the song One More Red Nightmare. Famously, this unique sound was due to the cymbal actually being fished out from the trash. Apparently, upon reaching the studio, Bill Bruford found a cymbal in the trash left by the people before. It didn't fully fit in, so the person who threw it out just kind of wedged it into the opening of the trash can, bending it in the process. Bruford took it out and used it in the recording, and the damaged cymbal created a unique sound that people still really seem to like, considering how many people talk about the effect it has. To this day, the story about the bent trash can cymbal is circulated in drummer communities. Admirable Restraint. Here we've got another story about Bill Bruford. When recording the song Trio, which can be heard on the Starless and Bible Black album, the band was performing yet another improvisational piece. As they were playing, Bruford was waiting for a good time to join in. However, he realized that the song sounded perfectly fine without drumming, so he just sat back and let the others run their course. After the others finished, they all agreed that Bruford's decision to not play drums actually contributed quite a bit to the performance, as the song was great as is, and drums probably would have ruined the sound. So despite not actually playing, Bruford was credited for the song, saying that it contributed admirable restraint. Not only does this show the band's understanding of holding back in music, it is also quite funny. I feel like Robert Fripp did take this ideology of contributing silence in his future endeavors. When watching performances from the League of Crafty Guitarists, people would notice that one of the members would just not play at all. In fact, they would often be pointed out by Fripp himself. While not confirmed, it's likely that one member is just randomly chosen each performance to exercise admirable restraint, and just listen for that time round. Or, as some have speculated, this person may have just messed up previously, and was forced to sit out its punishment. Starless and Bible Black. After talking about the songs in this album quite a bit, we finally get to Starless and Bible Black itself. The album was released in March 1974 to impressive critical reception. While the album tends to be overlooked, it is still considered to be one of their most technically impressive albums and an important stepping stone to their apex, Red, which would be the album released after this. Even more impressive is how much of the album was improvised and recorded live. Only the first 2 songs were entirely recorded in studio. In fact, the DGM website describes the bulk of this album as a live album with all traces of the audience skillfully removed. So with that background out of the way, let's get to the songs. The album opens with The Great Deceiver, which we've already spoken about. Since interpretations of the lyrics are covered in other entries, I'll talk about the music itself. The song opens with an incredibly energetic and catchy riff, driven by the flying brick wall of Bruford and Wetton. It then suddenly comes to a halt, with everybody going completely silent except for some slow notes played by Wetton. The other instruments come in as Wetton starts singing, and it grows more energetic as it leads into the chorus. After the chorus, they repeat the same energetic opening, once again suddenly stopping except for Fripp this time. The process repeats once more, ending after the chorus. The next song is Lament. The song starts off pretty peaceful, around a minute of singing with a repeating note in the background, as guitar and mellotron join in with drawn-out notes. It then transitions into a funky rhythm section feature, which then leads into more lyrics with more aggressive instrumentals. Both the vocals and instruments increase in aggression until the very end of the song. The lyrics are from the point of view of someone who used to be a famous musician, but is now washed up. He reminisces about the better times, but still talks about enjoying the music regardless of the fame. Next up on the album is We'll Let You Know, which is just a pretty funky instrumental. Afterwards, we've got an album favorite, The Night Watch. It's a very laid-back tune, and it reminds me a lot of the song Exiles from Larks, Tongues, and Aspic. The mellotron, strings, and percussion all blend together in a beautiful medley of sound, allowing Fripp's guitar to stand out even more. I guess I like this one so much because it has that medieval vibe I love so much in prog music. The song's lyrics are describing the painting by Rembrandt van Rijn. The next song is Trio, an improv we just talked about. It's a very nice, soft, and quiet instrumental. Nothing much more to say about it. Afterwards, we have The Mincer. This song was initially part of a longer improvisational piece, now known as The Law of Maximum Distress, but this was cut out afterwards, with John Wetton singing added over it. I don't have much to say about this instrumental. It sounds suspenseful, like something you'd hear in a movie when someone is sneaking around and trying not to get caught. The lyrics are also minimal and ambiguous. Fingers reaching, linger shrieking, jump at a scream, goodnight honey. You're all alone, baby breathing, they better come looking, but they don't come matter. To me, it sounds like it's describing a woman being killed in her home by a stalker. The last 2 songs in the album are Starless and Bible Black and Fracture, both of which are long instrumentals with similar sounds. Also, Fripp has called Fracture one of the hardest pieces he ever played, which I've already spoken about. So yeah, that's the album. I did enjoy how the songs were mostly quiet and peaceful, but in the brief moments of high energy, it does get really heavy. Listening to it, you can clearly hear the musical transition between the more whimsical Larks, Tungsten, Aspic and the heavier Red. One thing you may be thinking about is how the song Starless relates to the album. I mean, the main lyric of that song is literally this album's title, yet that song is on the next album, Red. Well, the song was supposed to be the title track of this album, but apparently Fripp and Bruford didn't like the version they had at that time. So the final song was delayed to the next album, while a live instrumental took up the title slot. However, I do feel like this was for the best, since Starless does fit better with Red than with the album it shares its name with. Although that does make me wonder what type of song would have closed off Red if Starless was not delayed. The Construction of Light. The Construction of Light is a studio album released in May 2000. This is by far the most overlooked and least liked studio album of the band. This album features a rather unique lineup of Fripp, Belew, Trey Gunn on bass, and Pat Mastelotto on drums. Is this album rightly criticized, or is it underrated? Let's find out. The album starts off with Prozac Blues. Like the title suggests, the song is a blues song, although played with much heavier instruments than the stereotypical blues, creating a unique, slow grinding sound. Adrian Belew's voice has this pitch-lowering distortion put onto it, which sounds weird initially, but it fits the song. The song's lyrics are about depression, as Prozac is a type of antidepressant drug and blues is associated with sadness. More specifically, it's about the negative feelings Belew was facing due to criticism from fans. We see this in the opening verse, where he visits a doctor because of his depression, and the doctor tells him that he's been reading too much Elephant Talk. Elephant Talk was an online newsletter that was basically fan discussion of the band, and at the time, people did not like Adrian Belew's presence in the band, and they made it known in the newsletter. The doctor tells him not to take it too seriously, and to just take some Prozac and to drink alcohol. The third verse looks like a direct message to the fans, saying that there's really no constructive criticism they can give him to change, and that the only thing they're doing is just making him feel worse. And it seems like the fourth verse is him arriving at heaven after he dies, and even after going there, the angels tell him to take his Prozac. So yeah, this isn't a bad song in general, but it's unexpected from King Crimson. I can confidently say that it's probably the worst opener in the discography, and just from a simple Google search of the song's title, you can see how hated this is. That being said, it is a funny song. Next up, we have the titular song, The Construction of Light. Although this is a great improvement over the previous song, it reminds me of the best of their 80s stuff. Already, this is a great improvement over the previous song. It reminds me of the best of their 80s stuff, as well as the best of Thrak. The first 6 minutes of the song are just some groovy instrumentals, but the last 3 minutes do have lyrics. The lyrics are quite ambiguous, with most of them being strings of random words, with a couple of understandable verses. From this, we can see what the song is about. These strings of words are about experiences of existence. Then the first 2 verses with sentences show us that the speaker feels insignificant in comparison to the scope of the universe. If there is no God, that means that we are not put here with reason, and that we are just a speck of dust within a speck of dust within a speck of dust within a speck of dust that just so happened to gain consciousness. The second verse with sentences seems to be a specific rebuke against the Christian religion. First, it says if a bird can speak, who was once a dinosaur. This is referring to the theory of evolution, which goes against what is said in the Bible. The second line mentions dogs dreaming, implying that dogs have some sort of sentience and souls. I'm not too sure about what this means, since I'm not a religious expert, but it seems to be a point of debate among some Christians if animals have souls or not. I mean, I'm sure most don't really think about this, and those that do participate in the conversation tend to be split. But there is enough of a debate to imply that there is a Christian argument for animals not having souls. So if they do, that would also go against Christian teaching. The next lines ask, should it be implausible that a man should supervise the construction of light? What this is saying is that if the above facts go against religion, it's likely that religion is just a man-made construct. Man creating religion is what the title, The Construction of Light, refers to. Of course, this is just my interpretation of the song, and the lyrics are ambiguous enough for you to come up with your own interpretation. Next up, we have Into the Frying Pan, which is a bit heavier, with a lot of focus on the rhythm section. The lyrics here are pretty straightforward. The jaws of life chew you up and spit you back out into the frying pan. Life sucks. Next up is Fractured, which is basically a sequel to the song Fracture from Starless and Bible Black. Basically take the hard guitar part from Fracture and build an entire song around that. Then you get Fractured, a very technically impressive piece from Fripp, with the rest of the band coming in to provide the emotional punches necessary to keep the song fun. Next up, we have The World's My Oyster Soup Kitchen Floor Wax Museum, which is probably the wackiest title of any King Crimson album song. The instrumental is a slow industrial metal, but that's not the focus of the song. That honor goes to the lyrics, which is just as crazy as the title. Initially the lyrics sound like gibberish, but once you realize that there's also wordplay involved, deciphering the song becomes a fun game. It's similar to Elephant Talk in that the lyrics' meanings is not derived from what they say, but rather from the words themselves. The majority of the song consists of common phrases linked together. The title is a great example of this. It starts off with the common phrase, "The world's my oyster." That links to oyster soup. That links to soup kitchen, then kitchen floor, then floor wax, then wax museum. Pretty fun. Next up, we have another entry in the Larks Tongues and Aspic suite with Larks Tongues and Aspic Part 4. You already know the drill at this point. It's the musical ideas of the original Larks Tongues and Aspic, but reinterpreted with the sound and skill of the 2000 lineup. However, unlike the other parts of the suite, this song has lyrics. Well, this part of the song is called Coda, I Have a Dream, and was originally supposed to be a separate song, but is now currently included in Larks Tongues and Aspic Part 4. They're pretty straightforward, listing off historical events of the 20th century, ranging from the Holocaust to the Columbine shooting. The final song of the album is Heaven and Earth from Project X. This is unironically the best track on the album, starting off with peaceful ambiance for the first minute before launching into a genuinely catchy and raw performance. The repetitive ward guitar is my favorite part of the song, followed closely by what I think is an electronic percussion section. Even under this heavy instrumental, you can hear the ambient synths clearly. Suddenly the rhythm cuts out just to leave the synths for a minute, which are gradually joined by a soft drum track and some classic Fripp guitar. What an amazing song. I cannot sing its praises enough. This is another one I'm going to put on the must-listen list. So yeah, with that being said, we finish off the album. Honestly, I don't think the songs themselves are bad. At their worst, they're mediocre, and it is at least a new sound. However, I feel like the songs don't add up to make a complete and satisfactory album. They aren't as cohesive as the other studio albums, and there's something just missing. Considering that this was during the time the band was recording their project and splitting up, it makes sense as to why it feels different from their other albums. It was produced in a very unique and tumultuous time for the band. With that being said, if this is King Crimson's worst, it just goes to show how great the band is. Also, as a little epilogue, I'll talk about the reconstruction of Light, which was a reissue of the album released in 2019. Apparently the electronic drum parts of the original mix went missing, so Pat Mastelotto decided to just re-record drum parts on his acoustic kit. This new mix ended up significantly reworking and remastering the songs in the process, leading to what I and many others believe is just a superior result. There's a lot more depth to the instrumentals now. If this was the original studio release, I highly doubt the album would be as overlooked or disliked. Thrak. So this entry isn't actually on the Iceberg, but I decided to add it here since it's for some reason the only studio album left off. I'm assuming it was a mistake since Thrak is referenced in other entry names later down the Iceberg. But yeah, since we just talked about the two other studio albums, might as well finish off the discography. Released in April 1995, Thrak features the absolute powerhouse double trio lineup of Fripp, Bruford, Belew, Levin, Gunn, and Mastelotto. I know I've been using the word heavy quite a bit, but this was a studio album where the heavier sound that characterized the late 90s and 2000s King Crimson could first be heard. However, it wouldn't reach those depths quite yet, and a lot of Thrak features lighter, airier music. So for the last time, let's look at the songs. The album opens with a track named Room. This is an instrumental, and many have compared it to a 90s version of Red. Starting off with some old-timey strings, the song then builds up to a proper energetic start with loud guitar. It then spends the next minute or so with a simple repetitive melody before transitioning into quiet interplay between the guitar and bass. It basically repeats this for the rest of the song. The next song is Coda Marine 475, which is basically just an extension of Vroom. Vroom directly connects to the song, and it probably could have just been incorporated into Vroom. However, it is different, with most of the song being a repetitive, simple, driving instrumental. There are technically lyrics, but they're mostly just numbers being stated, and it's less lyrics and more background vocals to give the song more texture. The next song in the album is Dinosaur, which is a fun and memorable piece. While the song is a similar instrumental as Vroom, the highlight is the lyrics. The song is pretty straightforward. It's about a man looking back on his past and cringing at his mistakes and bad decisions, wondering how he even managed to get past them. This is told through a metaphor of digging up dinosaur bones. Of course, the most iconic part of the song is Adrian Belew basically screaming, "I'm a dinosaur," which has become a meme in the King Crimson community on the same level of I'm Wheels. Next up, we have a drastic shift in tone with Walking on Air. There is no trace of the heavy industrial rock that the previous songs in the album used, but rather a very tender and light instrumental. It certainly lives up to the name. The song sounds like you're walking on air. Once again, the song is pretty straightforward. The singer is talking to his lover. He says that as long as they're with each other, they have nothing to worry about, and together life will be as easy and carefree as walking on air. Next is Ba-Boom, a quite funky instrumental. The first minute of the song is basically just some tense string, almost like the suspenseful violin you hear in movies building up. The rest of the song is interplay between Mastelotto and Bruford, fully making use of the two drummers. The song's title sounds like the song itself. Starting off with an exotic beat, the two gradually get louder as the strings in the background get more intense too. Then the beat drops in a sense after a drum roll, and the two are just left alone to go crazy, creating great depth and textures with their drumming. However, the song in its entirety is a build-up to the title track, Thrak. Because as soon as Ba-Boom ends, Thrak comes in with an incredibly loud and punctual guitar riff. The rest of the song is a great instrumental keeping the energy of that initial riff. However, after two energetic songs, we calm down with Inner Garden 1, which features somber lyrics over a deep, repetitive, and melancholic guitar. The lyrics are about an anthropomorphic representation of autumn, coming to rest in her garden, but because she's autumn, she causes all the trees around her to die and lose their leaves, which makes her cry. After that depressing song, we return to a more of an upbeat song, People. People is a contender for the King Crimson song, which most closely matches the style of mainstream pop. Like, this sounds like you can hear it broadcasted on a big radio station, which is unusual for King Crimson. That doesn't mean it's bad though, it's uplifting and catchy, with a brief instrumental near the end which features more of a classic Crimson guitar segment, before fading out. The lyrics are simple and straightforward. They're about the myriad of different activities the people of the earth get up to in their day-to-day life. Next up on the album is a short 43-second song titled Radio 1. The song is a complete instrumental, entirely consisting of slightly distorted synths. I guess it was just added as a cool palette cleanser between People and the next song one time. I saw someone in the comments of the song compare it to the PlayStation 2's disc insertion screen, and it's funnily accurate. The next song, One Time, is definitely a vehicle for Belew to showcase his vocals. The instrumental is simple, with soft guitar and minimal percussion, only getting a chance to flex a little in the middle of the song. I feel like the song is about trying to find stability in the mess that is life. We're assaulted by a slurry of emotions, responsibilities, and hardships that make it feel like we always have one hand tied behind our back, can't decide what to feel, and we can't even stand properly. We're always waiting for another hand to hold us stable. This song is followed by Inner Garden 2. This song is literally just an extension of Inner Garden 1, just split off and put later into the album. Next up on the album is Sex, Sleep, Eat, Drink, Dream. This song alternates between a funky and more traditional Crimson industrial instrumental. This dichotomy works surprisingly well, as the bass line acts as a connecting through line keeping it all together. The song's lyrics are mostly just the title repeated, Sex, Sleep, Eat, Drink, Dream. However, there are a couple of verses which clue in the true meaning of the song. The first verse is primal, tribal, apple, egg, vegetable, eel. I have a canoe, but it does not have a wheel. The second verse is private, velvet, animal, empty TV. They're fishing in the kitchen, but still haven't caught up to me. Primal, tribal, chemical, digital night. I've got to get dressed up to go out of my mind. I think these verses are referring to the evolution of humanity. The first verse is referring to stuff associated with pre-modern humanity, living off nature in a primal way and only using simple tools. However, the second verse features stuff associated with modern humans, like TVs, chemicals, and digital technology. The line about people fishing and not catching up to me is the modern speaker referring to less advanced peoples of the past. Yet, despite the differences between pre-modern and modern humanity, when it comes down to it, we all end up doing the same things in our lives. Sex, sleep, eat, drink, dream. After this, we have the song Vroom Vroom, named similarly to the opening song because they're basically the same. Vroom Vroom is just a reinterpretation of Vroom, featuring the same exact melody, but with more emphasis on an electronic and industrial tone. Similarly, the next song, Vroom Vroom Coda, is a Coda Marine 475 reimagined. However, unlike the opening two, the closing two tracks don't immediately blend into each other. Vroom Vroom ends with around a minute of silence, and Vroom Vroom Coda starts with around a minute of silence. It then launches into what is essentially Coda Marine 475, slowed down and distorted. It's honestly kind of impressive how they achieved this slow, distorted sound with their instruments. I guess they were just ahead of the curve with the slowdown and reverb trend. They literally did it to their own song in the same album. I'm not sure why they decided to end off the album with two similar songs as the openers. I think that it's because this album contains so many songs they wanted to tie it all together at the end by referencing the opening, so it doesn't feel all over the place. So that is Thrak. Honestly, it's one of their best works. The album was released after 11 years of no studio albums, so this was a grand return of the band after a decade. The album shows how much the band is willing to evolve and change with the times, featuring a drastic change in sound, similar to the change between the 1974 and 1981 albums. The album has a heavier yet more fun sound that would define the band going forward, and it still remains a strong influence well into RadCrim. This is, in my opinion, the best studio album released after Discipline, making it one of the top King Crimson albums. Very impressive. Jamie Muir. In a band which has featured a vast myriad of talented, unique, and eccentric personalities, Jamie Muir is possibly the most interesting of them all. Born in Scotland in 1942, he spent his youth pursuing the arts, specifically musical improvisation. He is a percussionist, but rarely uses a typical drum kit, rather preferring more eccentric percussion like the maracas, chimes, and saws. However, despite looking like a madman just banging on anything he could find, Muir did have a proper understanding of music and how to play with. There was a method to his madness. Fripp saw this and invited him to play for the band during the recording of Larks, Tongues, and Aspic. In fact, he was the one who named the album. The story goes that after recording, Fripp asked Muir what the music sounded like. Muir responded, "Why, Larks, Tongues, and Aspic? What else?" Considering Larks, Tongues, and Aspic is a weird dish containing of bird tongues and gelatin, the eccentricity lines up. However, the fact that the album was named thus shows how much Fripp and the rest of the band respected him. I mean, it says something that control freak Fripp allowed this guy to run across the stage during live performances playing multiple instruments at the same time. But it also goes to show how deeply intelligent he is, with many other prog musicians citing him as a source of inspiring lessons. Right after the studio recording of Larks, Tongues, and Aspic, Muir suddenly left the band. While the initial story circulated was that he injured himself on stage, Muir himself would debunk this. The real reason for his departure is that he felt the immediate need to join a Buddhist monastery and live as a monk. Muir would later come back to music, but would leave in favor of painting, which he still does to this day. Despite Muir's short time with the band, he remains one of its most iconic and beloved members. As you'll see, he appears many more times in this Iceberg. Radical Action to Unseat the Hold of Monkey Mind. Radical Action to Unseat the Hold of Monkey Mind, which I will be referring to from now on as Radical Action, is a live album released in 2016. The contents of this album were taken from their live shows in 2015. This live album is special because it's basically considered the final hurrah of the band, showcasing the evolution of its sound from 1969 to the current day. Additionally, it also featured songs from across the discography, including some songs which haven't been played by the band live since the 70s. The album represents the final version of the band and the culmination of their work, as it's very unlikely that King Crimson will ever get back together to play officially, for real this time. The 2010s band's unique lineup and sound which can be heard in this album has been unofficially named after it, RadCrim. This has already been spoken about on the Iceberg. If you were to only listen to one King Crimson live album, Radical Action would be the one to listen to. Dr. Diamond. Dr. Diamond is a live song the band played around the recording of Starless and Bible Black album. The song is energetic and almost folk at first, heavily featuring David Cross's violin. However, what stands out most about the song is how fast the lyrics are sung initially. Wetton sings it with almost no gaps between words, really taking inspiration from folk singing. However, the energy would drop on a dime, leading to a slower and heavier section, before building that energy back up. While the song had great potential for a studio release, it never ended up finalized and was just dropped. However, the song would be released as a bonus track for some releases of Starless and Bible Black, and various versions would also be released in live albums, as well as part of the KC50 series. The Law of Maximum Distress. As I mentioned in the entry about Starless and Bible Black, The Law of Maximum Distress was a live performance the band played in the lead up to the album. A middle section of the performance was cut out and would be released on the album under the title of The Mincer. However, the backstory of the song, as told in David Singleton's KC50 commentary, is quite interesting. While looking back at the tapes of the live recording decades later, they had run into bad luck. The tape of the improvisation had seemingly ran out in the middle of the performance, with another tape picking up later in the piece, leaving a chunk in the middle missing. This situation led to the improv being called the law of maximum distress, as a reference to Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong at the worst possible time. However, they found a bootleg of that same show, and while listening through it, they found that it included the missing part of the improv. This missing part was clearly identified as the Mincer, which was included in the studio album way back then. So the story becomes clear. The tape had never ran out. It ran perfectly during the recording. However, when producing the Mincer for the studio album, the band had just cut out that part of the live tape, leaving the before and after behind. Decades later, the fact that they had cut out the tape was forgotten, so it was just assumed that the tape had stopped working. So with this knowledge, Singleton used the tapes as well as the official release of the Mincer to stitch together the complete performance, finally bringing all the parts back together. This stitched together song would then be released as The Law of Maximum Distress. Laurels. Laurels is one of the most famous memes to come out of the King Crimson community. On November 15, 2020, Reddit user Keanu Chungus, a very wholesome name, posted this on the King Crimson Circle Jerk subreddit. It was a video which was basically a 2-minute YouTube poop of Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 1. The shitpost music was accompanied by an altered version of the Larks, Tongues, and Aspic album cover, with the sun and moon art replaced with a smiling sun emoji. This post was titled Laurels, with the same sun emoji before and after the word. Of course, the word is an altered, funny version of Larks. For some reason, this phrase just caught on, with people spamming it everywhere under King Crimson-related stuff. It's basically become almost as ubiquitous as JoJo fans under King Crimson music. It's even been recognized by the band itself, as various band members as well as DGM Live have been documented liking Laurel's comments under their Instagram posts. Easy Money alternate lyrics. Easy Money is a song in the Larks, Tongues, and Aspic album. However, it is unique in the King Crimson discography as it has changed the lyrics over the years. Of course, we already have the studio version. In the Night Watch live album, a performance of the song from 1973 can be heard, where the second half of the first verse was changed. It now reads, "Well, I argue with the judge, but that bastard wouldn't budge, 'cause you caught me licking fudge, and they never told me you were a minor." Yeah, it fits the sleazy tone they were going for, but I can see why they would not want to use these lyrics again. However, the RadCrim iteration would once again change the lyrics, this time changing the entire song. They were changed to be about sleazy investors and bankers getting rich off of making others poor. This honestly fits the song's title even more. I don't think this performance is available for everyone online, but a snippet can be heard on the DGM website. The 30-second sample is mostly instrumental, but right at the very end you can hear the beginning of the words, "Rogue Investors." Bible Black adult anime. Well, we're really getting into the strange part of the iceberg now. In the year 2000, Japanese game studio Active Software released an erotic visual novel named Bible Black. This game would have a darker and surprisingly in-depth lore for an erotic visual novel, to the point where it started receiving good amounts of attention. So yeah, despite its nature as an extremely disturbing hentai, it became relatively famous because of the plot. The game would be adapted into a short anime and receive a bunch of animated spin-offs as well as a compilation movie. And apparently this compilation movie was once aired on Cartoon Network. Yeah, Cartoon Network had a thing a while back where they aired anime movies, and Bible Black was played because apparently nobody checked the contents. While only the first 30 minutes were aired, it still showed enough to probably traumatize some kids. But yeah, Bible Black, despite how disturbing it is, would become a pretty common name thrown around in the anime community in the 2000s and early 2010s. So to tie it all back together, the name of the game was inspired by the album Starless and Bible Black by King Crimson. In fact, Active Software Studios would create multiple erotic visual novels named after King Crimson albums. There was one called Discipline, which also got adapted into an anime. Of course, this is named after the album Discipline. They also created another game called Starless, also named after Starless and Bible Black. So yeah, King Crimson ended up as an inspiration for these erotic visual novels. I guess even JoJo is now no longer the most bizarre anime which references King Crimson. Vroom EP. Vroom was an extended play released in October 1994 in the lead-up to the Thrak album. The EP contains the songs Vroom, Sex, Sleep, Eat, Drink, Dream, Cage, Thrak, and When I Say Stop, Continue. and One Time. All the songs except Cage and When I Say Stop Continue were included on the Thrak album. Cage is a fast-paced, energetic, and short song with really rapid lyrics. These lyrics are about how fears of moral decay of society cause us to build increasingly tall cages around ourselves in an attempt for protection. When I Say Stop Continue is an instrumental which starts off as dark ambient, but gradually progresses into industrial rock. There are technically 2 lines of lyrics, with one telling the band to stop and the other being a countdown. Industrial Zone A-B. Industrial Zone A and Industrial Zone B are bonus tracks on the 3 of the Perfect Pair album. Both are instrumentals. Industrial Zone A is short, at only around 1 minute 44 seconds. This is a pretty experimental track, with the band just playing around with sounds rather than trying to compose music. It really does sound like you're in an industrial zone, a massive, dangerous, and mysterious factory. Industrial Zone B is a bit longer, at 4 minutes 33 seconds. While the previous song sounded like a physical factory, this sounds a lot more futuristic and digital, with the main focus of the song being these electronic beepings and dronings, made unique by the heavy drumming accompanying it. Windows Vista. Windows Vista is an operating system released by Microsoft in 2006. Despite being lackluster compared to other Windows operating systems, it is well remembered for its aesthetic. Alongside its Frutiger-era visuals, its chill sound effects make it an iconic and nostalgic operating system, especially for us older Gen Z kids. Well, turns out these sound effects were composed by none other than Robert Fripp. Most well known is the startup sound. Fripp just went to Microsoft and spent some time just improvising over a traditional Frippertronics loop, but focusing on more chill and airy guitar, taking away his typical edge.
This note.
Afterwards, Microsoft went through and picked out portions of the performance to use as their sound effects. Also, another interesting thing that I found is how a sound similar to a Windows notification can be heard in the Court of the Crimson King. If you want to hear it for yourself, it's around 4 minutes 53 seconds into the song. I don't think Windows just took the sound from the song, but if it isn't just a coincidence, these similarities go to show how much Fripp's sound influenced the soundscape of our everyday lives. Like, even if we just consider the stuff he did for Vista, that work is probably his most listened music ever. Also, a funny side note, Microsoft asked Fripp to say some words about what he thinks of Vista, especially compared to Mac OS. Of course, everyone involved knew it was just supposed to be a promo, including Fripp, and it generally felt like he was just serving a nothing burger, avoiding taking a side, and just trying to say vaguely nice things about Vista. I mean, nobody's looking at Robert Fripp for advice on operating systems, but it's still funny now considering how much of a failure Vista was.
It really is very impressive to see where Vista has arrived and is going. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed with what Vista.
It's only talk.
Elton John. In 1970, we know that King Crimson was in a precarious position. With Greg Lake thinking about leaving the band, they looked to other singers to do the vocals for the Wake of Poseidon album, and eventually they decided on this unknown singer named Elton John. Elton John was hired to come in and sing in the studio for the album, but this was cancelled last minute, with Greg Lake agreeing to record his voice. So yeah, Elton John was very close to being a member of King Crimson, which is pretty wild. It's an interesting thought experiment to think about what would have happened had Elton sung for Poseidon and also stuck around for the next few albums. Their styles are just so different that I just imagine Elton being fired for not conforming to Fripp. Honestly, while an Elton John singing in King Crimson would be cool, it's probably for the best that it didn't happen. Both parties ended up finding massive success in their own way. Earthbound. Earthbound is one of the most talked about live albums from the band. The album consists of recordings from the Islands lineup live shows in 1972 and was released in the same year. The album features 5 songs: 21st Century Schizoid Man, Peoria, Sailor's Tale, Earthbound, and Groon. While all these songs have a great energy to them, the album's sound quality is pretty horrible. The songs were all recorded with a super amateur setup, and it shows. In fact, even after the live album was created, Atlantic Records, who distributed their music in North America, just straight up refused to release it due to how bad the quality was. So yeah, it feels like just everything went wrong with this album. Poor sound quality and shaky performances from an incredibly unstable lineup made for a pretty bad debut for the live albums. The only thing worth listening to is 21st Century Schizoid Man. It has this incredible loud energy to it that you don't really see in any other versions of the song. Heaven and Earth. So this can be referring to two things. The first is Project X, which was one of the improv projects we talked about before. This was released in 2000. The other thing is the Heaven and Earth box set released in 2019. This is what I think the entry is talking about, as it's more significant. This box set covers basically everything between the lead-up to the Construction of Light and RadCrim. However, it omits the original Construction of Light in favor of the 2019 Reconstruction of Light we talked about, which is honestly a net gain. Of course, this also means that basically everything from the projects are included, which is pretty huge, not to even mention a bunch of other live shows from the period. So yeah, considering how experimentally unique the live stuff from this period of the band is compared to the other eras, this is definitely one of the best box sets. A Scarcity of Miracles. A Scarcity of Miracles is an album from Jakszyk, Fripp, and Collins, released in 2011. While it started off as an improv session between Jakko and Fripp, it would later take a life on its own and be developed as something beyond King Crimson. The album is basically Jakko singing over Fripp's soundscapes, with some guitar and saxophone added in. It's a lot more serene than typical King Crimson stuff, lacking the edge of the band. However, the different sound is still great and makes it stand out. The album has 6 songs: A Scarcity of Miracles, The Price We Pay, Secrets, This House, The Other Man, and The Light of Day. While presented as a King Crimson project, its status as one is contested due to its difference in both production and style. Fripp himself would also distance the album from King Crimson, claiming that while it was inspired by King Crimson, it wasn't quite King Crimson. However, when the RadCrim lineup came to fruition, it was heavily derivative of A Scarcity of Miracles. The RadCrim lineup would play some stuff from this album. For example, the Radical Action album would contain a performance of The Light of Day. Barbershop is all Tony Levin. We've already talked about the King Crimson Barbershop, a comedic track which can be found as a bonus feature on the Three of a Perfect Pair album. This song is framed as an a cappella, with all 4 members of the band seemingly singing together. However, that would just be too good to be true. In fact, all the parts of the song were performed by Tony Levin. I'll give you guys some time to process your grief, but funnily enough, Barbershop is one of the better examples of Levin's singing chops in King Crimson. Braless and Slightly Slack. The band would often have parody titles that they'd use for their songs and albums among each other. For example, John Wetton would often replace Starless and Bible Black with Braless and Slightly Slack, apparently referring to a memorable woman he saw once. Another example is the band replacing Three of a Perfect Pair with Tree of a Perfect Pear, as in the fruit. It almost sounds identical, but it's still funny stuff. Collins throws Trey at Wallace. In Sid Smith's book about the band titled In the Court of King Crimson, a story about Mel Collins was shared. Apparently, when he was staying in the same hotel room as Ian Wallace while touring, he had a night terror, woke up screaming, and threw a tray at Ian Wallace. He immediately fell asleep again after this. Just an interesting story. Sacred-profane dichotomy. So I've already spoken about this extensively in both the explanation of the Larks' Tongues in Aspic and Three of a Perfect Pair entries. It's basically about the clash between masculine and feminine energies, loud and soft, any two opposites. This is a big guiding philosophy for both these albums, and it can be seen throughout their work. Fripp screaming in Cat Food. While recording Cat Food, Fripp messed up his guitar part and let out a scream of frustration. However, instead of retaking the recording, this mistake and scream were kept in the final mix of the song. It can be heard at 2 minutes 40 seconds into the song. Wetton moons camera. In a party after one of their 70s shows, John Wetton mooned the camera, preserving an image of his bare butt for history to see. This is the censored image. I mean, the uncensored image is not disturbing or anything, but it's obviously not safe for YouTube. In the background, we can see Fripp laughing at this imagery. Nice to see some band engaging in typical rock star goofy activity for once. 1981 Apocalypse. When the Bafomundo show did an interview with John Wetton, Wetton said that a big reason for Fripp ending the band in 1974 is because he believed the world would end in 1981. Apparently he wanted to take time off to prepare for the apocalypse, and it's not really known why, and he really must have been serious about this if he was permanently disbanding King Crimson, at the time at least.
But I think the main reason that he didn't want to do it, now you've probably had this from the horse's mouth,
yeah,
but he just is frightened that the world's going to end in 1981 or something, and so
it's already 10 after 3.
Yeah,
Boy, better hurry up.
And so
Anyway,
he wanted to prepare himself for it. Now my attitude is the world may end in 1981. I could get run over this time next year, but let's get a good tour in first.
yeah. Just in case.
Yeah.
Right.
Honestly, we can never really pin down a reason for these beliefs he had, since he never really elaborated on them, and will likely never elaborate on them for obvious reasons. However, it is worth noting that some fringe Christian denominations believe that the rapture would be coming in 1981. Most notable was the Calvary Chapel, which was an unorthodox yet decently popular church at the time, especially among younger hippie types. This church would also predict the world would end in 1981, so it is possible that Fripp believed these predictions. However, it is clear that he stopped believing in this, as he had started a new iteration of King Crimson with the release of Discipline in 1981, which he wouldn't do if he thought the end of the world was around the corner. And even if he did, he obviously wouldn't now. So yeah, despite Fripp once believing 1981 would be the end, it would actually end up being a new beginning for him and King Crimson. The League of Crafty Guitarists. The League of Crafty Guitarists is an ensemble formed from students of Guitarcraft. Guitarcraft is a set of courses aimed at improving acoustic guitar skills. Starting in 1985 under Robert Fripp, they offered classes for over 2 decades. The guitar classes were very technique-heavy and used Fripp's new standard tuning. They also offer general life improvement courses, using techniques from philosophies like Zen Buddhism to improve breathing and posture, stuff that helps with guitar playing as well as life in general. The League of Crafty Guitarists is what they call performing groups of members of Guitarcraft, specifically the group who perform with Fripp himself. They have released official music, and you can listen to some of their stuff on YouTube. Honestly, I'm not a big fan. While undoubtedly technically impressive, a lot of their stuff just feels emotionless. I guess the fact that it's just acoustic guitar and no other instruments is the reason why. The Elements. The Elements of King Crimson are a series of box sets, with one being released every year from 2014 to 2021. These box sets feature live versions, extracts, and edited versions of songs from across the King Crimson discography. Each of them would be released before a tour of King Crimson that year, made to promote the tour for that year. The only exception was a 2020 release, as there was no tour that year for obvious reasons. Elephant Talk Newsletter. In 1991, a digital newsletter named Elephant Talk was created by a person named Toby Howard. This was a community-based newsletter, allowing people to share any written content related to King Crimson. While initially distributed via an email mailing list, it would later become a proper website. Fripp himself was an avid reader of the newsletter and would often contribute entries. In 2007, after 1,251 issues, the Elephant Talk newsletter would end. This was mostly because the format was outdated and unneeded. In the early 90s, it would be difficult to find other King Crimson fans online, so creating a mailing list for people to find and share discussion and content about King Crimson was a good idea. However, by 2007, the internet was a much bigger place, and the rise of well-maintained forums, professional websites, and archival projects meant that such an outdated format was unnecessary. However, after ending the newsletter, the people in charge realized it did have a treasure trove of King Crimson content and decided to compile it all into a wiki, which is now known as the Elephant Talk Wiki. While content and information is still contributed, the vast majority of the site is just content from the newsletter categorized. This means that most of the content is focused on King Crimson before 2007. Stuff after 2007 is mentioned but tend to be empty links. The wiki is an archive of information, not only providing information on basically every song and performance of the band, but also archives of discussion about their work. It also includes references to interviews, user-submitted tabs, and a link repository to related websites. Additionally, basically all issues of the newsletter are available to read as TXT files. As stated before, the newsletter and the wiki are kind of outdated now, as there are a bunch of other, more easy-to-access resources for learning about King Crimson. However, the wiki still remains a fascinating time capsule, allowing us to peer into what the King Crimson community looked like decades ago. Thrak Attack. Thrak Attack is a live album released in 1996, which contains improvisation from King Crimson's 1995 tours. It's a bit of an infamous album due to how out there it is. It starts and ends with 2 different performances of Thrak, which is fine, but basically everything in the middle is free improvisation. These performances are titled Fearless and Highly Thracked, Mother Hold the Candle Steady While I Shave the Chicken's Lip, Thrak Attack Part 1, Slaughter of the Innocents, This Night Wounds Time, and Thrak Attack Part 2. At this point, we have gone far past what the average music listener would even consider music. While there are moments of cohesion, the majority of the album just sounds like the members of the band randomly playing their own thing. Like, the 70s and 80s improv we talked about would at least sound like a song, but these are more chaotic soundscapes. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. While I wouldn't call them misunderstood masterpieces, After listening to their entire studio discography and a bunch of their live work, including many improvs, I appreciate the ideas and styles used in these performances. But, if you put this on in front of people who have a more standard music taste, you're probably going to be getting some weird looks. It is a challenge to sit through and listen to it, but one that is worth it if you come prepared. The Deception of the Thrush. The Deception of the Thrush is a song that King Crimson would often play in the late 90s and early 2000s. The song definitely sounds like a product of its era in King Crimson, with an extremely similar style to the studio releases in The Power to Believe. While there are many versions of the song, one of the best is from the 2003 show. This song initially falls into many of the tropes we know about 2000s era King Crimson, starting off with a soundscape and leading into heavy instrumentals. However, there are vocals which are put under heavy distortion. It literally just sounds like a robot speaking. That already makes it sound unique. However, the true standout is near the end. The heavy instrumental fades out into a war guitar solo that is surprisingly tender and super beautiful. It is legitimately great and makes the whole song memorable for me. Hey Ho. At the end of Indoor Games, Gordon Haskell laughs and says hey ho. This is slightly amusing, that is all. A Voyage to the Center of the Cosmos. This was a 70s era improv done by the band. Yeah, it seems like we're just in the part of the Iceberg where a bunch of the entries are just live performances. However, after talking about a bunch of 2000 era improvs that were more experimental, it's nice listening to an older, more traditional performance. This is a nice and hefty 14 minutes long, starting off energetic and groovy, but then transitioning into a quiet middle portion, and then ending with a slower, serious, yet still energetic part. Wetton's bass really is a standout here. He's never sounded better. Suitable Grounds for the Blues. This is a song from the RadCrim era of King Crimson. The song is basically about accepting failure and a bad ending, which is reflected in the instrumental, which sounds upbeat with a darker undertone. Honestly, I'm not really sure why this was singled out for the Iceberg. The song is good, but just not memorable. Conundrum. Conundrum is a piece the band played live in 1995. It can be heard on the Vroom Vroom live album. Unlike the previous entry, this song is quite memorable for me. It's only like 2 minutes long, but the entire song consists of the drummers playing a powerful piece in unison. It seems very inspired by the drums you'd find playing in traditional Indian festivals. Nothing that really marks it as a King Crimson piece, but I guess that's exactly why it stands out a lot. They also played it right before their performance of Tela Hunjinji, and it's really cool listening to both of them together, with their drums abruptly stopping to make way for that awesome guitar riff. The Hellhounds of Krim. The Hellhounds of Krim is another live drum piece, this time played by the RadCrim lineup. I will say, this is a much more textured performance than the previous one, fully utilizing the 3 drummers the band had at their disposal. Also, I read something cool about the song in an online thread regarding the title, which I would have missed otherwise. The Hellhounds of Krim are referring to the drummers. The term Hellhound brings to mind the mythical creature Cerberus, who can be found in various versions of the underworld. Cerberus is commonly depicted as a dog with 3 heads. So the 3-headed dog represents the 3 drummers of the RadCrim lineup. Pretty cool. Breathless. Breathless is a song from Fripp's solo album Exposure. Like a lot of Fripp's work, this song is built upon Frippertronics, but unlike all the other Frippertronics work, this is a lot more upbeat and structured. A lot of other Frippertronics songs use it as a slow, ambient through line to improv over, but this one starts off with a fast-paced trill, which leads into a powerful guitar, assertive drumming, and a groovy bass line, keeping that energy going throughout the almost 5-minute runtime. All the while, the Frippertronics loops keep fading in and out, acting as punctual acts to the awesome playing, before continuously droning and trilling in the background, adding to the powerful symphony. As with the entire Exposure album, this song was certainly trying to go for a more pop-rock feel, and that style, performed with Frippertronics, makes for an awesome combination. Many people see this song as an unofficial part of the King Crimson discography, with many comparing it to songs like Red, the Larks Tongue Suite, and Fractured. It would become an official part of the discography when the RadCrim lineup performed it live. Honestly, it's still a great performance, but I do like the original studio version better. The Frippertronics are more pronounced in that. Also, I don't dig the saxophone in the live version, sadly. Song prototypes. Of course, as with any band, King Crimson had prototypes of songs which they'd finished the rough draft of, but didn't completely finish yet. Of course, many of these prototypes are actually live songs which would later be refined in a studio release. I'll provide some of my favorite examples. First is A Man, a City, a song played live in 1969. This track can be heard of as a bonus track on In the Court of the Crimson King album. This is a prototype of what would become Pictures of a City, released on the next studio album In the Wake of Poseidon. We already talked about Mars, which is another 1969 live song, which is technically a prototype of what would be the Devilish Triangle, also on in the Wake of Poseidon album. Another example of a prototype is Dangerous Curves, played in 2001. This version of the song can be heard in the KC50 collection, and is a prototype of the final version of Dangerous Curves, released in the Power to Believe album in 2003. I do low-key like this more rougher version of the song more than the studio version though. Travel Weary Capricorn. Travel Weary Capricorn was a song the band played live in 1969. It starts off with a slow-paced, whimsical portion. Honestly kind of reminds me of something Jethro Tull would put out. However, it immediately launches into a fast-paced, jazzier instrumental. The highlight here is Ian MacDonald absolutely shredding it on the flute. This performance can be listened to on the Epitaph live album. Get Thy Bearings. Get Thy Bearings is a song by the artist Donovan, released in 1968. It's a typical short but sweet jazz piece. King Crimson would cover the song soon after in the 1969 live shows. This version of the song is longer and definitely more bombastic. Most notable is the changed saxophones. While the saxophone was prominent in the original, it was still somewhat restrained there. However, there was no restraint in King Crimson's version, with the saxophone going all out. In fact, this riff would later be reused in the song Pictures of a City. Like the previous entry, Get Thy Bearings can be heard on the Epitaph live album. I Talk to the Wind is a Gods, Gods, and Fripp song. So yeah, Gods, Gods, and Fripp, the precursor band to King Crimson, were actually the first to create the song I Talk to the Wind. Their version of the song is much more upbeat and whimsical, albeit with a sad undertone. The lyrics were also sung faster and more upbeat, with singer Judy Dibble contributing her voice. I like this version more than the one on In the Court of the Crimson King. It's just more of a pleasure to listen to. The later King Crimson members modified the song to make it more somber, and probably to also simplify the bass line for Greg Lake to play while singing. This version of the song was actually quite obscure for a while, as it wasn't released by Gods, Gods, and Fripp. It was released in A Young Person's Guide to King Crimson in 1976. A full release of the GG&F album, The Brondesbury Tapes, occurred in 2001, where the song could be heard as well. However, the most accessible way to listen to the song is through the KC50 collection on YouTube. Fractured is harder. In a previous layer, we talked about how hard the song Fracture is. Well, Fractured is naturally harder, basically taking the hardest part of Fracture and extending it to a full song. Nothing much more to say here. Great Deceiver is about the commercialization of religion. This is the theory about Great Deceiver's meaning that I believe in, and is likely closest to the truth. This is that the song The Great Deceiver is about how religion has turned from what should be a humble moral guide to a massive grift to gain money and power. Religion is a great deceiver, with powerful religious figures telling the masses to listen to them and to give them money in exchange for a perceived moral superiority. This theme was apparently inspired by Fripp's trip to the Vatican. There he saw common commodities being sold in the streets to tourists alongside religious souvenirs. This was likely the inspiration for the lyrics: cigarettes, ice cream, figurines of the Virgin Mary, Cadillacs, blue jeans. The other lyrics can also allude to religion deceiving people. For example, take the verse, "There's a shoeshine boy with a gin shop slag. She raised him up, she called him son, and she canonized the ground he walked upon." This could also be interpreted as saying that religious leaders take ordinary, everyday things and people and falsely glorify them as being of divine origin. There's also the verse, "In the night, he's a star in the Milky Way. He's a man of the world in the light of day. A golden smile and a proposition. In the breath of God smells of sweet sedition." This also goes to show how religious figures make people think that they're divine, cosmic people, but in reality they're just normal people who are charismatic and win people over using sweet seditions, telling them what they want to hear. This seems like it's true to me. Mantra. Mantra is yet another King Crimson piece from 1969, which can be found in the album Epitaph. This is a slow-paced, mystical instrumental. Essentially, the entire song is the band supporting a flute performance. It's a pretty interesting song in the discography, especially since it comes so early in the band's history. The court-era live performances are interesting and unique compared to the rest of the band, yet tend to be severely overlooked due to how early on and rough these pieces are. In the Court of the Crimson Queen. In the Court of the Crimson Queen is an album released by Toya Wilcox in September 2008. Of course, the title is a reference to her being the wife of Fripp. If Fripp represents King Crimson, Toya would be the Crimson Queen. The album has a similar pop-rock style as Toya's other work. There have been several reissues in the years since, with the most recent being in 2023. This edition of the album has 16 tracks, several of which feature Fripp on guitar. Barry Godber. We actually mentioned him in the very first entry on this Iceberg, but Barry Godber is the guy who painted the original album art for In the Court of the Crimson King. He was a friend and colleague of Peter Sinfield's and was a very early fan of the band. When King Crimson was finishing up their debut album, Sinfield went to Godber and played him some of the tapes. Godber would then paint a self-portrait of himself to use as album art, one that we all know very well. After showing it to the band members, they agreed that it was uncanny how perfect the art was for the music they were making. Of course, this art would then be used for the album sleeve, and the rest is history. This album cover is one of the most iconic in all of history, and its unique, striking look contributed a lot to the fame of the band. Even people who've never heard of a single King Crimson song can recognize this album cover, and the intrigue of the distorted, horrified man inspires a curiosity which causes many people to start listening to the band. I'm not going to call it underrated or anything because it isn't, but I think that people really overlook how influential this art is. Unfortunately, Barry Godber died at the young age of 24 in 1970, just as the album with his art adorning the cover was starting to blow up in popularity. It's a shame that he never got to see how famous his self-portrait ended up being. Had he lived on, I think it's likely that he would have done the album art for the rest of the 70s albums, and I would love to see what he would have painted for those. Starless and Bible Black Sabbath. Starless and Bible Black Sabbath is an album by the Japanese group Acid Mother's Temple and the Cosmic Inferno, released in 2006. The band itself is just one iteration of the group, colloquially referred to as Acid Mother's Temple. From what I've read, the group usually changes the latter part of their name as they change iterations and members. I describe them as a stoner rock band, a genre which takes inspiration from the heavy metal, psychedelic rock, and progressive rock genre, which is why this album is named the way it is, obviously referring Black Sabbath and the King Crimson album Starless and Bible Black. The album cover is also a reference to the cover of Black Sabbath's debut album. The music itself also sounds like a blend of the two bands. The album features two songs, the first being Starless and Bible Black Sabbath, which is a whopping 34 minutes long. The only other song on the album is Woman from a Hell, which is 6 minutes long. Once again, Starless and Bible Black Sabbath is appropriately named, since it sounds like the two bands it's referencing. The 34 minutes mostly consist of a droning, repeating, slow bass line and drum track, which sounds similar to the first part of Black Sabbath's song, Black Sabbath. It's a bit more complex than that, though. The guitar is doing some crazy improv, sounding like what Fripp does on Requiem. Certainly lives up to its name. Echoing vocals can be heard, but are not a focus of the song, and I think there's a synthesizer playing like laser noises. The song randomly ends with acoustic guitar, though. Woman from a Hell is much faster paced, and a much more traditional rock song, although it keeps the echoing vocals, laser noises, and chaotic guitar. Definitely prefer it out of the two. Although I am glad this entry's on the Iceberg, it started me down the Acid Mother's Temple rabbit hole. I found that they actually had another album referencing King Crimson called 41st Century Splendid Man Returns, obviously referring to 21st Century Schizoid Man. Daisuke Ino Beginning. This was an entry suggested by a commenter named JMashup6804. Beginning by Daisuke Ino is a song composed for the movie Mobile Suit Gundam 3 Encounters in Space. The reason why it's on this Iceberg is because it takes clear inspiration from the King Crimson song Lizard, specifically the first part of the suite Prince Rupert Awakes. The piano part is nearly identical, and the rest of the instrumental has a similar vibe and is structured the same. The vocals also seem to have a similar effect as the ones used on John Anderson in Lizard. Like, if I didn't know that this was a song made for a movie, I would think that it was somebody covering Lizard in Japanese. That's how similar it is. It's certainly similar enough for legal action, especially with how particular Fripp is about that kind of stuff. But Fripp absolutely hates Lizard, so maybe he'll let this slide even if he knew about it. Sailor Moon S. You think we're done with anime on this Iceberg? Think again. The soundtrack Split Soldiers from the anime Sailor Moon S takes heavy inspiration from Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 2. Well, I say takes inspiration, it basically just copies Larks 2, at least some of it. Like the previous entry, if I didn't know this was an anime soundtrack, I would think that it was just a cover of Larks Part 2. Except it's even more similar in this case. Just goes to show you how much of a cultural impact King Crimson had on Japan. Fripp meets Hendrix. This is a story told by Fripp on one of his talking tours. Fripp met Jimi Hendrix at one of King Crimson's early shows in 1969. After the performance, Hendrix approached Robert Fripp and told him, "Shake my left hand, man, it's closer to my heart." Later, Fripp found out that while Crimson was performing at that show, Jimi was in the audience totally enjoying it, saying, "This is the best group in the world." Extremely high praise, especially since King Crimson were just in their infancy at this point in time. Groon and Tony Levin chains. For a good while, I was stumped as to what this meant. I spent hours delving through Google searches, reading through articles and forum posts. I thought Tony Levin chains was referring to a setup he used to create some effects, but that doesn't seem significant enough for its own entry, and that also has nothing to do with Groon. So I asked the King Crimson subreddit if they knew what this meant, and almost immediately I got a response from the user Homosexual Putin. He said that this was referring to comment chains under King Crimson videos commenting the aforementioned phrases. For example, the top comment underneath the video for Sleepless is a comment chain filled with people replying Tony Levin to each other. While there's no singular example of a big chain for Groon, you can still find smaller chains of people repeating Groon under various videos of Groon. So yeah, that's it. Just a joke. If the entry name just had the word comment before chain, it would have saved me a bunch of time. Manhattan. Manhattan is the name used to refer to one of the 5 boroughs of New York City. No, I'm just kidding. Manhattan is a song King Crimson would play in live shows in 1981. The song is a beta version of the song Neurotica, which would get a studio release on the album Beat in 1982. The song is similar, keeping the iconic city noises at the beginning. However, the song doesn't have any vocals, which were added for Neurotica. OK Fripp Bruford. This is an OKBR-style subreddit for ironic memes about King Crimson. It's pretty small, with only around 200 members, and is not active at all. Memes like this are covered by the King Crimson Circle Jerk subreddit anyway, so that's why this never took off. Clueless and Slightly Slack. This is the name of an improv that the band did in 1974. It's a slower piece, starting with some nice David Cross violin before getting into a heavier rock segment, and then ends off with a very unique segment that sounds like a woodwind, almost identical to a tin whistle. Although I'm not sure if this is actually a tin whistle or a string instrument with some effects put on it. The title of the piece is obviously a parody of Starless and Vital Black. As we talked about in the previous layer, the band members would often make parody names to use while rehearsing, so Clueless and Slightly Slack is likely one of those names that was just used for the actual name of this improv. The League of Gentlemen. This is a studio album created through a collaboration between Robert Fripp and a band called The League of Gentlemen. The album on vinyl has 14 tracks, however I'm more familiar with the abridged CD version called Robert Fripp, The League of Gentlemen, God Save the King. This is a compilation CD consisting of tracks both from the League of Gentlemen album, as well as Fripp's previous solo album, God Save the Queen / Under Heavy Manners. I actually didn't know that this was a separate thing from the League of Gentlemen album until today, but when I talk about the songs, I'll be talking about some of the ones on this CD, since I have much more familiarity with them. But most of the songs on this CD are from the album, so it shouldn't matter too much. The songs definitely have a unique, funky, and whimsical sound to them. The compositions are complex, often featuring interweaving parts, with no individual part being identifiable as the lead. This is likely the style that heavily influenced Fripp when making the Discipline album for King Crimson, which would release just months after the League of Gentlemen. In fact, this album and Discipline are heavily tied together, as the second side of the album had a message saying the next step is Discipline. The message was referring to the band Fripp planned on creating called Discipline, but as we know, Discipline ended up becoming a new iteration of King Crimson, and would also be the name of King Crimson's next studio album. And you can also hear musical motifs in this album that are a part of Discipline. For example, songs like Eye Needles have parts that sound similar to Frame by Frame's guitar parts, and the song Trap sounds very similar to something the 80s King Crimson would put out. The song God Save the King, which is on the CD but not on the vinyl, has an even stronger connection to Discipline. The entire first half of the song sounds like a beta version of Frame by Frame, and the second half of the song is like Fripp's work in ambient music. The League of Gentlemen, while not King Crimson, was vital in shaping the sound of King Crimson in the years to come. and if it weren't for Fripp's collaboration with them, the 80s iteration of King Crimson, beloved by listeners, would be much different. I'd highly recommend giving this a listen. If you're a fan of King Crimson, you would appreciate it, and many of the songs are different enough from King Crimson to be a breath of fresh air. Also, that album art is simply awesome. Lake Laugh Cat Food. At around 50 seconds into Cat Food, you can hear someone laugh. This, of course, was vocalist Greg Lake. According to the book In the Court of King Crimson by Sid Smith, the reason for Lake laughing while recording was because apparently Robert Fripp just randomly pulled his pants down and mooned Lake in the middle of the recording. Now, not only is the story hilarious on its own, but it becomes funnier since we usually know Fripp as a stoic, no-nonsense person, especially when it comes to music. Like, the dude who other band members despised for how serious he was just randomly mooning a bandmate in the middle of recording. Although Fripp was younger here, and maybe he was feeling silly while already playing a silly song. Although, maybe if he were more serious he wouldn't have messed up his guitar part later in the recording. I guess he learned his lesson. No fun allowed from now on. Court Painting. This is referring to the James McCarthy painting titled In the Court of the Crimson King. McCarthy describes himself as a surrealist landscape artist, and he often uses progressive rock music as an inspiration for his works, which of course is relevant to this painting. This painting attempts to visualize the music of the song The Court of the Crimson King, invoking its apocalyptic and larger-than-life tone. The painting also depicts the characters and actions described in the lyrics of the song. If you look closely, you can see the Black Queen chanting the funeral march, the purple piper playing his tune while the choir sings, the patterned juggler raising his hand, the gardener planting an evergreen while trampling on a flower, the prism ship, the cracked brass bells ringing to summon the fire witch, and the yellow jester pulling the strings. Seriously, it's got everything. The painting is absolutely beautiful and really does capture the feel of the song perfectly. I believe copies are also for sale if anyone is interested. Tony's Cadenza. Tony's Cadenza is a short live piece played in 2018. It's very short, only around a minute long, and it's basically just Tony Levin doing a solo piece on his bass. I guess it's on here because it's unique as a Levin solo piece, and also due to the fact that I think he's playing it on an electric upright bass. It's a more unique instrument in a rock context compared to the usual Fender bass, and the sound you get on Tony's Cadenza does reflect that. Two more versions of Tony's Cadenza, Tony Cadenza deals it slithery-licious to the max, and Tony Cadenza deals it piping hot, can be heard on the 2021 Music Is Our Friend live album. Wake Power Similarities. Another entry about how two different albums are structured similarly. You guys know the drill by this point. In The Wake of Poseidon and The Power to Believe start with the songs Peace a Beginning and The Power to Believe 1 a cappella. Both are cappella songs, meaning that they just have vocals with no instrumental. They're also very gentle, peaceful, and short. This piece is abruptly interrupted by the next songs in the album, Pictures of a City and Level 5. They're both high-energy songs that last around 7 to 8 minutes. The energy is then lowered with the songs Cadence and Cascade and Eyes Wide Open, both of which last around 4 minutes. Next up are In the Wake of Poseidon and Electric. While they both up the energy, they aren't as energetic as the second song. They're also both 8 minutes long. However, after this, the direct parallels end. That is, they no longer go in order. There are still other similarities. For example, both albums have a silly song, with cat food and happy with what you have to be happy with. And the fact that they both have parts of a suite starting, interjecting, and ending the album, with the Peace Suite and the Power to Believe Suite, makes them unique amongst the King Crimson discography. So yeah, while the connection isn't as strong as something like Court and Red, it is still there, and it's likely that Power took some inspiration from Wake. Islands is about love. I may have mentioned this in the entry about the album, but all the lyrical songs in Islands are about love. Formentera Lady is about falling in love with someone. The letters are about how love hurts, with the song being about the betrayal one feels when finding out their husband has cheated. Ladies of the Road is about sexual love, the song being about one-off sexual encounters the singer has with different women. And finally, the titular Islands is about the inherent love that connects all of us with each other. Later down in the Iceberg, there is an entry which expands further on this concept. Still. This is the first and only solo album of King Crimson member Peter Sinfield, released in 1973. The album has 9 songs: The Song of the Sea Goat, Under the Sky, Will It Be You, Whole Food Boogie, Still, Envelopes of Yesterday, The Piper, A House of Hopes and Dreams, and The Night People. The album also features other King Crimson members, such as Mel Collins, Greg Lake, Keith Tippett, John Wetton, Boz Burrell, and Ian Wallace. As expected of Sinfield, the lyrics of the album are quite poetic, sung with a soft voice. The instrumentals also have that light-hearted, airy, and peaceful tone, prominently featuring woodwinds and non-electronic strings. However, some songs like Whole Food Boogie, A House of Hopes and Dreams, and The Night People are a bit on the jazzier and energetic side. You can really see the similarities between the work on this album and songs on Islands and Lizard. If you want to listen to Still, the full thing is available on YouTube. The Rich Tapestry of Life. This is the title of an improv the band performed in 1972. The improv is a whopping 30 minutes long, and, well, by this point you should know the drill with King Crimson improvs. Very long, chaotic, and unappealing unless you've been desensitized to King Crimson's music, which is why it's appropriate for me to say that I actually like it. The first few minutes are admittedly boring and hard to sit through, but around minute 8 the energy and groove picks up, and it doesn't really falter, even in the quieter portions of the song. It's a pretty fun and dynamic improv if you want to put it in the background. This Night Wounds Time. This Night Wounds Time is an improv the band performed which can be found on the Thrak Attack live album. The title of the improv is actually borrowed from the album art on Starless and Bible Black. On the middle of the back cover of Starless and Bible Black, a strange piece of art can be seen, a page from a book where most of the words are covered by paint except for 4. This Night Wounds Time. Why is this on the cover? Well, the piece is actually from the artist Tom Phillips, who did the front cover art for Starless and Bible Black. However, the snippet on the back was not made for the album, but was rather an excerpt of an artistic project of his, called A Humament. In this project, Phillips would take pre-existing books and alter every page in some fashion, such as through painting over certain words. In the end, the meaning of the book is completely transformed, as the presentation of the words have changed, but there's also a visual artistic aspect too. He did this on a book called The Human Document, and in the nature of the project, was altered to A Humament. The This Night Wounds Time page is just an excerpt from this project. Pretty cool stuff. Andrew Keeling. Andrew Keeling is a classical composer and longtime fan of King Crimson. Starting in 1999, he would actually work with King Crimson. He would create new arrangements of existing King Crimson songs for re-releases, as well as work with Robert Fripp on some of his solo work. He'd also work with former King Crimson violinist David Cross, with the two of them releasing an album called Morning Sun in 2009. Keeling would also help author musical guidebooks to some of King Crimson's albums. Fearless and Highly Thracked. This is another song on the Thrak Attack album. I've already gone over the general vibe of the album in its entry, and that stays consistent here. The improv is extremely chaotic. The first half is basically the band playing their instruments at random, while the second half is a dark ambient track. Very cool. Great Deceiver is about God. The final of the Great Deceiver theories, we have Great Deceiver is about God. This is the third theory on this iceberg about the meaning of the Great Deceiver, and to be honest, it's extremely similar to the one about Great Deceiver being Satan. It's just that instead of Satan being the one that tricks the people, it's God. Another connection is the lyric referring to the deceiver as a star. While I already talked about Lucifer being the morning star, Jesus is also sometimes referred to as the morning star. Perhaps the vagueness on if the deceiver is God or Satan was purposeful by the band, as the song's theme is essentially that commercialized religion as a whole is deception. Requiem Breakup. I already spoke about this in the story about Beat, but I'll talk about it again here. As you know, Requiem is an improv track. However, during the production of this track, already existing tensions in the band came to a head. Fripp and Belew were basically fighting over creative control of the track, especially regarding the guitar parts. During the argument, Belew told Fripp to leave, which he did. Fripp was nowhere to be seen or heard for 3 days after the argument, and the band members worried that this meant that King Crimson had unexpectedly broken up. However, after they tracked Fripp down and talked things out, it all came together. Fallen Angel Improv. While the song Fallen Angel is a composed song on the album Red, it actually originated as an improvisation piece 2 years prior. It was performed live at the Zoom Club in Frankfurt 1972, and you can find this early version of the song on the respective live album. Larks and Three of a Perfect Pair Connection. This is another connection between two albums. However, in this case I don't think it's supposed to be a direct parallel of the songs, but rather a parallel in the symbology and themes utilized in both of these albums. If you've watched the previous parts of the Iceberg, you know where I'm going with this. Both of the albums have heavy themes of coinciding masculine and feminine energies to form something new. We can see this in the album art. Larks has a hybrid of a masculine sun and a feminine moon. Perfect Pair has something similar, though not as obvious. The two curves represent the masculine penetrating the feminine to create a third, brand new shape. The theme is also reflected in the music. Larks plays with the idea of merging the masculine and feminine through contrast in how the music itself is played, such as the dichotomy between Cross's delicate violin and Fripp's aggressive guitar. 3 of A Perfect Pair does this in the sides of the album, with side 1 consisting of more accessible, conventional sounding songs, and side 2 consisting of more avant-garde songs. These are the only 2 albums to play with this idea of dichotomy so prominently, which is why Larks Tongues in Aspic and 3 of A Perfect Pair are connected. The Errors. The Errors is a live piece played quite recently, in 2017 by the RadCrim lineup. It's notable among live pieces for not being an improv, but rather a composed piece with lyrics and all. The song itself is quite tight, with some clean drums and guitar parts, and there's a hint of blues coming in with the vocals. A lot of people enjoy this drum-focused style of RadCrim music, and many people say that if there was a studio album for RadCrim, The Errors should be on it. Travel Bleary Capricorn. This is a live improv from all the way back in 1969. It's a lot quieter and less out there than the improvs we're used to, since of course this was King Crimson before they truly hit their stride. However, the improv is unique for having a salsa style, which is something King Crimson normally isn't associated with. Also, the guitar intro of the piece is exactly the same as the Spanish guitar intro of the Beatles song, The Continuing Story of Bungalow Bill. I guess Fripp really liked the White Album and used it as an inspiration. A Peacemaking Stint unrolls. This is an improv the band played back in 1971. However, it remained unreleased until the 2010s, I'm pretty sure. The song was initially intended to be polished and then added to the Islands album as a studio track, but that fell through. However, when you actually listen to the track, one thing becomes clear. This is just Larks Tongues in Aspic. The first half of the song is almost exactly the same as the music played around the 5-minute mark in Larks Tongues in Aspic Part 1. In that sense, I guess you could call A Peacemaking Stint unrolls Larks Tongues in Aspic Part 0. The Sunchild. The song Moonchild ends with a lyric saying, "Waiting for a smile from a sunchild." I guess this entry was to theorize what the Sunchild is, or if it was supposed to be a song or something. But if we take our original theory that the Moonchild is just moonlight, the Sunchild is just sunlight. The smile from a sunchild represents the first sunlight of the morning. Within the album itself, it represents an awakening. Moonchild is the night, lulling you to a peaceful sleep. Then after it, you are broken up by the bright sun, through the energetic Court of the Crimson King. Song Soup on Sea. Song Soup on Sea is the name of Peter Sinfield's personal website. On this website, he hosts various information regarding his life and career. He has a compilation of all the lyrics he's written for bands, photographs he's taken over the years, and the poems he's written. However, the most interesting pages on the website are those where he explains his inspirations for the themes, composition, and lyrics of the music he writes. These pages go extremely in-depth, providing paragraphs of esoteric lore of like every single line in every single song he's written. And it's difficult to even make sense of some of this stuff. Like, just to go into one example, Sinfield says that the structure of In the Court of the Crimson King album is defined by an octant cycle, combination of points of high and low areas of ascending and descending. This makes sense. It's basically the contrast in high and low energy songs we talked about. Sinfield talks about how the beginning of Schizoid Man is low ascending. It's low energy but leads into a point of high energy. So if you remember, the first 30 seconds of 21st Century Schizoid Man are just this weird low static noise, which Sinfield calls night sounds. However, according to his explanation of the website, this specific state of the music is called the receptive, which is represented by the Earth symbol. In turn, the Earth represents the mother's womb, who gives birth to Ascension, which seeks to leave its mother behind and go to heaven. So we've got all this esotericism given as an explanation for, might I remind you, just the first 30 seconds of static on 21st Century Schizoid Man. It's absolutely insane, and you can go down this rabbit hole for basically every King Crimson album Sinfield has worked on. Sinfield's explanations of King Crimson music go so deep that it would take days just to parse all the information on his website and present it in an accessible way. Also, the most interesting part is that while looking through his explanations, it becomes clear that basically every album he wrote for King Crimson have interconnected ideas and themes. It's like one big conspiracy web where everything is connected. In the late 90s, early 2000s, Web 1.0 design adds a lot of charm, but also makes the information seem even more crazy. It's like the websites you find on the deep web, where it's just one dude running this massive HTML rabbit hole ranting about some esoteric conspiracy. This website is truly a gem, and I definitely recommend checking it out. We will be revisiting it for a couple entries in the future. Beelzebub. What is a King Crimson exactly? Well, according to Robert Fripp, King Crimson is another name of Beelzebub. In one of the box set booklets, Fripp is quoted as saying, "The name King Crimson is a synonym for Beelzebub, which is an anglicized form of the Arabic phrase Bil-Sabab. This means literally the man with an aim, and is the recognizable quality of King Crimson." So yeah, Beelzebub has an aim, the band members also have an aim they strive towards. Makes sense to name the band after him. But that isn't really what Beelzebub is known for. Depending on what mythos you refer to, Beelzebub refers to various deities or demons, but the name is most commonly known through its use in Christian mythology as another name for Satan. So yes, it's likely that the band is just straight up named after Satan. I mean, it makes sense to have such a name, considering all the occult elements in King Crimson's early music. Also, a pretty common interpretation of In the Court of the Crimson King is that the court is hell, and the Crimson King is its ruler, or Beelzebub. However, Peter Sinfield, the guy who gave the band its name, denies this. He says that King Crimson is a name that can refer to any ruler who reigns during dark and unstable times in the world. This brings us to our next entry. Frederick II. One such ruler during dark and unstable times is Frederick II, a notable Holy Roman Emperor in the 13th century. Peter Sinfield has quite the interest in this man, as almost all the lyrics in the Court album were inspired by him in some way. Of course, there were other inspirations like the Vietnam War, but if we go back to the Song Soup on Sea website, we can see that Frederick II was a huge influence on the writing of the album, as Sinfield wrote about 20 web pages worth of content relating Frederick II's life to the lyrics in the album. Frederick II is meant to be the Crimson King. Basically, the events described in the Court of Crimson King all reference events of his life and the political climate of change in 13th century Europe. If you want more details, Song Soup on Sea is the place to go. Cosmic Fuck. This is the name of a King Crimson documentary directed by Toby Amies. Well, it was the name. It was renamed to In the Court of the Crimson King, King Crimson at 50. Personally, I don't like the new title since it's a lot more generic and boring, and it's also kind of misleading. I'll get into that later though. The film released in 2022, but this isn't really a typical band documentary. While it would be great to have a film going over the comprehensive history of the band, talking about each lineup, album, and overall evolution of their music, this film doesn't fill that role. Rather, the documentary is mostly about how Fripp leads the band and what his relationship with the band's other members is like. The doc mostly focuses on the RadCrim iteration of the band, but a bunch of other members from across the band's iteration also do show up, even if briefly, mostly to talk about their experiences working with Fripp. Fripp is the centerpiece of the doc, with him discussing the philosophy of music and how that shapes what he wants King Crimson to be. Meanwhile, other band members give their thoughts on this and on Fripp, often talking about how much of a tyrant Fripp is. This is a good approach. Documentaries that tightly focus on a single question or subject tend to be better than ones that are broad retellings of history, especially when it's just one documentary and not a series. Besides, if the filmmakers really wanted to document all of King Crimson history from 1969 to 2021, they could not do it justice in a reasonable runtime. I'm glad the film decided to tackle a narrow and unique subject, one that could only be fully explored by gaining new insights from band members, rather than just having the band members and narration retell the history we can already find on Wikipedia. However, I do think that's why the title is misleading. It invokes the first album of the band, which is not the focus of the documentary, and it implies that it covers the history of the 50 years of the band. Many people went into the film thinking it would be this, including band members. Adrian Belew thought it would be a documentary on the band's history, so he agreed to participate. However, after actually watching it and realizing that it was mostly about RadCrim, he was disappointed, especially since he's still kind of salty about not being included in that iteration. Also, according to him, they cut down what he said in interviews to only specific lines that made him look overly negative. After watching, he said he shouldn't have been in the movie. So, that's wonderful. The title is also incredibly generic. We already have to differentiate between the album and the song when saying In the Court of the Crimson King. We don't have to add a movie to that list. I think the original title is much better. It shows that it's not a typical band history documentary, and rather something more raw and personal, and the spelling also invokes the modern era of King Crimson. But I get why they changed the name. Fripp is the Crimson King, and the band is his court. And the title is more recognizable for a general audience. But yeah, if you're a King Crimson fan, this is a good watch, and you'll still get something out of it even if you aren't a fan. Sid Smith book. On the other hand, if you do want literature documenting the full history of the band and an analysis of their music, you have Sid Smith's wonderful book, In the Court of King Crimson. While initially published in 2001, an updated version was released for the band's 50-year anniversary in 2019, titled In the Court of King Crimson, an Observation Over 50 Years. What an original title. Makes me even more mad that the documentary changed its title. The book is very exhaustive, over 600 pages long. It obviously covers the genealogy of the band, starting from before the band's formation, and covering all the different members and lineup changes across its history, all the way up to RadCrim. It includes interviews with basically every King Crimson member available, and also documents the lives of members after they left King Crimson. A large chunk of the book is dedicated to an analysis of each of the songs in King Crimson's studio album discography, and there's also another large chunk talking about notable aspects of the live albums. The book is highly respected and considered as the definitive King Crimson history, and it's also structured and written in a way to actually be a fun read, at least for the history part. I've already mentioned this book when talking about information for previous entries, and I will for future entries too. I think if you're enough of a King Crimson fan to make it this far down into the iceberg, you'll definitely be interested in reading this book. Fragged Dusty Wall Carpet. This is an improv played at a live show in Central Park on June 25th, 1973. That's exactly 51 years ago to the day as I'm writing this. That's a cool coincidence. This is considered one of the better improvs of early King Crimson, with it starting with Fripp and Cross playing long, drawn-out notes on their guitar and violin respectively, while Bruford makes some cool noises on some sort of sheet percussion. After a couple of minutes, Wetton starts playing a repetitive, catchy bass line, while we get some of that clean, classic Bruford drumming, which brings the whole improv together. The energy keeps getting higher and higher, and the improv only gets better and better. By the end, it doesn't even feel like an improv anymore. That's how good it is. Fascist. There's a couple things this can be referring to. First is this bootleg CD called Fascist, which has a hilarious cover. The bootleg contains recordings of shows played in Italy in 1973, and consists of 3 CDs. The first CD is subtitled The Third Reich for some reason, so make of that what you will. The other thing this entry could be referring to is a quote by Gordon Haskell, saying, "The King Crimson weapon is musical fascism, made by fascists, designed by fascists to dehumanize, strip mankind of his dignity and soul." Yeah, we already know Haskell absolutely hated his time in King Crimson, and felt that his perspectives and feelings were being suppressed by the others, especially Fripp. The immense pressure to achieve the band and Fripp's vision would obviously lead him to call the band fascist. Minerva's Gaze. This is the second studio album of King Crimson, releasing in 1970, riding the success of their debut album. Well, maybe it could have been in another timeline. In our timeline, Minerva's Gaze is a fan-made album by the YouTuber Rael NYC, who mostly makes documentaries about prog rock albums. However, his earlier videos had him creating these imagined, unreleased albums for bands, with Minerva's Gaze being one for King Crimson. The album was made by mixing various songs together, and also using some live versions of existing songs. Of course, King Crimson's songs were used in the mix, especially from Wake of Poseidon. However, songs from the album McDonald and Giles were also used. This makes sense. This album was created by 2 former members of King Crimson in 1970, and is very similar in style to King Crimson of the era, especially the lighter, more peaceful music. The mix also uses music from the album Septober Energy, an album released by the band Centipede. While no actual King Crimson members played on it, Robert Fripp and Keith Tippett did produce and direct it, so there's a connection there. Through these mixes, Minerva's Gaze shows what King Crimson could be like if Ian MacDonald and Michael Giles stayed with King Crimson and had more influence on their musical style. In the comments of the video, Rael NYC breaks down the songs from the album. First is Ibiza Lady, where a chorus from MacDonald and Giles is combined with Formentera Lady and a song from Septober Energy. Next is a song called Funky Centipede, which is a snippet of a song from Septober Energy. Third is Children of Today, a song from MacDonald and Giles. Next is a King Crimson live piece called Mantra. After that is I Sleep with the Wind, which mixes a bunch of different versions and covers of I Talk to the Wind from different groups. Next is Cadence and Cascade, which mixes the McDonald and Giles piece Flight of the Ibis with a demo version of Cadence from Crimson. This makes sense, since Flight of the Ibis is essentially just an early version of Cadence and Cascade, just with different lyrics. After that is Poseidon's Epitaph, which is just an instrumental version of Epitaph with the lyrics of The Wake of Poseidon. This seems to be a joke song, pointing fun at how people say In the Wake of Poseidon is just a knockoff Epitaph. Although for some reason, in the middle of the song, the instrumental cuts out to just the vocals of Epitaph, and then it abruptly cuts back to the song. I'm sure this is an editing error or something. The final song is Minerva's Gaze, which mixes the song Dance from Keith Tippett's album Blueprint with The Devil's Triangle. This fan-made project is pretty cool, and if you like the late 60s, early 70s style of Crimson, you should definitely give this a listen. Dr. Diamond Different Versions. There are two distinct arrangements of Dr. Diamond, one from 1973 and one from 1974. Between the two, they change up notes, vocals, and the tempo of the song. The band couldn't really decide on a good arrangement, which is why it never made it to a studio album, even though it was most likely supposed to. It's pretty weird that the band felt this way, since basically all the fans loved the song, regardless of the version. Construction Eclipse. On the back cover of the Construction of Light CD, we see photographs of various points of a solar eclipse next to names of the band members. Andrew Keeling provides an explanation for this on his website. He says, quote, "In purely instrumental terms, the Construction of Light is a work of light, or bright metallic guitars, against a darker backdrop, baritone guitar and drumming, which is reflected both in Adrian Belew's words as well as in the black and blue and silver color, also including images from an eclipse. On the back cover, an eclipse joins the masculine sun with the feminine moon, which is important for the Construction of Light as a whole. It seems, as in previous King Crimson works, the Construction of Light is reconciling opposing tendencies. So yes, we have another case of the masculine meeting the feminine, like Larks songs in Aspic and Three of a Perfect Pair. Another interesting thing is that these three are the only albums to have songs from the Larks suite, assuming Level 5 doesn't count. Maybe there's a deeper connection there. So yeah, maybe the images on the back correspond to how the band members play a role in the light-dark dichotomy of the album. Belew is pure light, he plays the airy guitar and does the vocals. Fripp also plays the guitar, but he doesn't sing, and his guitar parts tend to be a bit more gritty, hence the little bit of darkness on his picture. Gunn is the bassist, so it contributes a lot to the heaviness and darkness of the album, which is why his image is pure dark. The theory kind of falls apart with Mastelotto. As the drummer, he should also be dark in his metaphor, but he has a similar amount of light as Fripp. Maybe I'm just looking too deep into this. Asteroid 81947. Typically, asteroids are named with a number, like the title of this entry. However, afterwards, asteroids are given a proper name, typically named after a famous person. On July 31, 2000, asteroid 81947 was discovered. It was given the name Fripp. Attack of Thrak. This is a CD available on the Thrak box set. It is described as a successor to the live album Thrak Attack. Duh. It's a compilation of 5 improvs from that era: Attack of Thrak Part 1, Fans, Nuns, Slots, Felons; Attack of Thrak Part 2, Declamatory Doth Madden; and Witnessing Dumb Whodunits. An interesting aspect of this album is that each piece begins and ends with the main Thrak riff, which kind of ties together all the improvs. You can listen to Fans, Nuns, Sloths, Felons really easily since it's uploaded to YouTube as part of the KC50 series, and honestly, it sounds really good. Definitely a must if you like 90s King Crimson. Zoom Zoom. Zoom Zoom is an improv played in 1972 and part of the Live at the Zoom Club live album. What makes the improv special is that it's a whopping 44 minutes long, which I think makes it the longest single improv piece the band did, and the longest song in general across their discography. Jamie Muir's solo career. So Jamie Muir is an interesting fellow, and although his work with King Crimson is his most well known, he has worked with a myriad of other groups and people on various projects. But his most obscure stuff may be some solo work that very few even have heard. In one of his interviews, he said that after his whole Buddhist monk saga, he tried to return to music in the 80s, but couldn't really find a group of people willing to do band work with him. So he basically started doing some of his own work at home with some tech setup, but didn't like how restrictive the tech was. While he'd record music, he felt kind of aimless in what direction he wanted to go with it, and ended up leaving music. He apparently has a bunch of discs of the solo work, it was just never released in any way. Even if it's not the greatest according to Muir, he is still quite a unique and talented musician, so it would be interesting to listen to in the rare case they ever see the light of day. Prism. Prism is another live piece. A version played at a King Crimson concert in Mexico 1996 can be heard on the live album Vroom Vroom. It's cool because the piece is entirely percussion, just Bruford and Mastalota going crazy on their kits. While a lot of King Crimson live stuff tends to be boring or otherwise inaccessible to the average music listener, I don't think anybody can deny how fun this piece is. It's a genuine bop. Although the song itself wasn't composed by King Crimson members, but rather by jazz drummer Pierre Favre. His version of the song is much longer, at 14 minutes, and slowly builds up the energy. On the other hand, King Crimson's cover of it starts off highly energetic, and maintains that high energy through its 4-minute runtime. One of my favorite live songs from King Crimson. You should totally check out Favre's original version too. Cool Jam. Another live piece, this time a RadCrim piece from 2018. The name is pretty apt. The song is a laid-back, short, and funky tune. However, it's special because it's the last ever song in King Crimson's discography. It's the last piece of the Meltdown live album, which released in 2018. Well, it's a bit complicated. The Iceberg image I'm using was posted in June 2021, and King Crimson released a new live album, Music Is Our Friend, in November 2021. However, that album was only covers or different versions of older songs, with the only new quote-unquote song being the introductory soundscape. So for all intents and purposes, Cool Jam is the last proper original song by King Crimson, and I do think it's kind of cool that it harkens back to the jazzy roots of the band. The actual final song of the Music Is Our Friend album is Islands, which I think is a wonderful, emotional, and sensitive song to end the King Crimson saga. Nashville Rehearsals. The Nashville Rehearsals is a compilation album released as part of the King Crimson Collectors Club. The album was released in 2000 but consisted of rehearsals of the band at the SIR studio in Nashville in 1997. These rehearsals were meant to lay the foundations of the next studio album, but nothing was coming together. This is why the band decided to split and start the projects, which did introduce new ideas that made their way into studio albums. So yeah, if you want to listen to the band having an artist's block, the Nashville Rehearsals are apparently what you need. Wetton Food Fight. When John Wetton was part of a band named Family prior to King Crimson, he stayed at a hotel in Avignon, France with the band. The members of Family would frequently partake in food fights, much to the annoyance of the management of wherever they were at. Well, later, King Crimson would also stay in that very same hotel. Wetton told the other band members about the food fight he had with Family prior, and King Crimson decided to do a cover. So yeah, we had Fripp, Bruford, Wetton, and the rest of the band and crew just tossing all sorts of food at each other, while management could do nothing but look on. Pretty funny, and the reason Wetton told the story was to dispel the notion that King Crimson was a studious gentleman's band, and that they would also participate in a typical rock band debauchery. Happy Family 1969. In the July 6, 1969 King Crimson show at the Marquee in London, the band plays an improv right after their performance of Travel Weary Capricorn. During this improv, MacDonald, on the saxophone, plays a melody similar to that of Happy Families. As you know, Happy Family was released on the studio album Blizzard a year later, and MacDonald didn't even work on that album. I mean, I haven't heard the improv for myself though. I'm going off an All About Jazz article about the 1969 box set, since that's seemingly the only online mention about some version of Happy Family being played in 1969. It's entirely possible Fripp or Sinfield liked that random line MacDonald played, and wrote it into a song a year later. Seizure. This is a live piece played by Project 4. It was recycled from a shorter piece on the Nashville Rehearsals. This is basically everything I like about late 90s King Crimson, like Heaven and Earth. You have this dark, electronic, pulsing bass that drives the whole thing, with sharp percussion and drawn-out synths, alongside any further improvisation that's put on top. It's a really cool sound, and I'm glad I found another project piece that's right down my alley. Operation King Crimson. In November 2020, police in Kingman, Arizona executed what they called Operation King Crimson, which was meant to crack down on a drug trafficking ring in the area. The operation led to the seizure of 120 pounds of meth, as well as the arrest of over 20 people. As for why this drug bust was titled Operation King Crimson, we don't know. The simplest answer is that the town's name is Kingman, so they named the operation something related. Maybe somebody on the police force was a fan of the band, or of the Stephen King villain, the Crimson King, which, by the way, was inspired by the band. However, the most logical answer for me is that it was named after the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure character. The plot of JoJo Part 5, the part where King Crimson is a main villain, revolves around the protagonist fighting to stop a drug trafficking ring. The anime adaptation of Part 5 released in 2019 and was a huge success, meaning that it was possible these cops in 2020 knew about it and named their operation after the anime. The Vroom Sessions. The Vroom Sessions is a compilation album released in 1999, and it consists of instrumentals the double trio lineup played in the studio in 1994. These songs were among the very first pieces of material that the 90s King Crimson played after their formation, which does make it interesting enough to mention here. Rehearsals and Blows. This is another compilation album consisting of the band working on material for an album. This time, the music was recorded in 1983, during the lead-up to 3 of a Perfect Pair. While the material on this compilation album didn't make it to Perfect Pair, there were ideas and even entire songs which did find their way to various side releases or reissues over the years. It's an interesting listen if you wanted to see how the members of the 80s iteration would craft their iconic sound. Hoodoo. This is a rare and obscure song that the RadCrim iteration played in 2014. It's not easy to find, with the only reliable way to listen to it being the 2014 Elements box set. But the snippet on the box set is only 23 seconds long, so you're not getting much out of it, which also means that there's no sample snippet on DGM's website. But according to people who have heard it, it's a composed, tense piece with long pauses to build that tension. If any of you have heard the full thing, let us know how it is in the comments. Yoli Yoli. This is a song the band recorded in 1983, but was scrapped for not being that good. It was later released on the On and Off the Road box set, and then as part of the KC50 collection. And yeah, it's not great. The only thing it has going for it is the marimba backing track, which is the sole instrument of the song, making it somewhat unique. But yeah, the vocals are grating and nonsensical, and the song as a whole feels incomplete. It sounds more like something you'd hear your college's resident hippie perform on the quad than a King Crimson song. This iteration of the band had already shown that they were able to play some good, African-inspired New Age music with The Sheltering Sky, so I'm not really sure what they were thinking here. But yeah, it's probably not complete, and it was abandoned for a reason. Separation. Separation is a song on Jakko's solo album, Secrets and Lies. However, it was initially written by Jakko and Fripp for the album Jakszyk, Fripp, and Collins, which is basically an unofficial King Crimson album. As part of the song was released in the 2014 Elements box set, but the song would be fully released in 2020 as part of Jakko's aforementioned solo album. And even though it isn't officially King Crimson, it's got RadCrim written all over it. Ba Ba Boom Boom. This is a song in the 2015 Elements box set. Like its namesake, Ba-Boom from Thrak, it appears to be a complete percussion piece. And that's all I had to say about it. It's not like I can find much more information online about it. Silent Night. What better way for the members of King Crimson to spread the joy of Christmas than using a Frippatronics loop and Jakko's voice? But seriously, their cover of Silent Night is unironically great. It's an old Frippatronics loop from 1979, similar to Robert Fripp's ambient work, with some Jakko vocals added on top. At the end, a guitar plays the melody of the song as well. What I described is the edit of the song released as part of the KC50 collection, but that's the best version anyway. It's a really interesting and unique take on the original piece. Silent Night has always been a slower-paced, calmer Christmas carol, but it still invoked that sense of warmth and joy of Christmas. It feels like the night of Christmas Eve, after everyone's gone to sleep, in a warm house with Christmas decorations faintly lit by a fireplace. However, the King Crimson version feels cold, like an undisturbed field of snow circled by a grove of pine trees. The weather is clear and the stars are bright, but the cold is still biting. It invokes that Christmas feel in a different way. While this won't make it on a proper Christmas playlist, it's worth listening to at least once in that season, especially if you do it while out in the snowy cold. Sustains. This is the name of a suite originally conceptualized in Project 2. It's got a 3-part release on the Power to Believe box set. Honestly, not much to talk about. It's another ambient Frippatronics guitar mix, but I will say that it has a darker and heavier feel than the other Frippatronics loop tracks. Shark's Lungs and Lemsip. This is a live piece played in October 1973 and can be heard on the Great Deceiver live album. It's honestly a pretty creepy piece, sounding like a horror movie soundtrack. This is probably only on the Iceberg because of its name, which was retroactively given as a humorous reference to Larks' Tongues and Aspic. Other Fallen Angel improvs. We already talked about how Fallen Angel had its origin as an improv at a 1972 show in Germany. However, the riff was used in various other improvs of that era. There's little information about this, and I'm not about to go and listen through the hours of improvs from that era to try and locate other uses of the riff. But if you happen to find yourself listening to 1972 King Crimson improvs, keep your ears peeled for an appearance from Fallen Angel. Fripp's Gonorrhea. A bit of a strange entry, but an interesting story nonetheless. In 1969, before one of King Crimson's earlier shows, Greg Lake had the goal of finding women to spend time with for the week. Lake also wanted to help Fripp out with this endeavor, since Fripp usually had trouble with picking up girls. It's a surprise to me, typically the ladies love those unkempt lamb-chop sideburns he's sporting. Greg Lake, on the other hand, had the reputation of being a playboy, bringing home multiple girls a week, which is of course typical for us bass players. So he decided to be kind and be a wingman for the poor guitarist, and he did his job well, as Fripp did bring home 2 girls that week. He didn't just bring home the girls though, since soon after he was diagnosed with the STD gonorrhea, no doubt given to him by one of the 2 women. While the disease is not hard to cure, even back in 1969, it's still a good reminder to stay safe. It is for you, but not for us. This is a live piece from 1974 that can be found on the Great Deceiver live album. It's unique because the song was just kind of spontaneous. The band was playing Easy Money, but instead of completing the full 7 minutes, after the 2-minute mark, it launches into this song. It definitely has a similar style musically to Easy Money, and in another universe I can see this actually being part of Easy Money, with the song being structured sort of like Moonchild, 2 minutes of structured vocals followed by almost 10 minutes of loosely structured instrumentals. Deja Vroom. Deja Vroom is a DVD showcasing concert footage from a show in Tokyo 1995. The film contains songs from all the eras of the band up to that point, as well as some bonus features like commentaries, short films, and even a feature where you can mix and match recordings of different players from across different iterations of the band in order to make your own unique mix of 21st century Schizoid Man. Islands is a concept album. We've already talked about the overarching theme of love across the songs in Islands, but we can take this one step further and theorize that Islands is a concept album, or an album where all the songs tell one narrative story. First, we start off with Formentera Lady, where a man meets a woman he falls in love with, and later marries. However, he is a cheater and cheats on his wife. This is represented by Sailor's Tale. While not having any lyrics, the song shows this action through its structure, having a rhythmic, repetitive, and energetic melody building up for most of the song, and after the climax, the song ends with dark, foreboding ambience. This shows the man's feelings while cheating. It's fun in the moment, but in the end he still knows what he's doing is wrong, and it catches up to him in the letters. The song is pretty straightforward. The man's wife finds out about his cheating, writes a letter to the girl he's cheating with, and ends her own life. We then move on to side B of the album, where, much like the vinyl, the man's life has been turned upside down. He is now alone, left with nobody. In order to fill the void in his life, he travels and sleeps around with multiple women, but feels no strong connection to any of them. This is shown in the song Ladies of the Road. After failing to spark a connection, he does some serious introspection, represented by Prelude, Song of the Golds. After this introspection, he comes to the understanding that even though many people feel isolated, there is a sense of community and love that you can find if you reach out. This is what happens in the song Islands. With this understanding, the man becomes a better person and is able to move on. So yeah, this is the story that people generally agree on when the discussion of Islands being a concept album comes up. And honestly, I think it makes sense. The League of Gentlemen, 1960s. In the early 1960s, Robert Fripp and Gordon Haskell were attending the same school, and were actually in a band together with some of their other classmates. The band was called the League of Gentlemen, which was likely named after the 1960 British action comedy. In this picture, you can see a young Fripp on the far left and a young Haskell on the far right, joined by their bandmates Tino Licinio on the guitar and Stan Levy on the drums. This was the first proper band Fripp was a part of. It's pretty interesting because we know that almost 20 years later, Fripp was part of another band called the League of Gentlemen, which we already talked about, and considering he founded the band, it's likely he named it after the one he played in when he was younger. Fripp singing. Fripp is a guitar player, not a singer, and thus he has never sang on any King Crimson song. However, there are multiple ways you can hear him sing. In the outtakes of Lizard, we can hear him sing the chorus to Prince Rupert Awakes.
Oh, the Temple Master's bell is King Yosk and his blackworm seed.
Yeah, you can see why he doesn't pursue a singing role. Although he did get better over the years, since he does sing in some Robert and Toya videos.
Oh, I'm so hot. Sexy!
I'm too sexy for my shirt, too sexy for my tie, so sexy I'm in pain!
However, I believe Robert has contributed vocals to one King Crimson song, like actual lyrics, not some random shout or grunt that got caught in the recording. The song is Einstein's Relatives from the Happy With What You Have to Be Happy With EP. Now, calling this a proper song is a stretch. It's more like a joke mix of various different audios. But in this song, Fripp is the one who says the lines, "Nobody loves me, bugger me," with some effects put over it. He also has another line in the song, but that's just regular speaking from an outtake with nothing special added. In the Court of the BB King. This isn't an actual individual song, but rather a specific live performance of In the Court of the Crimson King from Detroit in 1971. Rather than sounding like its usual grand orchestral epic, this song is instead played in a more energetic blues style. Apparently this was because the audience at the show kept requesting the band play chords, which got annoying after a while. So the band went backstage and schemed, deciding to play the song but changed the style so it wasn't the court the audience wanted. Ian Wallace said that the performance could be called In the Court of the BB King, in reference to the blues musician. Ladies of the Road Fire Bucket. While recording Ladies of the Road, Boz Burrell sung the lyrics of the song into a fire bucket while hungover. That's why the vocals of that track have that muffled effect. Lights Please. These are two songs that can be found on the Heavy Construction live album, recorded in Prague in 2000. It's part 1 and part 2, but part 2 is the only one I need to talk about since it includes part 1 for some reason. So King Crimson was playing Vroom at a live venue, but a member of the audience took a photo with flash photography, which of course, if you know Fripp's strict no photography rule, was a big no-no. Fripp immediately went up to the mic and said "Lights please" twice, asking for the lights to be turned on. He then says, "Will the gentleman pass me his camera?" and repeats the request multiple times. Since the photographer refused to part with his camera, Fripp left the stage, followed by the rest of the band. Of course, the audience grew upset with this sequence of events, and in the recording you can hear multiple audience members yelling, "Get that camera," and "Get that guy out and get his camera." A few minutes later, the camera was taken from the man, and the film was removed and given to Fripp. Satisfied by this, Fripp and the band returned to the stage to play. While these are the events as they happened, it isn't exactly shown in the Lights Please song, since that song uses the audio from this incident and mixes it with other music and announcements. However, full footage of the incident is available on the Heaven and Earth box set, and I guess I should mention this is technically another example of a song with Fripp on vocals, though it's not really singing. Jamie Muir Fake Blood. While performing live with King Crimson, Jamie Muir would often hold capsules filled with fake blood in his mouth. During the performance, he would bite the capsule to fill his mouth with the fake blood, which he would let dribble out of his mouth, and even on some occasions spit at the audience. This was just one of his strange, unexplainable antics that he would often pull while playing. Bruford playing saxophone. Apparently during 1973 and 1974, Bill Bruford would secretly practice the saxophone alone in his room, and not tell anybody else. John Wetton would supposedly know about it since he would always stay in the room next to Bruford's, and he could hear him practicing through the walls. However, the rest of the band did eventually find out. This was likely just a side project that he did for fun, since he never ended up playing the saxophone on any of his professional music. Industrial Zone C. In the bonus tracks of Three of a Perfect Pair, there are two tracks called Industrial Zone A and Industrial Zone B. There are these eccentric, energetic, and experimental instrumental tracks. Say that 5 times quickly. Later, for the 40th anniversary re-release of Three of a Perfect Pair, a third track in the suite, Industrial Zone C, was included. It's much longer than the other two tracks, at 15 minutes long. However, the style is similar, lots of tight drumming with dark, non-structured instrumentals on top. However, the intensity of the music is allowed to rise and drop due to the longer runtime, as opposed to the shorter Industrial Zones, which are intense all the way through. Another mix of Industrial Zone C can be listened to on YouTube as part of the KC50 collection. The Wasteland. The Wasteland is a depressing 1922 poem by T.S. Eliot. Excerpts from the poem are used as the lyrics for the song The Deception of the Thrush. Schoenberg Softened His Hat. This is a live RadCrim piece from the 2016 Live in Vienna CDs. The song is unique because it's literally just 12 minutes of mostly ambient, atmospheric, drawn-out synths, occasionally interjected with bass, flute, and chimes. I know I've described a lot of King Crimson music as ambient or dark ambient, but this is the most ambient piece from the ones we've covered so far. It's very calming and peaceful in my opinion, but I can see it making some people anxious. Three of a Perfect Pair is a concept album. Like Islands, Three of a Perfect Pair may have an overarching narrative. Let's try and figure out what it is. The album opens up with a titular track, which most agree is about a couple in a toxic relationship, each with their own issues and constantly arguing. The next song is Model Man, which is about a man realizing he's not perfect, but will still try to be the best he can for his lover. This is likely the same man from the relationship in the previous song. Next up is Sleepless, which is likely a song about sleep paralysis, but could also be about the anxiety that comes with overwhelming emotion. The man lacks mental peace due to his condition and situation, and potentially regret over his past actions. Basically, it's him not being able to sleep at night. However, he eventually is able to rest, and that is represented by the next song, Nuages. The alternate title, That Which Passes, Passes Like Clouds, basically represents the peace he gets while at sleep. The song certainly sounds that way, being a peaceful, dreamlike instrumental. However, sleep doesn't last forever, and eventually the man has to wake up and deal with the distressing daily reality of his relationship, represented by Industry. This is another instrumental, but instead of being serene, Industry is disconcerting and anxiety-inducing, with a grating undertone. It's the irritation you feel when stuck in an unfavorable daily life. And this attitude continues in the next song, Dig Me. The lyrics perfectly match the situation and feelings of our protagonist. The song's lyrics talk about the protagonist being stuck in a toxic environment, surrounded by scrap and being pelted by acid rain. The chorus then is about the singer wanting to leave this toxic environment. Of course, in the song, the lyrics are from the perspective of a car rusting in a junkyard, but within the overarching narrative of the album that we're creating, it could also metaphorically refer to the man wanting to escape his toxic home and relationship. Next is the song No Warning, which is an instrumental, but let's say it's about the man confronting his wife without any warning. And finally, the album ends with Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 3. If you remember my analysis of the previous two Larks songs, you would know that Larks Part 3 is also about an argument and ultimate reconciliation between the masculine and the feminine. In this story, this song is the husband and wife discussing and maybe even arguing about the state of the relationship. However, they do eventually start to see eye to eye and begin working on fixing their relationship. The song ends with a fade out, which I criticized before, but here the lack of a conclusive ending could mean that the couple didn't reach a resolution yet, that they still need to continue working on reconciliation. So yeah, that's the potential narrative being told by this album. While I do think it's a bit weaker than Islands being a concept album, there are still some really neat connections that are made, so it's entirely possible that there's an overarching story to the album. Manicured Noise. This is a bootleg CD of a 1995 performance of the band. Biker Babes of Rio Grande is fearless and highly thracked. We already talked about Fearless and Highly Thracked in the entry about Thrak Attack. It was an improv recorded at a live show on November 20th, 1995. 2 days later, on November 22nd, the improv Biker Babes of the Rio Grande was recorded. Despite having a completely different name, it's very obvious that they're both essentially the same piece with slight differences. They probably liked the improv that they played on the 20th and did it again on the 22nd. TU. TU is a band formed in 2002 consisting of two members, Trey Gunn and Pat Basilotto. They mostly do jazz improv, and they were active for over 5 years. They've only had 4 releases, 2 studio albums, an official bootleg, and a live album. Raw Meat on Stage. Another entry with such little online information that I had to ask around for the explanation. The most detailed answer is sourced from the Sid Smith book. Apparently at a show in 1981, the audience was pissed due to the show starting late and the set not being that good. As the band was leaving, somebody in the audience threw a giant piece of raw meat on the stage. This sounds about right, however another answer would say that the same thing happened, but at a Larks-era concert, which would date it in the early 70s. Considering that the first answer provides a source as well as a quote, I'm willing to say that this is the correct answer and the other person may have gotten the era wrong. Or maybe there were 2 separate raw meat incidents. Also, shout out to the user SSTWL Asher. Even though I may have been slightly dismissive of them in this entry, they were very kind enough to provide me access to a document where they themselves were working on explanations to the entries of the bottom few layers of this iceberg, which did help me with my research for some of the more obscure entries. Thank you so much. Trees. Trees is a King Crimson song played live at one of their shows in 1969. This is one of the most mysterious King Crimson songs, as the only recording we have is extremely low quality. The full song is around 19 minutes long, although the official release of it on the Live at the Marquee album only includes 4 minutes. Several years ago, there were YouTube uploads containing longer segments of the song, but they were all taken down. In the official release, the 4 minutes included are quite beautiful. It starts off as only vocals, with an angelic voice just singing "la" with no actual words. Around 2 minutes in, similarly serene instrumentals are introduced. It is a testament to how great the song sounds, when even when listening to a recording of such horrific quality, it still sounds so beautiful. According to some secondary sources, the rest of the piece after this was more the traditional jazz and rock early King Crimson was known for. The music played was quite similar to songs like Pictures of a City, whose melody was likely reused from Trees. Pretty cool stuff. I hope that we get an official release of the full song from DGM, hopefully in a higher quality. Meanwhile, we can enjoy covers of the song, like the one playing in the background right now. Daytona, USA. On the 2015 Thrak box set, footage titled Tony's Road Movies was included. This was footage that Tony Levin recorded while the band was on tour in the 90s. There's a total of 7 of these road movies, and lucky for us, the longest one, titled The Race, is available on the DGM YouTube channel for free. The footage shows band members playing the racing game Daytona USA at an arcade in Japan. Belew appears to be having an absolute blast, while Mastalotto looks like he wants to rage quit, and Bruford appears to just be calmly enjoying the experience. Gunn and Levin, however, look like they're absolutely locked in and taking the race seriously. It's a shame Fripp wasn't here playing with them, though. Footage of him being a gamer would be priceless. Darren Locke. Darren Locke is a bit of a controversial figure in the King Crimson community, having over a decade of back-and-forth quarreling between him and members of King Crimson and DGM. Essentially, he's a long-time prog listener and musician. He'd have a professional relationship with some King Crimson members, working with Mastalotto on an album called Money for Old Rope, and would also talk with Ian Wallace about potentially working on the 21st Century Schizoid Band website. More importantly though, back in the 2000s he ran a King Crimson fan forum called Projection, created in 2003. The site is long gone now, but using the Wayback Machine you can take a look at the entry page. Immediately we are met with a disclaimer, saying if you are of a weak disposition, unable to recognize sarcasm, or are easily offended, please turn back now. Also, if you are a member of King Crimson or have ever been associated with the group, you may want to refrain from entering, too, as some topics and opinions expressed are likely to cause offense. So that already sets the tone for the rest of this entry. As part of the forum, he used images of the King Crimson album covers, which DGM considered copyright infringement. There was a fight between the two parties, but ultimately DGM did give him permission to use them. Despite this, a Projection forum no longer exists. According to the Wayback Machine, the link started to lead to a dead page in 2020, and the sole archive snapshot in 2024 seems to show some scam Chinese adult website, so Projection is definitely long gone. The 2020 date does line up with some other significant events we'll talk about later though. But going back to the 2000s, in 2006 Ian Wallace was sadly diagnosed with cancer, which he would eventually succumb to and pass away. Of course, being significant King Crimson news, Darren Locke would post a headline about it on Projection, but the headline he wrote, instead of relaying the information in a concise and respectful way, instead made an extremely disrespectful and tasteless joke about the cancer. Of course, this led to massive backlash from the community, which led to Darren Locke profusely apologizing. However, this also led to basically everyone in King Crimson and DGM painting a target on his back. To his credit, Darren Locke did say he talked privately with Ian Wallace's widowed wife, and made things up with her, and they're supposedly on good terms now. However, his clashes with DGM would continue. Darren Locke would make a YouTube channel where he would review progressive rock music. However, he'd make some questionable choices, such as reviewing and promoting an unauthorized bootleg album, and also remastering some songs from the Live at the Orpheum album and uploading them to his channel. Of course, this led to copyright strikes on his channel around 2015. However, in 2019, his other King Crimson reviews also got hit with a bunch of copyright strikes. These reviews were of official music that he purchased, and he didn't actually play any of the music, so there was no reason for a legitimate copyright strike. A bunch of other music reviewers who had similar style of content to him would not be struck. This led many to believe that DGM unfairly struck his channel due to their previous feuds. Of course, this would swing the favor of the public into Darren Locke's camp, as it was universally understood that it was disgusting for a company to essentially have a petty grudge against this one guy. Locke tried to appeal the copyright strikes to YouTube, but any YouTuber knows it's a long and arduous process that often leads to nothing, so Locke made the decision to delete his channel and instead switch over to uploading on his new channel. He avoids talking about King Crimson on his new channel, only having a single video where he talks about the situation, referring to King Crimson not by name but instead as that band. Since then, he's continued making prog-related videos. Looking at online discussion about him, it continues to be divisive, with many calling him annoying and horrible at making critiques, while others say he's funny and makes good videos, and that he's responsible for getting them into a bunch of prog music. But in the end, DGM came out looking bad, although this was before they changed their views on streaming King Crimson music online, so maybe they've chilled out since then. Sasha King Crimson. In the comments of various King Crimson videos, you can find comments by accounts titled Sasha King Crimson, who do nothing but comment their username, usually followed by a string of strange symbols. Other times they comment 4 emojis. You'll see them pop up every once in a while, even under non-King Crimson music videos, and you can't help but wonder who exactly they are. There appears to be 3 different Sasha King Crimson accounts. Sasha King Crimson 187 and Sasha King Crimson 5462 have playlists on the channel, full of prog rock videos under which they comment, and usually when one of them comments, the others do too. Even more interesting is the time gap between comments. They don't all comment at the same time. There are gaps of years between Sasha comments in the same video. Some people have said that they're just bots, but I doubt this, since on occasion you can see that they comment different stuff that's actually related to the video, instead of just the copy-paste comment. So, all 3 of them are likely real people. I think that this could be a case of a serial YouTube commenter, but just limited to a specific genre of video. If any of you are familiar with YouTubers like Justin Y, who are known for commenting on a bunch of videos, it's like that, but for just prog or experimental music videos. Out of the 3 of them, Sasha King Crimson 187 is the oldest channel, being created in 2014. It's likely that this is a dude actually named Sasha, who's a fan of prog and just made these comments under these videos. It's not the first time that real people have made strange, repetitive comments under videos. It's just a style. People began to notice, and Sasha King Crimson would become a sort of meme within the prog community. Due to this, a couple copycat accounts would pop up and copy the commenting style, making comments across different prog music videos just to get in on the meme. At least that's the most likely explanation I can come up with. It's just a quirky little mystery. Radical Action 4. Radical Action is a suite of songs that the RadCrim iteration of the band played. Officially, there are only 2 songs in the suite, Radical Action and Radical Action 2. However, in late 2017, the first Radical Action underwent a change in composition, becoming longer. This has led to some, including official set lists, renaming the song Radical Action 3, with Radical Action 1 being the intro of the song. However, some band members have said that there were meant to be 4 parts of the suite, which is confusing, until you learn that the song The Errors was initially supposed to also be named Radical Action. So with that, there are technically 4 parts in the Radical Action suite. However, this may not be the full story, since Radical Action 3 kind of unintentionally came up, and Errors may not be the planned 4th song in the suite. This would mean that there are 1 or potentially 2 Radical Action songs that were planned but never came to fruition. Under Milk Wood. Under Milk Wood is a 1954 radio play about the fictional lives of various characters living in a small Welsh town. It opens with the lines, "To begin at the beginning. It is spring, moonless night in the small town, starless and Bible black. The cobble streets silent, and the hunched courtiers and rabbits wood limping invisible down to the slow, black, crow-black, fishing bot bobbing sea." Within this word salad, one phrase probably stood out to you guys, starless and Bible black. Yes, 20 years after Under Milk Wood first played on radio, the members of King Crimson would name one of their studio albums after this one random phrase from the play. And this also means that the song Starless on Red would also be inspired by the line from the play. So yeah, it's cool to trace the origins of King Crimson's greatest song back to this. Ahriman's Ceaseless Corruptions. This is another unstructured, dark ambient piece like Schoenberg softened his hat. It can be found on the same live album, Live in Vienna. I'm not really sure why it was singled out for the Iceberg, other than being a really obscure live piece the creator of the Iceberg liked, I guess. Although the title is interesting. Ahriman is the dark spirit of evil in Zoroastrianism, and he is responsible for corrupting humans. In that way, he plays a similar role to Beelzebub or Satan, which is what the name King Crimson somewhat refers to, even if that idea is contested. So in a way, the song's title could be reaching back to the origins of the band, and the song itself does kind of sound like an evil spirit going around corrupting people, so it definitely deserves its title. Dance of Death. This is a bootleg of the band's show in 1973 Switzerland. Honestly, after researching the entry on Darren Locke, I'm afraid of even mentioning bootlegs in this video, so I'm going to move on quickly. Epitaph Howling. In the 2019 alternate mix of Epitaph on the 50th anniversary re-release of In the Court of the Crimson King, at around the 8-minute 10-second mark, there's a strange howling noise. I'm going off this Reddit post describing it, and it's a shame because almost nobody in the comments is talking about it. They're just talking about other strange noises in other songs. At least this one guy says it's a high-pitched mellotron note, so we'll take that as a proper explanation for the howling. Jurassic Thrak. This is a compilation CD in the Thrak box set containing the recordings of the band, as they composed and recorded songs for the Thrak album. You're basically listening as a spectator in the studio as the band figures out how they want the new songs to sound, which also means you get to listen in on early versions of the songs, as well as music that didn't get an official release. But the best part about it, in my opinion, is listening in on the band members bantering, as well as bloopers of them messing up the recordings. Toy Story. In Fripp's diary entry from September 17, 2003, he mentions being told that some of the animators for Toy Story would listen to Thrak Attack while working on the movie. It's likely he meant Toy Story 2 here, since Toy Story 1 came out before the release of Thrak Attack. But still, it's funny imagining the juxtaposition between the songs on Thrak Attack and Toy Story 2. Like, imagine if the animators went one step further and licensed the songs from the album for the movie. Like, instead of You've Got a Friend in Me, the theme song for Toy Story 2 was The Slaughter of the Innocents. Noises at the End of Court. So if you've ever listened to 21st Century Schizoid Man, which I hope you've done if you're this far down into the iceberg, you'll know that approximately the first 30 seconds of the song are these unnerving, wheezing notes. Apparently this was created by using your whole arm to press all the keys on a reed organ. This isn't the only time this sound appears in the album, though. If you listen to the expanded and remastered version of the album, which is likely the version you have access to if you're listening using a streaming service, the sound appears again at the end of the song In the Court of the Crimson King. But this wasn't always there. It was added specifically for when the album was to be added to streaming services. You see, the original version of the track was 9 minutes 25 seconds long. However, in this new version, after the song itself ends, there are 15 seconds of silence, which are then followed by these strange organ noises. While I do think that ending the album with this unsettling ambience is an improvement to the already unnerving album, these noises weren't added for artistic reasons. With this additional time added to the song, the length of the song was extended to just above 10 minutes. On iTunes, songs over 10 minutes are marked as album-only purchases. This means that you can't buy the song individually for 99 cents, but rather you need to buy the whole album instead to gain access to that song, which will cost you around $10. So by extending the track to 10 minutes, they can force listeners to pay for the full album in order to listen to one of their most popular songs. However, in the end, I don't think this mattered that much. King Crimson were late to selling their songs on digital platforms, so they only caught the very tail end of people actually just buying songs digitally. As they added their collection to be available online, most people were switching over to the subscription-based streaming model, and nobody would be doing stuff like buying individual songs or albums on iTunes, which is why iTunes itself went bust soon after. But yeah, adding that 40 seconds of noise to the end of court was literally just a musical equivalent of stretching a YouTube video out to 10 minutes in order to get more ad revenue. Fragged Dusty Wall Carpet is composed. So, in the entry for Frag Dusty Wall Carpet, you know how I said that by the end it didn't even sound like an improv. Well, I might have been onto something, considering this entry. You see, the supposed improvisation was played on June 25th, 1973. However, on March 19th, 1973, the band would play a composed piece called Guts on My Side, which has a very similar melody to Frag Dusty Wall Carpet. So did the band just take Guts on My Side, tweak it a little, and call it an improv later? Well, no, because Guts on My Side wasn't composed before Frag Dusty Wall Carpet, but after. You see, while the digital release titles say that this recording was from March 19th, 1973, this is actually wrong. The recording was from the March 19th, 1974 show in Udine, Italy. And according to the page about the show on DGM, Guts on My Side was composed sometime between December 1973 and March 1974, so after Frag Dusty Wall Carpet was performed. So yeah, I think this entry was made with the incorrect 1973 date in mind, but in reality it's likely Guts on My Side was composed with the melody made from Frag Dusty Wall Carpet in mind. So with that mystery debunked, I just wanted to end this entry off with go and listen to Guts on My Side. It's really catchy, and it's also the closest King Crimson ever got to making a traditional sounding rock song. Gallow Glass. In the coda section of Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 1, faint voices can be heard. The voices starting at 12 minutes 30 seconds are just band members Bruford, Wetton, and Muir reading out random sentences, which were then overlaid to make gibberish. This YouTuber called Singing Sheep YTPs isolated the vocals, so here are the band members saying the lines. However, before then, there are voices that are lifted from a production of some sort, complete with static in the background. Here's a snippet of those voices.
I wouldn't worry about that sore throat of yours. A good hanging's the best cure for it, I know. Second job. It is the sentence of this court that you be taken from this place to the Tolbooth of Edinburgh, there by the hands of the common executioner, be hanged by the neck upon a gibbet until you are dead.
Now, these lines were recorded by Bill Bruford, who went home, turned on the radio, and recorded a play airing at the time. Now, if you ask for the source of this audio on the internet, multiple sources say it comes from the play Gallow Glass. However, there's just one issue here. Gallow Glass wasn't even written or performed until 1991, so unless Bill Bruford is a time traveler, this claim is impossible. But I can see how this claim could have been spread, since Gallow Glass does have a line that contains exactly the same words of the song.
As the Sheriff of Lanarkshire shall appoint, and there by the hands of the common executioner you shall be hanged, by the neck upon a gibbet, until you are dead.
By the hand of the common executioner, you shall be hanged by the neck upon a gibbet until you are dead. However, somebody in a Reddit thread discussing this mystery said that this could have been common legal lingo used in courts of the time period the play takes place in, so it's not exactly exclusive. Singing Sheep YTP has another video on his channel where he talks about this mystery, and he mentions a comment on the Larks, Tongues, and Aspic YouTube video by a user named GordonHolleran2195, who instead claims that the audio comes from a BBC TV show called Weir of Hermiston, which was an adaptation of a book by the same name. Now, this makes more sense. Weir of Hermiston aired on BBC in February and March of 1973. This lines up perfectly with the timeline, as Larks, Tongues would release in late March 1973, meaning that they were probably adding the finishing touches to the album in February and early March, which would include adding these voices. Also, the dialogue provides more evidence. If you listen, the male voice says something about a culprit with a sore throat, and that the culprit shouldn't worry since his death by hanging would cure him of that anyway. In Chapter 3 of the Weir of Hermiston book, Lord Hermiston, a judge, sentences a man named Duncan Jopp to death by hanging. The book mentions that Duncan Jopp has a sore throat. That's a small detail, but it matches up perfectly. While the line starting with "by the hand of the common executioner" doesn't show up in the book, it's completely possible that the specific dialogue was changed in the adaptation from novel to TV. Unfortunately, it's difficult to actually verify and track down the part of the show this audio specifically comes from, since to my knowledge the only way to watch the show today is actually finding someone with a physical copy of the show, which you can imagine is pretty difficult. Also, even with all this evidence for Weir of Hermiston, there are a couple of inconsistencies that still bug me. First of all, why was Gallow Glass spread around as the source for the audio? Like, it's even mentioned on the Elephant Talk wiki, meaning that the Gallow Glass answer goes back decades potentially. And it likely comes from band members as a source. Singing Sheep YTP even mentions that the Sid Smith book even credits it. I guess the band members must have misremembered. After all, it's not like they planned the lines out, they just took a random recording of whatever was on air at the time. But Sid Smith reportedly mentioning it in his book is more strange, considering that it's supposed to be a factual documentation. I guess one of the band members just told Smith the audio came from a play called Gallow Glass, and he put it in the book without double-checking the info, because why would he need to if it came from the mouth of the band itself? Also, another weird detail is that Weir of Hermiston was a TV show, while the official story from the band is that Bill Bruford recorded a radio play. However, after a brief Google search, I found that back in the days of analog television, some radios would be able to play the audio of TV broadcasts, so there's that detail rectified. So yeah, even though the voices on Larks, Tongues Part 1 are credited to Gallow Glass, they most likely belong to the Weir of Hermiston. Massive thank you to Singing Sheep YTP. His videos helped a lot in researching this entry, and I kept seeing his account pop up everywhere on YouTube and Reddit when I was looking for more information about this entry. He really put a lot of work into trying to solve this mystery, and I hope that this mystery can be officially cleared up soon. Asteroid 72802. We already talked about how asteroids are named after famous people. Asteroid 72802 is named Wetton, of course after John Wetton. KTU. We already talked about the band TU, formed by King Crimson members Pat Mastelotto and Trey Gunn. In 2004, they collaborated with the Finnish band Cluster, consisting of accordionist Kimmo Pojonen and percussionist Samuli Kosminen. Sorry if I mispronounced that. This combination of Cluster and TU became a supergroup called KTU. They released 2 albums, 8-Armed Monkey in 2005 and Quiver in 2009. Both are, of course, part of the experimental or prog genre that we've been dealing with in this whole Iceberg. But the good thing is that music in this genre tends to be unique. Same thing here, the music is quite energetic, and the accordion adds a special flair that makes it stand out. Jamie Muir at Hyde Park. On July 5, 1969, King Crimson had their legendary performance opening for the Rolling Stones at Hyde Park in London, playing for a crowd of over 650,000. One of the people in the crowd watching the performance was none other than Jamie Muir, who later stated that while watching the performance, he was very impressed at how mature the band sounded. He said that King Crimson was a new band, but they didn't need to find their sound, they hit the ground running with their music. I wonder if Muir knew that in just 3 years the band he was watching would call him and ask him to join them. Live Room. This is another bootleg, this time being a CD of a live show the band played at London in 1995, containing mostly Thrak-era songs with a bit of 80s and 70s stuff sprinkled in. The reason why it's near the bottom is because of how rare it is to find it, or uploads of its material. Which is good, because it's an infringement of copyrighted material. Okay, that should be good enough for DGM. Let's move on. The Vicar. You know, out of everything in this Iceberg, I think that this entry is the most bizarre. The Vicar is this alter persona of David Singleton, created in 1999. He's pseudo-fictional, based on David Singleton and some of his actual experiences, but also embellished with some tales. The Vicar is a record producer, like his real-world counterpart, with his character credited with releasing actual music, a single in 2010 titled Count Your Blessings, and 2 albums in 2013 and 2014, titled Songbook 1 and Songbook 2. However, this character is also a detective of sorts. Let me explain. This entire character started when Singleton and Fripp were talking about the idea of a mystery story taking place in the music industry, which is when Singleton decided to write one himself. So, the Vicar was created, record producer by day, unintentional detective by night. However, the true identity of this character was kept anonymous, which was because Singleton disliked the whole cults of personality dominating the music industry. So he decided to make the protagonist anonymous. Singleton would write these comedic mystery stories with the Vicar, usually loosely based on some real-life event he went through. He'd start by writing diary entries for the Vicar, posting them on DGM's website before moving on to proper novel-length stories told in a series of posts. The Vicar would be joined by his assistant, another character named Punk Sanderson, who would narrate the stories from his point of view, since the Vicar is anonymous and all. This first story, which started being written in 2003, was titled Chronicle the First, The Mysterious Case of Billy's G-String. The story was based on Fripp's falling out with EG Records in the early 90s, which is the event that caused DGM to be created in the first place. In fact, most of the stories of the Vicar talk about how he dislikes the evil big businesses of the record production industry, and how he tries to help out smaller exploited musicians. Of course, this is basically DGM's mission statement, which is what the Vicar is meant to promote. There would be a second chronicle as well, titled The Absurd Nonsense of the Orange Eyebrow. The Vicar persona would continue running strong, and in 2007, a YouTube channel for Punk Sanderson was created, where he would retell the story of the 2 chronicles in a vlog-style format. The 2 chronicles would also be compiled into print books in 2013, which is when Singleton revealed himself as the identity of the Vicar. The first chronicle would get a graphic novel adaptation, and there would even be a mobile app game of all things. And of course, there were the aforementioned music releases, social media campaigns that would give participants the chance to be a part of the Vicar's music, as well as charity fundraising and awareness campaigns. So yeah, that's the story of the Vicar. Pretty wild. I respect that Singleton wanted to do this multimedia bizarre side project just for the fun of it, essentially. Emmanuel Plagiarism. Emmanuel is a 1974 French erotic film. The plot is basically just about this woman having a bunch of sex in Bangkok, but we're not here to talk about that. For whatever reason, the composers of the film thought it would be a good idea to just copy Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 2 for multiple songs in the movie. Yeah, that similarity is undeniable. This isn't the first time on this Iceberg that I've mentioned copycat soundtracks. I've talked about some anime that copied King Crimson songs, but the band never filed action against them, probably since they didn't know about them. How the hell were some middle-aged British dudes supposed to figure out some animated movies for teenagers in a country halfway across the world copied King Crimson for one of their soundtracks? However, this wasn't the case for Emmanuel. This movie became one of the highest-grossing French movies of all time, and was incredibly popular all over the world. So it was only a matter of time before the band found out the movie ripped their music off. One day, Wetton told Fripp something along the lines of, "Hey, there's a super popular French erotic movie that ripped off our song." Fripp immediately booked a ticket to watch the movie, and would actually record the whole thing in order to gather evidence of the plagiarism. According to him, the movie was boring, but he had got what he came for, as he found that basically every sex scene in the movie was scored with a song that sounded exactly like Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 2. I don't understand why the filmmakers thought that Larks, Tongues, and Aspic out of all songs would be fitting to play during sex scenes, but hey, don't knock it till you try it, am I right? It was likely that the composers had heard the track when the band played live on French television, and they decided to just copy that for the movie soundtrack they were working on. Fripp would then sue the filmmakers for copyright infringement, and the case led to him being credited as the composer of the song, which also granted him royalties. In a 2013 interview, he said that he still makes money off of these royalties, considering that the movie was still being shown and aired. I mean, Fripp is lucky that such a popular movie ripped him off. I mean, that movie spawned basically an entire cinematic universe's worth of sequels and unauthorized spin-offs. Like, imagine the money you would get if you were accidentally given royalties to Iron Man in the MCU, for example. That's basically what Fripp got. Maybe not that extreme. Emmanuel is getting a remake this year. Who knows, maybe the composers of the remake will rip off Radical Action to unseat the hold of Monkey Mind. SNL. In season 25, episode 5 of Saturday Night Live, there's a skit called Devil Can't Write No Love Song, where a guy wanting to write a love song for his girlfriend offers up his soul to the devil to do so, after which the devil, played by Will Ferrell, appears to take him up on the offer, and then ultimately fails at writing a love song. When the devil appears, the main riff from Larks, Tongues, and Aspic Part 1 is played. The visual of a demonic Will Ferrell appearing in smoke while Larks' tongues blast in the background is absolutely hilarious, while also being a badass and fitting entrance for a devil character. However, this isn't the first time King Crimson and SNL have met. In Season 4, Episode 19, there's a song near the end, and although uncredited, if you look closely enough, you can catch a brief shot of Fripp in the shadows playing a Frippertronics loop. Rage Sleepless. Rage is an Australian TV show that plays music videos. It started airing in 1987 and still airs to this day. I put it on the Iceberg because one of its intros uses Sleepless as the song, which is just so cool and surreal alongside the visuals. Sleepless is one of my favorite King Crimson songs, probably my favorite from their 80s tracks, so it's nice seeing it get recognition. Movies with King Crimson. So we've spent the past few entries talking about King Crimson being used in other media, so might as well make an entry talking about times King Crimson songs were used in movies, with permission this time. One of the most well-known examples is In the Court of the Crimson King being used in the 2006 movie Children of Men. The song perfectly fits the apocalyptic and hopeless setting of the movie. The scene it's used in makes the song fit in even more, since that scene establishes the ruling upper class of this crumbling world, which is kind of exactly what In the Court of the Crimson King is about. Another movie that uses a King Crimson song is the 2018 film Mandy, starring Nicolas Cage. Starless is played over the opening credits of the movie, which once again does a great job at setting the tone for the movie. The movie also takes more inspiration from King Crimson though, since Nick Cage's character is named Red, and he was named after the album. The 1998 movie Buffalo 66 features a scene where a character tap dances to Moonchild, which seems like an odd mix, but it absolutely works. The list goes on, you just have to look on Fripp's IMDb page to find movies that use King Crimson songs. However, the most interesting find on here is that two 70s Bruce Lee movies used Larks' tongues in Aspic. The 1971 film titled The Big Boss uses Larks Part 2, while the 1973 documentary about Bruce Lee titled Bruce Lee, the Man and the Legend uses Larks Part 1. Apparently, The Big Boss had a redubbed version in 1982 that included the song, which is why it's credited with it despite coming out before the album. Hyde Park footage. Despite the insane popularity of King Crimson's 1969 Hyde Park show, there's very little recorded footage of the set. While there was a professional camera crew there, they were only there for the Rolling Stones and didn't film King Crimson's set, meaning that the only footage of King Crimson at Hyde Park for a good while was this one hilarious shot of Robert Fripp looking at Mick Jagger, like he's stalking him or something. Very ominous. However, decades later, Greg Lake would just find footage of the show in his basement. He's not really sure who took them and how they got there, but he had them sent over, and approximately 2 minutes of footage from the show was able to be recovered. The rest of the footage is in Fripp's possession, and it seems that other than those 2 minutes, the rest of the footage is unrecoverable due to damage from being stored in a damp basement. The footage would then be synced with the audio of Schizoid Man from the show, and it would be uploaded to YouTube for all to watch. While there are other people uploading longer videos of the show, after going through a bunch of them, the additional footage just seems to be from the crowd, not of the band itself, and the crowd footage could come from any time during the show. So it's likely these 2 minutes of footage on the official channel are all that exists of the band in the show, unless if there's some home video that hasn't been shared yet. It's a shame because this is the only footage of the original band's lineup that isn't lost media. There's also apparently some footage of the lineup taken from some German TV show, but the guy who's in possession of it only streamed it once on a King Crimson Discord server when there was only one other person watching, so that's not fully accessible yet. However, he did contact DGM and is willing to send the footage over, so hopefully that goes off without a hitch and we can finally see some more footage of the 1969 lineup. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds is a 1967 song by the Beatles. When doing their very first rehearsals in 1969, King Crimson would play a cover version of the song. Of course, this would be dropped after they had written enough of their own material. Just as a little aside, I learned while researching this entry that the band's first rehearsals took place in the basement of the Fulham Palace Road Cafe, which is now a Turkish restaurant named Ottoman. It was in that basement that the band would create the first few albums of their discography, all the way up to Islands. So if you ever find yourself in London, go and eat at the Ottoman restaurant on the Fulham Palace Road, knowing that King Crimson had made some of their most iconic songs right below where you're eating. Castle of the Elfin King. This is a song made by the fictional progressive rock band Shrine of Frodo in the animated sitcom F is for Family. Shrine of Frodo is meant to be a parody of a bunch of different prog rock bands, but Castle of the Elfin King is specifically a parody of The Court of the Crimson King, both in its name and the music itself. Project 5. We've talked about the various different projects, but for some reason there was never a Project 5, even though there was a Project 4 and a Project 6. In 2006, when Project 6 materialized, Fripp had also announced plans for a Project 5 with its own unique lineup, but this never actually got out of the planning phase. Easy Money Laughing Bad. At the end of Easy Money, you can hear some guy maniacally laughing. Well, this isn't an actual band member being recorded laughing. The sound actually comes from this old toy called a laughing bag. This is an old kid's toy from the late 60s. It was a bag which contained a mini record player with a recording of someone laughing. You could press a button through the bag in order to play the laughing sound. Take a listen. So yeah, kind of unsettling, and you have to admit that it does add a bit of fitting flair to the end of Easy Money. It's a man laughing at his own debauchery. But about the laughing bag itself, I can understand why kids would enjoy it, but what I don't understand is why parents would buy it for their kids. Sounds like they're just paying for their kids to annoy them with that laugh playing for hours on end. Elements 2018 used a fan cover. The Elements 2018 tour box contains a version of Discipline which supposedly has Gavin Harrison on drums and Jakko on all other instrumentals. However, this may not actually be the case. The non-drumming instrumentals are very likely a fan cover from SoundCloud user BenderBrain. Back in 2015, this user had uploaded various electronic covers of Discipline to his SoundCloud. Each of these covers would have one missing instrument, to allow people to practice the song on their respective instruments alongside the song. Of course, the one likely used on the Elements box set was the no drums version. While of course this isn't confirmed, listening to the SoundCloud cover and then the sample of the song on DJM's website makes me believe that they are one and the same, especially considering that the SoundCloud version has these drawn-out sleigh bells almost in the background, and these exact same bells are present in the box set version of the song if you listen carefully. Also, after the release of the 2018 box set, BenderBrain's cover supposedly got struck down on YouTube for copyright infringements, which only supports this case further. The main theory explaining this is that while playing the drum part, Harrison used this drumless cover as a background, either while playing or he overlaid his drum track on top of the cover just to see how it sounded. Jakko likely did record his part, but for some reason the mix containing the cover got included in the final product, and it was shipped without anyone realizing. By the time they noticed, it was too late to change anything, so they just hoped that nobody would notice. At least, this is what I think happened. Once again, this is not fact. Bent Cymbal Recreation. We've already talked about the bent cymbal Bill Bruford found in the trash can of a studio and used during the recording of Red. Well, Bill Bruford loved it so much he tried to get it recreated. According to Bruford, he had used the cymbal for around a year after he found it until it broke. He then shipped it to the company Paste Cymbals and asked them to custom make something similar, but he never heard back from them. Blue. We all know about the song Red on the Red album, but do you know about the song Blue? It was written around the same time as the band were working on the Red album. It was actually written before the song Red. In fact, Fripp would post images of the sheet music on his DGM diary, however they are quite blurry. Apparently Wetton liked the piece, but the band came to the consensus that the piece wasn't meaty enough to be considered a complete song. However, according to Fripp himself, a motif written for Blue would be lifted and become the melody that opens and closes the Red song. Also, it's possible Blue was used for other King Crimson songs. On the DGM page covering the double trio, when describing the song Vroom Vroom, they say it has a middle section originally written but not used for Red. Now, it's not confirmed that this middle section was from Blue specifically, but there is a likely possibility that it is. So if you combine the middle part of Vroom Vroom with the beginning and end of Red, you could get something similar to the original Blue. Gordon Haskell Online Rant. Once again, I would want to start off this entry by saying that we don't know if the person we're talking about is actually Gordon Haskell. The online forum, which is the setting for this entry, Mudcat Cafe, allows guests to use whatever name they want when writing a comment, with the name being set while writing the comment. So, since there is no verification of user identity, there is no way to concretely say that any of these users we'll be talking about are Gordon Haskell. In fact, as you'll see, even if one of the accounts really is Haskell, it's very likely that there are other impersonators using his name. But regardless, considering this thread kept being updated for over a decade, some weirdo impersonating Gordon Haskell on this one thread for like a good 9 years is interesting enough to include near the bottom of this iceberg. So, the story starts when a guest user asks a question on the Mudcat Cafe forum on February 5th, 2009. Whatever happened to Gordon Haskell? A few people gave some answers on Haskell's whereabouts and what he was doing. A user named Jack Blandiver made a snide remark saying that he messed up King Crimson's Lizard. Another user makes a reference to how Haskell sung on the TV show Top of the Pops, but the broadcast was delayed for over a year due to pressure from the management of another singer, Robbie Williams, who basically wanted the spotlight for himself. It was this comment that brought out our first supposed Gordon Haskell on January 22nd, 2010. He said that he told the story of that debacle in his autobiography, but editors cut some of it out. He mentions that he would be releasing a new single and album in 2010, and also tells the guy who criticized his performance on Lizard a prick. Now, I do think that this could be the actual Haskell due to the announcement of his upcoming projects. There indeed was a new album from him released in September that year, one day later, as well as a single from that album. Now, I don't actually think this album was announced publicly when this comment was made. I used a date range feature on Google search to see if there was any mention of this album, or a new album announcement from Haskell in general before the date this comment was made, and I couldn't find anything. It's not like it could be easily predicted either. Haskell's last album was in 2004, so it's not like he had a yearly album release or something. So I think that this person is actually Haskell. The other users on the thread respond by wishing him the best for the future, and Haskell responds thanking them and also engaging in polite small talk, and in April he notifies them that he delivered his new album to the record company, once again a piece of information that an impersonator can't know. He also ends the comment saying that he was very happy to where he escaped to. But on June 1st, 2011, he seemingly returns, and he talks about how he can't live in a country that supported the US invasion of Iraq. And he wrote how wonderful you are with the hope of inspiring ordinary people to make a difference in the world, and that everybody should speak out against the evil government. He praises Bradley Manning, now Chelsea Manning, for standing up to the US military, and expresses dismay that her story was not being told. This could be a follow-up on his previous Escaped 2 comment, but it does seem a little out of nowhere and aggressive, especially since nobody asked him to follow up on why he left to Greece. I think this could be the first instance of an imposter, but it's not as clear-cut as later examples. The same day, less than an hour later, the same username writes a paragraph talking negatively about King Crimson. This was in response to the guy who criticized his King Crimson performance apologizing. Haskell begins this paragraph with the sentence, "King Crimson is what happens when cousins marry." He talks about how he's had enough of King Crimson fans making fun of him for 40 years, and that his experience with the band was so horrible he shouldn't be expected to be kind to them. This matches up with Haskell's actual thoughts on King Crimson, so this also could likely be him. He elaborates on his good life in Greece, and ends with more statements criticizing the state of Britain and its complicity in war. Now, I think that all of these comments so far could reasonably be the actual Haskell. However, this falls apart on August 28, 2011, where another account named Gordon Haskell would write a conspiracy-filled comment. These comments would continue from 2011 to 2014, and they're all basically nonsense. The generic gist of it is that satanic bankers orchestrated false flag attacks in order to justify wars that help in creating the New World Order. Artists who don't comply either have to die or flee. Of course, complete nonsense, and obviously not Haskell himself. I mean, his first conspiracy comment ends with, "This is what happened to Gordon Haskell," so he seemingly forgot he was trying to impersonate him, considering that the rest of the conspiracy comments are written as if Haskell was the one writing. Other comments engage in the conversation, usually agreeing with him or asking him questions. After 2014, the thread goes silent until 2017. What I'm assuming is the original Haskell account writes celebrating the release of Chelsea Manning. This also brings back the conspiracy Haskell account, who reignites the conversation with the other forum members. The conversation devolves into confusion on who is who, and an account claiming to be the real Haskell apologizes for the guy using his name to spread ridiculous conspiracies, and that the person spreading him is an imposter and not the real Gordon Haskell. I'm confident that this guy apologizing is the original, possibly real Haskell. After this, the thread dies down for good, with the last comment being made on April 8th, 2019. So yeah, that was a bit of a doozy, but it was an interesting story to tell. Haskell talking to people on an online forum is already cool, but a guy impersonating him and spreading conspiracy theories just makes it bizarre. It's a small corner of the internet that probably hasn't been shared on YouTube yet, so might as well document this strange, obscure piece of King Crimson history in this video. King Crimson. When Adrian Belew learned that he was not invited back to join the RadCrim lineup, he started a solo musical project titled King Crimson to sort of get back at Fripp. However, let's just say that his talents may have faltered over the years.
I don't care what you do, I don't care who you are. When you left my life, you made me a star. Sipping to the late nights, overcoming stage fright.
Well, of course, I'm joking here. If you somehow couldn't tell, this isn't actually Adrian Belew. This is a self-proclaimed murder rapper named King Crimson who makes some truly terrible music. Inspired by the Insane Clown Posse, this guy set out on a mission to seek fame through music just like them. He supposedly spent all of his time and money working on his music instead of supporting his wife and kid. The music itself is horrible, not just talent-wise, but also content-wise, as the lyrics would be him bragging about domestic violence, while also using the N-word multiple times despite being white. All this would result in him getting onto the Dr. Phil show, where the Insane Clown Posse themselves would come on and roast him. Of course, it's not like Dr. Phil is actually meant to help people, and it's likely that King Crimson planned the whole thing just to get more famous, which worked out for him because his music got a huge boost in numbers, even if it was from people watching to make fun of him. So yeah, if someone tells you that they're a fan of King Crimson, ask them to spell Crimson, because you should probably make sure that they're not talking about this guy. The Lost Blue Tape for Udine. The Blue Tapes are the name used to refer to recordings in the band's possession of European live shows they performed in 1973 and 1974. These tapes are renowned for their high audio quality, which is great since most of the live performance recordings from that era especially the audience bootlegs, were of horrible quality. While most of these were included in the Starless 2014 box set, parts of a certain show were missing. Udine, Italy, 1974. In this show, the band performed Starless for the first ever time. It's also the only time they performed Guts on My Side, and while we do have a recording of that, it's the really low quality audience recording. While the box set does contain high quality recordings of songs from this show, it does not contain either Starless or Guts on My Side. It's a shame, since the debut performance of Starless is something basically every King Crimson fan would want to listen to in high quality, but as of right now, it's lost media. Jamie Muir post King Crimson. I've already talked a bit about this in a previous entry. Muir suddenly left the band in order to become a monk. He did that for several years before trying to get back into music, and then he just gave up on it in favor of painting. I don't know if I'm just bad at Googling, but I for the life of me could not find any paintings of him from this period. There are a bunch of false leads, usually from people sharing his name. The only one I could find was from the early 70s, before his time in King Crimson, and it was used as an album cover for one of his bands, the Music Improvisation Company. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, Jamie Muir kind of became like a big question mark once the 21st century hit. It's basically assumed that he lives a reclusive life just painting all day. However, he would surface once again for the King Crimson at 50 documentary, and even attend a showing of the film, so it's nice to see that he's doing well. He seems pretty happy with his life. Fripp standing. And for the final entry on this iceberg, the most obscure, elusive, and dark piece of King Crimson information, Fripp standing while playing the guitar. He's only done it a few times before, and it was so cursed that few dared to even document the occasion. Legend says that the next time Fripp stands while playing the guitar, the end of times will be upon us. On that note, we have finished the King Crimson Iceberg. This is by no means a comprehensive list of every single interesting King Crimson fact. That's just the reality when dealing with over 50 years of history. There is still so much more to listen to and discover if you look for it, and I encourage you guys to keep learning about King Crimson. But I am proud of the stuff I was able to cover. I think I got a lot of the essentials as well as the more obscure and interesting stuff, and I myself learned so much when covering this iceberg. Thank you all for watching, and please like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed this video.